Quest 251 Evil Dragon. After a day of rest, Cirrus left Akara. You sure you don't want to take another day to recover? Jane asked. I am sure. Thank you for picking me up. Cirrus said, nodding his head. Have to say I didn't think this one had that much more firepower, Ban said, looking at Nox. Nox, who was on Cirrus's shoulder, nodded. Take care Cirrus, Al-Qutba said. We actually found you a ride back to Melon. Walking up to him was another person from his past. You're that merchant I met back. My name is Isan. Let's cut the chit-chat and let's get going. I know you are a very busy man. This was the first time Cirrus knew his name. Before he kept interactions minimal for their own safety. Isan? Alright. Let's see if you got a better wagon these days. Sure enough, he did. So how's the ride back there, said Isan. It's good, and it seems you really improved your wagon. Of course. I've been making a good living, thanks to your help. It is still a surprise to have learned of your rather, uniqueness, shall we say. I guess so, sorry, but I'm still a bit tired. No problem. I holler if any monsters show up. With our pace, we should arrive at the city within a few days. Got it. Cirrus got comfortable in the wagon, and Nox, along with Cersei, slept in his bag next to him. As he closed his eyes and went to sleep, he returned to his mindscape. Hello, Master. Said Hecton. Hey yo. So how is she? Look towards that cave in the hillside and you will learn. Cirrus looks to see a hole in the mountain where he made his mine on Cersei's island. He walked over there to hear familiar sounds. These sounds. TV. He walked in to see a girl with grey hair with red circuit-like veins in there as well. Her wings were all folded up. She turned to look at Cirrus and her eyes now were stuffed into her eye sockets. It was giving off a creepy and sinister look. Her attire was like a certain altered saint of Orleans. Ah, Master. You're here, she said, getting up. Oh, I found this thing hidden in this cave. She holds out a white material. Yeah, I had Hecton put that somewhere safe, well more safe than this place. Oh. I'll just put that back. She folds it up and tucks it away deep within the cave. It does smell like spirits and Nox. Yeah. So you. Seem to have picked a distinct look. You don't like it, she said, looking sad. No, I think it makes you stand out is all, though I never saw one like you before. Your eyes are, very striking. You can see well, right? Humph. So am I as unique as Nox? So, have you settled in well? Ah yes. I have. I have just been going through your memories. I hope they have been cured by Hecton. There are a few I rather not share. Oh yes. He methodically went through as much as he can, but some are kinda how he puts it out of pocket. Like what I am watching right now. On the TV, she was watching an anime he had watched in his last life. Ah. That well, don't worry about that. Very well Master. But it's odd but I feel a connection to you but it's, vague. I need to update my status before it becomes clear to you. Oh, very well. I guess I can tell you the name I settled on then, she said, sitting back down and watching some shows. I feel like she's going to be, a special case. 2 days later, he arrives in Melon. It was nice to catch up to you, kid, said Isan. I as well, I hope to see you again. Cirrus nods and heads off. Cirrus quickly arrived back at the tower. You're back, said AI jumping at him. Oof. Cirrus catches her. Hello AI, Art. Cirrus puts AI down. Record timing as well, Artemis said. Whoa. Whoa. Cirrus took his gear and clothes off. Why are you taking off your clothes, said AI. Did you miss us that much? AI said, also slowly taking her clothes off. It's for other reasons, Cirrus said, walking into the bathroom. It's not for your benefit. Nox said following Cirrus. It's for his. Said Cersei entering as well. Put your clothes back on AI. You will not be joining him. AI and Artemis followed them in to see the tub was filled with normal and high potions. Hecton. Cirrus said. They placed several sound eaters around the bath. See Cirrus, what is going on? AI asked, a bit scared. Artemis update my status, I rather get it done now than later. What will happen when I do? Artemis asked worriedly. An insufferable amount of pain on the likes. I wish I wouldn't dare put it on any enemy, so please. He gets his feet in the tub. Do it and leave the room. Is there no way to avoid this? Oh, or even how? Cirrus could see the look of deep worry in her eyes. It results from Nox's magic. It's the main reason I ordered her to never use it unless it was by my command and nothing else. Up till now she has used it 3 times. Once to show me how it works, but back then our contract wasn't solidified and so the effects were nil. Then when I fought Hecton, I felt the effects when Astria updated my status here and now. The corrupted spirit, AI said, remembering the fight with Hecton. The sky turned white and Hecton was erased. Or at least at the time she thought so. Very well. Artemis walks over, and AI drew her blade and Artemis pricked her finger on the point and dropped it on Sirius's back. Now I understand this skill fully. She took a quick glance at Nox, but she simply looked on with a neutral expression. It's done. She said, stepping away. Good, it should star. An intense pain fills Sirius's body equal to the second hour of Graham's test. Heat begins to come off Sirius as he grabs the center of his body. My fucking soul is on fire, he shouted as he dunked himself into the potions. A myriad vapors obscure the light. Atelio_TOS voyage. Circe's eyes glowed to see several things connecting with his soul. It was by far extremely disfigured, as if someone had haphazardly stuffed them together. Sirius! Artemis and AI shouted as they rushed to see the once soft green of the potion-filled tub turn pitch dark with only the bubbles of the screams and heat coming out from Sirius to know he was there. Don't touch him. This happened before, and unless you want to get your hands burned, you let him cool off here for a bit. Circe turned on the cold water. Nox said. Sirius's mind. This is it. True unification. Xianlong said. So you going to tell me your name or what? I'm really feeling like shit out there. Sirius said with his legs crossed. Right, she was cut off as her body begins to shift and change again. I feel a bit different. Her appearance changed slightly, her face looked more refined and mature, as did her body losing a bit of the look she had before for a more grown-up look to her. The most distinguishing feature was her eyes. Her eyes gained a set of rings with 6 small colored slit pupils and irises in them, 3 vertical and 3 horizontal. The main eye was normal aside from being ringed and having no color in her iris. Her hair was now as ink, both in pigmentation and in appearance as it blended with the darkness in her clothes. Looks like the Sharingan and Rin Egan. Sirius thought. Now you really stand out. Is that so? She turned to Hecton. Her eyes rotated as if it was auto-focusing. Hecton, how would you describe me? One of Hecton's heads turned to her. One of a kind, but your eyes. They are really unique. I blame Asterisk. Hey? I can't remember her name? Or even. Master, I am sorry, but it seems my memories are heavily modified. Now I see, whatever made sure something like this should it ever occur, information wouldn't leak, but that leaves more questions than answers. Regardless of what is your name? You said you settled on one, right? Right, so I decided on the name Fafnir. I watched your memories, and that dragon seemed to fit me pretty well. I am a black dragon as well. Fafnir, alright then. Sirius extends his hand. It's good to finally serve under you, Master. She extends her arms and shakes it. Sirius opens his eyes to see darkness and feel the water in his lungs. He burst from the water, gasping for air. Huff, 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 huff. Gah. Sirius! Shouted AI and Artemis. Water. Water, he said as he gets out of the tub and trips onto the floor. AI quickly runs and gets a bunch of water and hands it to him. Glug. 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 As they watch him drink, they could see a change in his body. His muscles were now far leaner. Before they looked more naturally bulky, as if his body just was built that way. Now his body looked far more toned, refined, and agile. Fuck, I feel better. Sirius, you look like you lost weight. Said Artemis. Yeah, it looks like you lost 20 pounds of mass, AI said, looking at him carefully. But, you look more defined. Yes, somehow you look like you were sculpted out of marble with strong yet soft features, Artemis said as she touches his body. Like a work of art. Thank I guess, he said with a small smile. He still is one who is weak towards compliments, especially from his loved ones. You, Nox, and Circe could really pass for siblings now. AI said as she compares the three. Hey? He does a bit now. But it's really subtle. Any other person wouldn't really notice, but seeing as we all been around him for so long, we noticed it rather quickly. Nox, Circe, and Sirius look at one another, but they don't see the similarities. Well, I need to check to see what changed. The last time my strength was drastically raised, Sirius said. Then a good spar then. AI said with a big smile. Sure. Master. From Sirius's shadow, Fafnir emerged wearing sunglasses. Fafnir. Sirius said. You look better from the last time we met. Nox said. Ooh. You have a very odd vibe to you. Circe said, examining Fafnir. Artemis and AI look at Fafnir closely. Tell me Fafnir, Artemis said. How are you feeling? Artemis could tell she was a oddity, even more than Hecton. I am feeling well. My mind is still a bit, anyway. Master, may I be allowed to face Lady AI? I wish to know what I am capable of and to let Lady AI and Artemis get to know their husband's new shadow. Sure, but why are you wearing sunglasses? Asked AI. I saw my eyes and. Well, I know Master and Hecton were being nice but they are very off-putting, I can admit that. Could we see? Circe said curiously. I wanna see it too. It can't be that bad. Nox said. Very well. I told you. Fafnir slowly removed her sunglasses to show her eyes. Their eyes immediately widen. Wow. Nox said. Well. They certainly are, unique. Artemis said, a bit stunned by her eyes. They could see her slit vertical and horizontal eyes rotating and moving. How good is your vision? AI asked. I am going to put on clothes, Circe said. Then I'm taking a nap. Circe left the bathroom. Okay, have a nice nap, Circe. We will have a spar later. So is your vision like 40/20ths? 60 even. Can you process visual information better than well? AI came up to her now, having got used to Fafnir's eyes. Why not have a spar then? Fafnir put her sunglasses back on. Let's. Cirrus Zephyr. LV8. Strength, F341. B761 Endurance, C693. 699. Dexterity, F344. D513 Agility, D532. A800. Magic, C669. A880 Mage, A. Immunity, B Martial Arts, E. Crush, E. D Blacksmith, F. Chain Attack, H Luck, F. Skies Voy _ Thia, Deplagios. Able to summon the versatility of the Hecatonkires, Hecton, and the six-winged black dragon spirit, Fafnir. When engaged in battle user thoughts will be accelerated. Reaction speed has been increased while in danger. Grants user development ability metalworking, mixing, and mystery. Strength is proportional to user's level. Their essence empower you. Volume 3 Quest 252 The time is near. From the spar, Fafnir learned more about her body. Ah! How interesting, she said as her hand turned to ink like darkness. For Cirrus, he learned as well such as one, he didn't lose his strength. His strength just got deadlier than his muscles were now highly dense and compact, giving him even more speed. 2. He could feel his body be more efficient in its consumption, a single loaf of bread is enough to fill him for about half a day before his stomach grumbles, but his water intake is more or less the same depending on what he did and eat. 3. He found his body can heal and recover a lot quicker on its own but still nothing compared to the use of a potion. He found that last part in bed. Near the Elso's ruins. Push them back, shouted Finn. Its lair is in sight. Just a bit more. Uraa. They have been fighting the horde for about almost 2 weeks now. They are at the end of September. It's hard to believe we've been here for so long, said Welf as he and the rest of his familia eat their lunch. I've lost count of how many magic swords I made and were destroyed. Actually no, that's a lie, Lily. How much did I make? About 133 in total and about 8 are still around. Boom. My magic sword is out. Go. Go, shouted Raoul. Make that 7 now. She said as she takes a bite of her food. I understand how you feel, Welf, it really feels like we're part of a big familia, working together with several other people, eating, sleeping, and fighting with them. Said Belle. Yes, one's camaraderie grows when under these circumstances. Said Mikoto. And they provide good experience and learning. Said Haruheim. But it seems we are nearing the end of this horde. From what I can gather tomorrow is when we will finally kill it, Lily said. Finally, after so long we can return to our rebuilt home and take a nice enjoyable bath. I can't wait, said Mikoto, thinking of a warm bath. I wonder what Lady Hestia is doing right now, asked Belle. Back in Orario. Ugh, cleaning these things. If not for the money I wouldn't have done this. Hestia said as she helped clean up the third tower of the Artemis Familia. Back to Belle and the others. Belle, Mikoto, it is time for our shift. Said Ace. All right. He said as he and Mikoto got up. Aren't you going, Haruheim? Asked Lily. Not yet, unless it's an emergency. I still have another hour left. Lucky I have another. Welf, shouted Eupheme. We got more weapons to fix up. You can finish your food on the way. Damn. Later on the battlefield. Firebolt. Tempest. Boom. Whoosh. They destroyed a large swath of dead land along with an army of black scorpions. Combination attacks, a rather useful thing, said Gareth. It took some time and effort, but thanks to Ace and Cirrus first doing it, we now have a far greater range and power, said Finn. And any combination with Ace's wind is utterly terrifying, said Riveria. Thankfully, because of White Rabbit's magic being so quick and easy to use, we can easily clear waves easily. And it serves as good motivation for the mages as well. I have never seen them chant so quickly, said Gareth with a happy expression on his face. And Beta, seems that magic tool he's testing out for Cirrus will change how the world sees werewolves now, said Riveria as she looks to the west to see Beta bulldozing hordes upon hordes of scorpions. Unfortunately, it's still being developed. Asvi said it needs a few fine-tunings before Beta can be around other people while it is in use, Finn said. Beta at the moment. Currently using a magic tool in the shape of a collar around his neck. A few meters up from watching him fight was Asvi. To think you would use a curse like this, forcibly showing them illusions of a full moon to trick a werewolf's senses, as he said, write any information. She said, writing down Beta's actions. I'm still far from reaching your level of skill, but one step at a time. Gnosis. So, the monster we took and raised and then was turned into a corrupted spirit was killed, said Ein. Yes, said Nies. Cirrus allowed Nox to use her magic, and it completely wiped Xianlong out. We were a few miles away and we could feel the blast from the edge of the desert. Just like the mountain, gone in a flash of divine illumination, said Thanatos. Ein stayed silent for a bit. It would seem I didn't account for Nox's magic. Tell me, how dangerous is it? If she was allowed, she could easily erase us along with Babel and everything within a 10-mile radius if she was given everything Cirrus has to offer, which from my estimate is enough to destroy 10 or more floors of the dungeon. That's about right. Spirits of her generation are a few cuts above whatever this one here, Thanatos said, patting Nies' shoulder could ever hope to achieve. She could eat magic stones for years on end and still wouldn't amount to what grand spirits are capable of, like Nox. Is this true? Ein looked at Nies for her answer. Yes, unless we have at least 2 more of her caliber, we would do well to fight in areas where she can't use the full brunt of her magic, so either the dungeon or here. And Circe? She is from the first generation, but more of a generation 1.5 as a majority of unique spirits are, said Thetis. Then there is what she specializes in, which is more of a support than a vanguard like Nox is. Then it seems the Gnosis will be our battleground. We will have Valletta be in charge of the control of the Gnosis along with Barca. Have Dix end. He's at work, Thetis said. Work is in. Yes, Thanatos said as he walks away. He needs to make up for the lost time he wasn't working on his family curse. TCH, inform him that we will be going to battle in the Gnosis, she said as she left. Lord Enyo, we may not be able to kill them all, but it is enough to push them back. A bit later, Revis returned from the dungeon. Nies, where is Wu? Did she also ask Revis? No, she simply left to find a poison that can kill Cirrus. On the surface, said Thetis, surprised. I doubt there is anything up there that can kill that human. Who knows, but at least I know she won't do anything reckless. Seeing Nox's power truly set her straight? How is the nursery? Any more of our kind ready to be born? Unfortunately, no, it'll be a while before we get any more of our kind. Nies, you can take him, right? So long as it's here or the dungeon, Nox will be taken out of the equation. No, even with my strength, Cirrus would easily defeat me. When we arrived in the desert, we could hear their battle last only for 5 minutes. Cirrus has been hiding his true fangs, and they can easily pierce us all. Then we should probably get off this sinking ship and return to the dungeon and get stronger, Revis said. They have too much power for us to handle, so we shall wait for them in the dungeon there. We can take our time and grow stronger while they will need to dive deeper and weaker, trying to survive in the dungeon's harshness. I agree. In the meantime, we can tend to the nursery and build up our own forces, said Thetis. But it would be a shame if you test out your strength and weapons, right? Nies could see a slightly sadistic smile slowly creep on Thetis' face. I do not wish to risk incurring his anger and possibly shortening the time we have to grow stronger. And how is Aruba's status? She is doing well. That load of magic stones meant for Xianlong really helped her out, Revis said. Volume 3 Quest 253 Birthday Request. Elso's Ruins. Antares screeches for the last time, as its legs give out and crash to the ground. Bell. Go. Ace shouted. Ray-a-a-a. Whoosh. With Ace's wind behind him, Bell shoots down towards it with Argonaut activated. Dong. Dong. You're not gonna hurt any more people. Bell shouted as he impaled the Hestia knife into the exoskeleton of Antares. Fire. He channeled his magic through his knife and shouted. Argo Vesta! Whoosh! The flame burned through Antares, destroying their magic stone. He-yes, Ryeeth! Antares was finally slain. Uraaa! Everyone cheered in celebration as its body turned to dust from having its magic stone break. Damn, no drops! Said Eupheme. No, wait. She walks over to find a stinger. This will do well. Is that all you're taking? Asked Welf. Yup. They can have anything, but I only want this. It'll be put to good use. This is the first time I have seen her look so happy. Welf thought as he could see a very slight smile on her face. What are you gonna use it for? My magnum opus. Still have to draw up the plans and how I am going about it, but it's something down. Hey. It's finally over. Said Gareth. You did good, kid, he said, hitting Belle's back. Thanks. It was a good experience to fight alongside you, Gareth sir. Belle said politely. Ha ha ha. Come now, how about a drink? He isn't old enough to drink. Said Ace coming up to them. Just one wouldn't hurt. What's your immunity rank? Leave him out of it. Riveria said. The last thing he needs is to waste money on alcohol with that debt. Are you leaving Elf? Said Aisha, looking at Ryu, who was already walking away. I am. Now that this has been settled, I need to return. The longer I am away, the angrier she will get. Ah. The dwarf. I'll tell them you said goodbye. Ryu left with the wind. Back in Orario. West section of the entertainment district. Murmur. 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 Standing before Cirrus and AI at a cafe was Otter. Yo. How did the expedition go? Cirrus said with a cup of hibiscus tea. As I said before, I wish for a rematch, Otter said boldly with his body still littered with cuts and bruises from the dungeon. A grin appears on Cirrus' face. Then. Cirrus stands up. You reached level 8, hey. He nods, and the crowd went silent. Oh. Oh. Can you do it on the 5th? Said AI waving to catch their attention. The 5th, you want the rematch to be on your birthday? Cirrus said, confused. Yup. It'll be really fun to watch. Is that good for you? It is. We will face one another in 3 days at the Colosseum, Otter said, turning and leaving in a better mood. Word would obviously spread like wildfire as when the Antares subjection party returned, they heard of the news. What? Tomorrow. Belle shouted. Yup, said one of the guards at the north gate. It's so big they are allowing the gods to use their arcanum to watch from a safe distance. Unless you're a strong adventurer, that is, and are going to watch from the front row. Well, I'm sure as hell going, said Diona. It's not every day you get to see Orario's strongest clash with one another. Reminds of their fight years ago. Said Finn. When they first fought. Gareth, Riveria, wanna go watch? Of course. I want to Finn. Gareth said. It is a bit of a shame they took out a shinnying return from fighting for 2 weeks, Riveria said. They would later learn that for those who participated in the Antares raid were given free passes to eat and drink on the 5th when the fight was supposed to begin. October 4th. Freya Familia home, Folkvangr. Huff. 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 Otter was breathing heavily with his twin great swords in hand. Otter, that is enough. You have been training for the last couple of days. Said Hythe Velvet, a level 3 adventure of the Freya Familia. She has long, light red hair kept in 2 ponytails with dead-looking eyes from constant work. If I wish to win, this is necessary. Then you should get some sleep. Getting this worked up will only cause more problems. I shall keep. Do you want me to get Lady Freya? I will do one more set before resting for tomorrow. Moonlight Towers training area. HAAA. Cirrus let out a loud sigh of relief. It's been a long time since I used a whip. Huff. 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 See Cirrus, could we take a break, said AI, gasping for air. Go ahead. I'll be going over what I learned. Artemis, you still up to train? Artemis looks at her fingers. I think I'll take a break. As several of the familia left to take a break, they only watched Cirrus slowly perform several of his techniques in excruciating slowness. Cirrus has been doing this since Otter challenged him. Said Phi. Yeah, it's rare for him to go through this much training. Said Kale. AI, did he ever do something to this extent before? Asked Rethusa. No, when we train, he usually sticks to his most reliable way of fighting, but for Otter, he can't rely entirely on his sword, spear, and limbs. Said AI. Otter, as I would say, has the best defense in the world. Even when he fought me, he quickly began to understand my fighting style and its patterns. To fight Otter, you will need to essentially grow as you fight to make new moves and ways of fighting on the spot. It wouldn't be much of a big deal if he still had brilliant nightmare," said Nox. "Sucks it's on the moon. If he still had that, I'm sure he would feel a lot safer." "Oh hey Artemis. Is it still there?" she said mockingly. "Quiet. And. Yes, it's still there," Artemis said. "Ah, his trick weapon. I heard they're fairly well used, but most can't seem to have a talent for them, as Cirrus does," said Rethusa. "Really?" said Bree. "Can I learn to use one?" "I'm sure with your brains you can be as masterful as Cirrus is," said AI, patting her head. The next day everyone was watching from a comfortable seat as two level 8s entered the Colosseum. Volume 3 Quest 254 Uncrowned Deer vs. Boar King. October 5th, the day of the fight. There were spectators, but they were all first and second class adventurers. Just about everyone else was watching from a divine mirror. "Wow, so few people came," said Belle. "It was smart for them," said Eupheme as she, Tsubaki, and Hephaestus came with the Hestia Familia. "If not for you, me, and Tsubaki, we couldn't bring our goddesses here to watch." "You saw the last time they fought, right?" asked Hestia to Hephaestus. "I did. This one here." Hephaestus glances at Eupheme. "Dragged me down to the 18th floor to go see the fight. The place was filled with various people, familia, and gods all coming to see this fight." "And how was it?" "It was a sight to behold and I'm excited about how this one will end." A big smile appeared on her face. Away from them was the Loki familia. "I wonder how much they have grown," said Gareth. "Yeah, I bet he can take that boar down," said Loki excitedly. "So he lost the last time they fought," said Dione. "Yup, Cirrus made a mistake, and he got smacked into the gates with Otter's magic," said Riveria. "He skidded off the ground a few times before slam." Riveria punched her palm, knocking the metal gate off its hinges. "So, how did he fight?" "I have seen Cirrus fight a handful of times, but how much has it changed?" asked Diona. "Considerably. His style of fighting changes as he grows older and with more experience. He is the only adventure I can say is a perfect adventure. He can support, attack, and tank." "Damn right. If we were to go on another expedition and he's coming along, we will build our plans around him as the core," said Gareth. "He really captured a lot of God's attention when he actually cut Otter," said Loki. "Such a blend of unorthodox and inhuman fighting really spoke to me." A big grin grew on her face. "His style could really fit a trickster like me if he was my child." "What level was he back then?" asked Luffy Ya. "I find it hard he would lose, given from what you said about him." If memory serves me right, they reported him to be level 3. Maybe 4 or 5. "In any case, that was a lie," said Gareth. "His strength was enough to give Otter a run for his money. Hell, I'd bet Cirrus could have kept going had it not been for Evil Us." Up top in one of the Colosseum's VIP boxes. "It's about time, isn't it, Artemis?" said AI with a bucket of popcorn. "Yes, it is." Artemis stood up. "Auranos. May I?" "Permission granted." Artemis snapped her fingers, and several divine mirrors opened up. Most were for her children and herself, AI, and Kalian who were watching from the Familia home. "So it begins," said Freya as she smiles from another VIP box. "I hope you get inspired and grow as strong as him." "Belle." She took a quick glance at Belle before turning them back to the arena. The Colosseum went silent as they could hear the footsteps coming down the corridor. Tap. 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 Both adventurers walk out with their best gear on as they walk to the center to meet. "Ready?" Cirrus said, throwing his spear into the wall. Otter said, understanding where his spear is at. Cirrus draws Gram and holds it, and Otter does the same and draws one of his great swords. Both their blades cross each other. Ting! Their swords ting off one another and they stared each other down. Then at the sound of a breath. Phew! They both breathed out and ha! Ra! Clang! The once silent arena was filled with the sounds of swords clashing against one another. The force of the attack blasted air into the stands as they continued to exchange blows with one another, only increasing in speed and power. Clang! Rumble! 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 Clang! Rumble. Clang. Rumble. Clang. Rumble. Clang. Rumble. Clang. Rumble. Their attacks could even be felt throughout Orario. This is a fight between first-class adventurers said Bell as the force of their strikes shake him. Sure is, said Tsubaki, smiling and enjoying the day. Such power, said Luffy Ya said wrenching back a bit while covering her ears. Each one of those strikes is enough to rattle my bones. Said Gareth as he also shakes a bit. He was still hiding his strength back then. Said Beta. Just hearing and feeling the wind pressure coming off from them is making my hair stand up from it. Then I suggest you keep watching. This is what you will need to strive to reach. Said Finn. Back to the fight. Clang. Rumble. 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 For the first 2 minutes were intense. They quickly pushed each other back and forth in a heated exchange of swords. Exosia, Adorn, Chimera. Ruhu. Cirrus dons his strongest armor and Otter goes into beastification. Clang. Rumble. Ski-eert. They both skirt back a bit to get some space. Damocles. Cirrus holds out his hand and his spear rips itself from the Colosseum wall to return to his hand. Cirrus spins his spear and tosses his sword into the wall and began chanting. Vespers of Damocles. Crackle. 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 Lightning danced around Cirrus and his spear as he spun it so naturally and fluidly, he was actually directing the electricity. Otter kept observing Cirrus, analyzing his style and making counters to them. Not yet. I need to whittle down his magic. But knowing Cirrus, he must have at least double Rivera's magic pool. Otter thought as put his full attention back onto Cirrus, slowly drawing his other great sword. It's like he's actually molding the lightning. Said Freya. Such refinement of his skills, it's a bit terrifying how praiseworthy it is. Otter will benefit greatly after this fight. Said Alan. I should have taken some risks in the dungeon. Maybe you can learn a few tricks from this fight, said Freya, watching with delight. The two stared at each other for a moment before Cirrus made the first move. A contest of the strongest defense and fastest adventurers started. Ting. 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 Clang. Ting. 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 A flurry of blocks and attacks, the sounds of Cirrus' spear ringing off of Otter's swords with small flesh wounds on his body appearing across his body. I can handle the force of his attacks, but his lightning has been quickly numbing my arms. Thought Otter as he focused solely on defense when a rattle reached his ears. Rattle. He took a glance to see chains wrapped around his leg. Damn. Said Cirrus as he jumped back. The chain was now more noticeable. Otter quickly tried to cut it off, but Cirrus was far quicker. Hey! Cirrus swung the chain with all of his strength, getting Otter off his feet, a feat no one else could do. Damn! Otter shouted as Cirrus swung him into the surrounding area. Bashing and crashing him as fast and as much as he could into the Colosseum's ground and walls before seeing him get a good angle and cutting the chain with a clean slash. Kirik! An Otter flew into the wall. Crash! Damocles, dot! Cirrus puts his spear next to him as several chains floated next to him with 2 chains in his hands. Crash! Otter came crashing through and Cirrus began assaulting with the chains acting as whips. Rattle! 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 Thud! 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 The heavy sounds of meat getting struck along with the chains going around his great swords. Making me waste magic. A war of attrition isn't something you can win, Otter. As Otter charges in, Cirrus could see his great swords glow. Activate! Otter shouted as both swords' gems glowed, and silver circuitry sprang from them, making the edge of the swords have a fine silver light. Damocles! Graham shoots from the wall into his hand and he tosses his spear into the other side of the wall. Full release. As the ruby emerald blade clashes with the twin silver blades, the ground and even the arena crack from the power. Boom! Crack! Cracks spread throughout the Colosseum and even to the streets nearby. These are actual monsters. Said Beta, sweating. I can't imagine fighting them seriously without risking my life. Said Ace. Such magic control is even really human, said Luffy Ya. I feel like I am watching 2 legends from myths come alive before my eyes, Bell said, transfixed by the clash of these 2 Goliaths. Those weapons, said Welf, amazed their weapons can handle this much punishment. Such strength and resilience. I should tell you that the sword Cirrus is using is not his own, but one made by Odin. Said Hephaestus. A real pain in the ass weapon. Said Eupheme. Couldn't even hold it for 5 minutes. Odin, Hestia said, a bit disturbed. Do you know him, Lady Hestia? Asked Lily. No, but I heard of him. He has a temper like Zeus back in heaven. Does he still have a temper? Hestia asked Hephaestus. Don't know. I never met him, but given the nature of that sword, he still has that bad temper. Slowly over the course of 3 minutes, Cirrus and Otter had a firm understanding of each other's way of fighting. He's going to change, thought Otter, as when Cirrus came in for another attack, he chanted. Damocles. He suddenly fell from his view and his sword still struck his great swords. Otter glanced down to see Cirrus stretched out under his great swords with a sharp eye on him. Uraa. With unnatural movement and speed, Cirrus. Thud. Uppercut at Otter. Gah. But Otter was still a level 8. He dropped his great swords and wrapped his arms around Cirrus. Fuck. A bear hug. Ray. Otter began to crush Cirrus with his strength. Just as quickly as he began to crush him, his instincts told him to throw him away and grab his swords. Ray. Cirrus squirmed his arms out and grabbed Otter's head and shoulder. Cirrus then took a bite of his neck, biting deep into it. Damn it! Otter shouted as Cirrus and bit in deep and fierce. Blood covered Cirrus's mouth, and Otter had to stop crushing Cirrus and throw him off. This attack surprised everyone with how savage it was. You're even more of a beast than I, Otter said as he touches the bite mark. He reached behind his back and took out a small potion, and splashed it where Cirrus bit him. Of course, Cirrus wipes the blood from his mouth. I'm merely a human. We only need to be pushed far enough to regain our fangs. He charges at Otter with his armor fading. Fists at the ready. So be it, his beastification wore off, and they both charged at each other again. They came at one another, clashing now with their fists. Thud. Thud. The sound of their fists colliding and their bones fracturing from the strike filled the Colosseum, making all who heard it cringe at the sounds. Yup, that's bone-breaking, said Gareth. And they keep punching, said Diona. That's even more savage than when Dione gets angry. Hey! Dione took offense to that. I'm going to have to agree, said Finn. But it seems Cirrus is used to it, he said, confused by this trait. That's because, in his youth, he would break his arms when using his armor, said Nox, sitting behind them. Nox, said Ace, surprised by her attendance. Yo! I got tired of watching from up top, so I got some popcorn and decided to watch from here. Gotta say Cirrus is really having fun, Nox said, tossing some popcorn into her mouth with a big smile. So he always broke his arms when he used his armor, asked Fluffy Ya, a bit taken by her incidental beauty. Yup. That's when his armor was all shaggy and overgrown. He was a real savage kid back then, oof. He even fought the Goliath to level up to I think it was level 2 or 3. That explains how nonchalant it is for him to keep Bash away, said Riveria. A period was to use great strength he would need to risk breaking his arms to use. I am guessing his endurance stat is so astronomically high, right Spirit? Said Gareth. Very. It's his second biggest stat, Nox said, tossing another popcorn into the air and eating it. What the hell is his first? Asked Beta. What do you think? His magic. With each crashing of fists, more of their bones fractured more and more. Your endurance is terrifying, Otter said as he clenches his heavily bloody fist. I can say the same, but it seems my endurance stat is just slightly better than yours in this case, Cirrus said with his fists less bloody than Otter's. Tell me you aren't using your full strength, are you? He said, putting his fists down. Many jolted a bit when they heard him say that, even the people watching from their divine mirrors were shocked. Yes and no, I am merely fighting with everything this body has to offer. If I were to come at you full force, well, it wouldn't be much fun now, would it? Cirrus exerted a force, a feeling of fear reminiscent of the monsters from the dungeon. Fear then fell upon the area. Everyone from the Colosseum to the edges of Orario could feel the hairs on the back of their necks rise. It was as if someone suddenly plopped an apex predator into this world from the sheer pressure he exerted. Otter looks at his hands to find them shaking in fear. He then looked back at Cirrus to find the surrounding space beginning to warp and even illusions of the mountain-sized monster he killed, and a dragon appeared behind him. Such fear, a big smile grew on Freya's face. It's so close to being palpable. Lady Freya, I don't even think a god could give off such intimidation, said Alan. It feels more like a monsters, said Loki. Even Otter couldn't bring out his true might, said Ace. I'm really starting to feel sorry for those in the Gnosis, said Beta. Hey Owl, how much is your owner showing us? He asked rudely. About 30% of it. By the way, when he fought you little wolf, he used 1% both on the 58th floor and in the Colosseum. She said with a shit-eating grin. And you ace he used about 10%. They all gulped at the information. But Cirrus isn't using his magics and weapons, asked Leffy Ya. How is that 30%? Oh, it's 30% of what his body can do without over-reliance on magic. 40% is magic and 30% skills, all making 100%. And another 100% when you factor in his Hecton and Fafnir now. They looked at Cirrus to see barely any serious injuries compared to Otter, who looks like he was on his last legs. 30%. That number echoed in their minds as Cirrus fights against Otter. Then can I request you at least defeat me at your full strength? Otter asks as he walks over to his great swords. Sure, if that's what you want, I'll oblige, Circe. A pinkish blue hawk lands where Artemis is it, and a slight purple smoke comes off her before they erected a barrier. Otter used his beastification again and his wounds began to heal up and his body filled with power once more. Exosia, Adorn, Chimera, Sword of Damocles, sing your vespers. Diadicasti_s, Logia. His magic circle appeared behind him as his armor attached itself back to him, with rolling surges of thunder flowing on and around him. Crackle. 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 To Hestia, Hephaestus, and Artemis, he looked like Zeus. The gold on his head began to melt and shift into a mighty three-pointed crown. His armor shifted to be even more optimal and divine in appearance. Damocles. His spear went to his hand and spun and directed the power. I can feel the electricity in the air, said Bell as his hair stood up, as did everyone else's. What a terrifyingly powerful patron you have, Eupheme, said Tsubaki. I can see why you grew so much, having to create gear and weapons for him. It certainly was a challenge, but I have to admit by this point I'm merely like an assistant to him when he creates such stuff for himself, one of which I can truly say will be his magnum opus. Eupheme said. Seems it's reached its conclusion, said Artemis. How long was this fight, AI? About almost 10 minutes, AI said. It's rather intense. I didn't think Cirrus would push Otter so far when it took me so much. But I guess having fought him already, Otter couldn't risk prolonging the battle. Otter did well for himself. He held on as much as you did. Good thing Cirrus doesn't allow Hecton or Fafnir to get involved in the duel. Phew. That reminds me of the time you asked Cirrus to fight you using Hecton. Then, within a minute, he already got your back to touch the ground. Such strength, said Otter. This feeling of fear reminds me so much of my early years as an adventurer, thank you for letting me experience it once more. A smile formed on his usual monotone face. I'm glad you feel that way. I'm excited about how much stronger you will get. They both got into stances, and Otter's great swords glowed once again. Silver Moon's mercy, the golden wilderness. This body is destined for the wild boar of the war. Run through, carry the goddess will. His silver swords glowed an even purer form of silver with a golden edge to them. Heil des Vini. Otter dashed and swung down with all of his strength. Cirrus stood his ground. He drew strength from the ground. It passed through his hips to his shoulders and then to his arms. He then shouted his attack, made for fighting humans. Sunlight's spear. Lighting and silver meat. Crack. Clang. Boom. Fwoom. Massive whines blew through the Colosseum from the explosion. The attacks shook the area violently, and when their attacks met the barrier and the whole of Orario shook from it, leaving the barrier partially broken and some of the stadium broken from what of the attack escaped the barrier. As the barrier fades off, the dust begins to settle. They could see Otter standing tall with his great sword in hand with singes all around his body. He looked like he was charred with soot covering him. Tap. 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 The sound of footsteps could be heard, and Cirrus appears before him with a gash across his torso. I never gave these a name, he said, looking at the great sword. Damocles. The swords pry themselves from Otter's grips and float before Cirrus. For your endeavors, I shall give you the names of the silver tusks of war. He then impaled them into the ground before Otter. I'll be waiting for our next fight. Cirrus then walks away, concluding this fight. Otter said softly. It's a promise. Otter then falls back with a big smile on his face. Thud. Defeat. Long have you averted my tongue? I taste your bitterness. Defeat for Otter was not a sign of weakness but a sign of possible growth. A sign that tells Otter there is still more to learn and grow to one day defeat Cirrus. As Cirrus returns inside, he leans himself back against the wall, gasping for air. Huff. Huff, huff, huff. Blood soaked into his clothes from his wounds. Fuck. That last attack cut through my armor. You may not have won, but you sure as hell cut through the dragon's scales, otter. Cirrus gets back up onto his 2 feet and keeps walking. His injuries slowly heal. Master, Fafnir said next to him from the dark-covered walls. Here is a high potion. Hecton said it can heal you immediately. Thank you, Fafnir. But I think I'll keep this cut. A memory of our fight. Somewhere in some pub in Orario. Did you see that? Said a man in red armor. I did. We must go and inform Sanctuary of this, said another in red armor. Lord Ethon and Lady Rhea must hear of this along with the finding of Lady Vesta and the uncrowned strength. Volume 3 Quest 254.5 Next day. The next day. Freya's home. Otter, said Freya, sitting next to Otter. My goddess. He said softly. Did you enjoy yourself? She glanced at him. I did, to feel defeat once more, it makes me want to grow even more to truly be your captain. Phew, that's good. Next time, I hope you can truly claim victory. I will do my best, Lady Freya. Then sleep. When you recover, you can garner strength. Loki's home. Seems everyone is training as much as they can. Said Finn. Once Cirrus recovers in a few days, we will begin the second attempt at conquering Knossos. We train them as best as we can. AI is teaching Ace and the others how to fight against a person. Said Gareth. It's terrible they had to learn it, said Riveria. I had hoped they wouldn't have to learn it for a long time. Then we should make sure this is the end. Said Finn. Hestia's home. Huff, huff, huff. Both Belle and Mikoto were breathing heavily as they were dueling with each other. They're very energetic. Said Lily. That fight really invigorated them. Said Hestia. Even Welf, who's in the forge, is working more enthusiastically. Guess he found an inspiration. Say, where is Haruheim? Hestia looked around to not find her. She went to finish her training with the Artemis Familia. Seems she really wishes to be a benefit to the Familia. Well, can you go there and get her before Din knock? Knock. A knock on the door interrupts her. They go to see who it was to find a shady man with a hood. I am sorry, Lady Hestia, but I am here to deliver an invitation to Belle Cranel, the White Rabbit. Invitation? To what? Hestia asked, looking at him. My apologies, but it is for his eyes and knowledge only. But know that it is nowhere dangerous if you wish. The uncrowned's little helper here can be invited as a guest as well. Why can't I go instead of her? No gods are allowed in, those are the policies. I must bid you adieu, there is still one more letter to give. He handed Lily the letter before walking away. Oh, he quickly turned around. Please give it to him. It is rather rude to look at another's letter. He turned back and left. As he left, they closed the door and Lily walked to the courtyard when Hestia went for the letter. Give it here. No, Hestia, you will not. Lily shouted, keeping the letter away from her. Come on. I'm his goddess. Lily then ran to the courtyard. Come back here. Hestia gave chase after Lily. Lord Bell. Here a letter, she shouted, handing him the letter, and Hestia arrived in the courtyard. A letter, he said, grabbing it. Let me see, Bell. Hestia shouted. No, it's for him. That's what he said. Lily was then holding Hestia back. As they fight, Bell opens it and reads it. Dear Belle Cranel. Cirrus Zephyr recommended you to entry into the library. A place made to harbor and collect every book in the world. You can recommend one other person, but no gods are allowed in, no matter how much they beg or demand to enter. When coming to the library, give this letter to the man at the door and you may enter. A guest is allowed entry for the first time. I hope to see you soon. Sincerely, Anansi. Hey. Artemis is home. Cirrus said, sleeping in. Oi. Wake up, said Artemis. What? You got a delivery from Anansi. She said, putting a chunky book down on the bed. Cirrus opens his eyes to see a chunky book with a black cover. Ah, it finally came. He said, getting up. You good getting up? AI has been hogging you a lot recently. I'm not old enough to have hip problems, but he could feel the soreness ache. I think I've grown old enough to get sores now. Well, that fresh scar across your chest didn't help. So, what did you order? Artemis sat next to him. It was a book on all the ancient monsters that were killed or sealed. Had to give him a few rare books from Yamato, but I at least made a copy of them. He grabbed the book and opened it. Cirrus flipped through the pages. All of that, it's amazing how much there were. Artemis leaned her head against Cirrus's right shoulder. Say, you said you got this tattoo from Kelly, right? I did. She said it was a way for me to gain entry back to Telskyra. It's made from some stuff in Kali's ichor, so no one can replicate it. Don't really use it much. I really don't like that another goddess marked you. Artemis touches it gently. Is it because of Fafnir? The mark never really stood out, but now it's giving off a very weak and faint divinity. Cirrus did say it was made from her ichor, so it could be that. So, he said, looking at her. You and AI marked me plenty with those love bites. Well, we are your wives, so it's different. Besides, that's an AI thing. I don't leave love bites. I guess if it's not affecting Cirrus, it's not concerning. You sure about that? Cirrus points to a few hickeys on his chest. They're not bites now, are they? If you want, I can give you some love bites now. Artemis got closer to Cirrus. Maybe later tonight. Right now, I want to look through the book. Can you read it to me? She got on his lap, and she snuggles in. I am really spoiling you in AI. You know you like it. Yeah, I do. Volume 3 Quest 255 Unexpected Backup. 2 days later. Even if we take control of Knossos, it will need someone to occupy it, said Cirrus. Unfortunately, my familia is too small. Said Hermes. And both of yours are far too stretched thin to also handle the Knossos. They gathered at the guild to discuss how and what to do with the Knossos. It's unfortunate we can't destroy it. Said Finn. Having something like that around makes me feel uncomfortable. Say Cirrus, Hermes said, looking at him. I have an idea. Come here. He leaned in and one of Cirrus's brows rose. Are you sure? I mean, I know they need a place to call home, but, there. What is it that you two are talking about? Asked Loki. Cirrus, said Artemis. Lord Hermes, said Asphi. Ahem. I will need to talk to someone first. Cirrus said, getting up. I'll be back in a second. He left the room. Hermes, what did you suggest? Artemis said, looking at him. I merely suggested having them take over. After all, they need a home. Well, Artemis thought about it for a while. I am not against it. I'm going to go and get ready. Should he agree to meet me at the Colosseum? Artemis then took her to leave. What is going on? Shouted Loki. Just some stuff is all. If things go right, we will have even more allies to deal with Evilus and a group to take over the Knossos. Hermes said. Room of prayer. So Hermes wishes for the Xeno to take the Knossos as their home, said Aranos. Yes, I am not opposed to the idea, plus it would be a good way for the Xeno to take the first step toward their goal of living on the surface. Aiding the Artemis, Hermes and Loki familia, said Fels. It will show to them they do not mean harm to the surface. Very well. I leave them up to you, Cirrus. Thank you, Lord Aranos. Walking back up, Cirrus returned to the meeting room to find Artemis gone. Where did she go? She left to get him. She also said to meet at the Colosseum if he approved. Said Arfi. So did he? Asked Hermes. He did, Lady Loki. Finn, can you come with us? He said, leaving back out. He pressed his fingers to his earring. Art, it's a go. I'll meet you there. Got it. I shouldn't be too long. When they arrived at the Colosseum, they found Artemis with her horse and Cirrus right next to her with Ganesha with Shakti. So, what's the point of bringing us here? Loki said, a bit annoyed. We are here to show you who will take up the Knossos. Hermes said. Artemis if you would. Ready, she said, looking at Kalian. He nods, which both Finn and Loki found immediately concerning as Artemis undid his large necklace and it crashes onto the ground as did his anklets, revealing his true form. Bicorn, said Shakti. My name is Kalian, one of the Xeno and Lady Artemis's steed. He bows his head gently as he lowers himself for Artemis to get off. Ooh. Your speech and appearance seem far better than the Xeno I met with, said Ganesha. I thank you for your compliments, Lord Ganesha. I can see why many find it easy to be enamored by you. Thank you, he said, posing. I am Ganesha. And why many could find you odd. So, a Xeno. Said Finn, looking at Kalian with some concern and wonder. What exactly are you? He said as his thumb slightly twitches. Loki examined Kalian. As the name implies, we are a new form of life birthed by the dungeon. Except we were born with our egos separate from the dungeons. So, you're an intelligent Monday. No, Kalian interrupted Loki. Calling us monsters would be the same as calling all gods selfish and arrogant. Do you call any other species under the term demi-human category a monster? Do they not possess animal ears and tails? Would a harpy not be able to pass for a demi-human? They possess human proportions, as well as the lamia and arachne. He has a point there, Loki said, a bit surprised. So the Xeno? Finn asked. Do they feed like the monsters of the dungeon or? We can eat anything preferred that our biology allows it. We can eat magic stones to strengthen ourselves and no need to entertain the thoughts of cannibalism should a monster meet any of the Xeno they would attack with no hesitation, so it's a kill or be killed rule much like your adventurers. I see, do your kind have any goals? Kalian looked up at the sky. We have but one and that is to reach and live upon the surface, to feel the warm sun upon our skins and feel the nice cool air, to no longer live in constant fear and see all the surface's wonders. He turned his gaze back to Finn and Loki. For that very purpose braver, Findium, should the Xeno enter this plan, both of us will benefit from it. Finn looks at him with less caution and more curiosity. Oh? How so? In our participation in the raid, we will be gifted the Gnosis as our permanent home, and in the process of helping you all it will be the first step of many to one day live on the surface, in that you would get rid of the faction known as Evil Us. And how do we know your kind won't attack the surface? I doubt you or even your kind never met another adventurer. Because braver. Kalian walked up to him and looked him in the eyes. Much like your kind, my people are near extinction. When I was last with them, there was 35 Xeno, counting me. Such a shockingly low number. It was low enough that even Finn felt an immense amount of familiarity and closeness to this bicorn whose race was on the brink of extinction even more severely than his own people. And how long ago was this? Loki asked. That was now. By now it would have been 7 or so years now since I last met them and was sold. Sold. Shakti said. Yes, I and another who was captured with me perished. I was lucky to have been saved by Lord Cirrus. How many of you are there now? Finn asked. From the last update I received, it was about 41 now. 6 new Xeno in 7 years. That's unbelievably harsh, thought Loki. And that is why braver, we will fight for a place to call home. I hope you can help the rest of my kind who are down in the dungeon. As you know all too well what it is like trying to save one's race. Loki looked at Finn and she could see his thumb stop shaking and a smile appeared on his face. It was as if Finn had found a long-lost family member. Then it seems we ride on the same boat then, Kalian, was it? Yes. He said nodding his head. I will meet with the rest of your people and try to get their help. Thank you. Oh, and you need not hesitate to kill monsters on your way to them, as I said before monsters will attack us as well, but it would be a good idea to gift them the magic stones you gain through your descent. I will also go as well, said Cirrus. I still need to meet with them myself. Oh, you still haven't met with them, said Loki. I've been busy with a lot of stuff. Oh, there are a few people who are in good ties with them. Who? Asked Finn. Well, their familia is small, but they have been making a name for themselves recently. Fuyu said Loki. Volume 3 Quest 256 Alliance. Down on the 18th floor. I didn't think we would see Ween so soon. Said Haruheim. Yes, but we will be helping the Loki familia, said Lily. Are you still nervous with Finn? Asked Welf. Slightly, but Cirrus will be there, so I'm sure nothing bad will happen. After a bit, some of the core members of the Loki familia came along with Cirrus and AI. Yo. Been waiting long, said Cirrus. Not at all. Belle said, coming up to him. So are you going to be our guide, Argonaut? Said Diona. Why yes. Should we get going? Lead the way. Said Finn. Right. They followed the route Belle, and his familia first took to take Ween back but with considerably more ease. Dun, dun, da-da-dun. Cirrus was whistling a tune. Dun, dun, da-da-dun, hummed Lily. Dun, dun, da-da-dun, hummed Lafia. It was a rather infectious, simple tune that everyone begun to hum. 20th floor. We are here, Belle said. Seems rather ordinary, said Lafia. No, I can smell monsters nearby. Said Beta, looking around. Then we should be close, said AI. And the scent is, she sniffed around and found the source. Here, she picked up a stone and moved it to find an entrance. The scent just got way stronger. Beta said. Belle then entered first along with his familia, followed by the others. Beliki. A voice filled with caution rang in the dark space as several monsters' killing intent was aimed at Cirrus and the others. Ah. Lyd. It's fine. They are nice people. Belle said. Is the one named Cirrus with them? Said a female voice. I'm here, Cirrus said, stepping up. You. The voice dropped before him, and she looked at him. Oh? What pretty blue eyes you have for a siren. She quickly jumped back. You can see us in this darkness, said another voice. Of course, once you reach level 7, our vision to see in the dark gets about as good as a normal Palam's. A smile appeared on Cirrus's face. So, do you mind if you turn on the lights? I can see my magic lamps everywhere. The lights turn on, showing several monsters around them with a siren before them. Many of the Loki familia tensed up a bit before another one jumped out. Belle, shouted Ween, appearing. Ween. Belle shouted as he caught her. The air seemed to have loosened up a bit. My apologies, said the siren. The Xeno hunters haven't been very active, but that does not mean we should lower our guard. It's understandable, said Finn, stepping up. Captain, said Dione. I'm fine, he said. I have met with Kalian, and he has informed me of your situation. I assume you have been informed of our proposal. We have, said a lizardman coming down. My name is Lyd. I am one of the 3 Xeno leaders. I am Findiamn, captain of the Loki familia. It is nice to meet one of such renown. They both give a small bow to one another. But on your question, we have considered it and decided to take you up on it. See, Captain, are you sure? Said Lefia, shocked. They are. I am. They share a similar goal to mine, as we need someone to take over the Gnosis. Yes, little lady elf, said the siren. Our goal is to live in peace someday with everyone on the surface. This is but a step to that goal. But why do you want to be on the surface? Wouldn't you still be hunted? A rather shallow observation, said Riveria, a bit on edge with the circumstance, but she still composed herself. I can assume you dislike the dungeon, correct? Yes, we are like baby sea turtles desperately trying to reach the sea before we are picked by seagulls. Even then, in the sea, there are still predators. Cirrus, are you really fine with them joining? They are, asked Ace with hesitations in her voice and a very dark look in her eyes. I am. I have no qualms with getting their help, Cirrus said without a second thought. But, they are, a struggling expression could be seen on her and Beta's faces. What? Monsters, the room went silent as their faces stiffened. Ace, in my eyes, I can see humanity as equally as monstrous than them. What? She said, confused and shocked. What the hell are you talking about? Monsters go out and kill, shouted Beta. Go out and kill? We willingly walk into their home, their territory. If some guy with a sword walked through your home, would you not try to fight or even kill them to defend your home? Cirrus said calmly. Well. Yes, but even then, monsters do not attack for the sake of killing. That is something only sapient species do. And also dogs. I mean, hey, you have seen how far people will go. Beta, you were around during the Great Feud, right? Yet. Then you have seen what they did. The pain and suffering they committed to their own people just for shits and giggles. Yet. Then give them a chance. I know you don't like to pick on the weak, so what do you say? Fine, he said, loosing up a bit. Wonderful, said Lyd. We got alcohol here if you want some. Beta walked over to Lyd as he hands him a mug of alcohol. It's not cheap, right? Course not. Or maybe. We do not have a way to compare what is cheap or not. Beta then drinks the mug down. That's a damn shame. I need to give you a taste of the real good stuff. While Beta drank more with them, Cirrus took Ace to the side. And you, Ace? I know you have a particularity towards dragons. I don't think I can do it. Her expression was bordering on a person reaching their breaking point. Her world was now flipped on its head with the Xeno. Stay here a second. Ace watched as she saw him leave and bring back Belle. Belle, why don't you talk to her? Cirrus then leaned into his ear. This is your first step. He then looked back at Ace. If you have questions, you can ask him. He pats Belle's shoulder. See. He took his leave, and Ace looked at Belle. Hello Miss Ace. Belle said, a bit nervously. They came face to face with one another. So are you still on? Why are you defending a monster? Ace said bluntly. Because I want to be as embarrassing as it sounds, a hero. Ace looked at his ruby eyes and he was sincere. A hero. Ace felt a bit torn by this. Envious. Yes. Like those told in stories and fairy tales. I want to be a hero. Belle made a small smile, a smile that warmed her heart. It quelled the black fire that was in Ace at least a bit. Envy still gnawed at her. But, why? Why a monster and not she? Stopped herself. She stopped herself from speaking her deepest desire. Because they need help. Their situation is far worse than even the Pelhams. And because helping them is the right thing to do. But are you not afraid of facing me? Oh, or even Cirrus? Well. I already confronted Cirrus. You have. Yet, he really beat me up. Belle rubbed his stomach, a memory of their fight. I was terrified facing him, but I gained the resolve to stand by the Xeno. What about you? Ace's expression darkened again. She remembered the black dragon. It plagued her deeply. I don't think I can trust them. She looked down, holding her hands to stop them from shaking. She didn't wish to see his face at her rejection. Well, that's fine. You just need to trust me. Ace slowly looked up to see Belle's eyes filled with resolve and confidence. They are so pure. Innocent. Ace loved his eyes, his expression. If you can't trust them, that is fine, Miss Ace. You just need to trust me and Cirrus. Will that be enough? Ace felt fine with that. Even if she didn't fully trust them, she can at least trust Belle and Cirrus. Yes. I think I can trust you. Belle. His face lit up so innocently, it warmed her heart again as flashes of her childhood came rushing back in. Thump thump. 2 days later. So we will start in 2 days, said Lefia. I understand. I will be ready by then. Said Philvis. She watched as Lefia leaves and goes back into her familiar home. Philvis walks down the halls of her home and goes down a set of stairs. The smell of wine hit her nose. Lord Dionysus, they will raid the Knossos in 2 days. Philvis, where is the wine? He said drunkenly. Volume 3 Quest 256.5 finally found. Everyone had a nice time with the Xeno when Lyd took Cirrus to the side. So we are actually a guy short. What do you mean, a guy short? I mean, there is another Xeno, but he's down in the dungeon, getting stronger. He's based on you about a level or 2 shy of you. His temperament? He's a battle junkie, a rather complete opposite compared to us all as we try to stay out of combat as much as we can, but he simply just seeks it out. But I must add, should we be in danger, he will come to our aid, so he isn't that bad of a guy. Just a little too battle-driven, then. Exactly. Say, Ray said, coming up to Cirrus. I heard you are rather well versed in music. I am. Want me to sing a song or something? No, I was wondering if you happen to know a song sung by an adventure that goes like this. Ahem. I sighed that I lost something precious. I know that there may never be an end to the price that we pay for our dreams. Many stopped what they were doing to listen to her sing, but Cirrus quickly remembered it and he sang along. It can never be repaid. To carry on is to carry a burden. Even if it's too much to bear, I won't turn back. In the white light, we're praying for the lost. For our grief, for our pain. To the white light, we're praying for the lost. So we try to find solace, empty hands together. In the white light, we're going down this road. For our hope, for our fate. To the white light, we're going down this road. My journey has to go on, with you. In the white light, we're praying for the lost. To the white light, we're praying for the lost. I'll take all of your wishes and your dreams. In your place, in memory. Give me all of your wishes and your dreams. I'll take all that you left and realize it for you. In the white light, we're going down this road. For our hope, for our fate. To the white light, we're going down this road. My journey has to go on, with you. We will remember the days. I never thought I would meet the one who left me with. He made a sweet smile as he reached into his shirt and pulled out from his shadow a golden feather with a blue tip. This pretty feather. Her face instantly blushed, using her wings to cover her face. Ha, said Lyd. I don't remember Fels mentioning you were so good with women. Ha 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 Gyawa. Ray kicked him as hard as she could, sending him flying into the wall. Cirrus. A chill ran down Cirrus's back as he could see AI glaring at him intensely. Why yes, he said, putting back on a smiling face. That is my name. Why are flirting with another girl in front of me? Nonsense, he said, offended. I was merely happy to have met the one I sang to back when I was 8 years old. Why you were 8? Ray said, shocked. Why were you on the 26th floor? I was going to fight and kill the Amphisbena. Cirrus, AI said again. You need to stop being so blunt. What the fuck do you mean? You're blunt. I remember a guy confessed to you in Yamato and you straight up called him ugly and smelly. He needed to know. Someone had to tell him for his own good. Now he takes showers and works out. He like a solid 7 or 8 with good clothes. Oh, here we go again. As they see them having a little argument, Belle and the others in the Hestia Familia think to themselves. Hey. So Cirrus was the one she calls her love, hey. Volume 3 Quest 256.6 The last stars shine once more. The day before the raid. The back of Mia's pub at night. Ryu, do you still have that orb? Asked Cirrus. I do. I kept it safe. Cirrus, is it time? Her tone grew darker. It is. We're going to finish the job. Cirrus then hands her a box with Astria's emblem on it. This is. It's gear, you will go with the vanguard, making your way through it all. And you, she said, taking the box. I'll be going with you unless you wish to go with Belle's group. He is coming as well. He is. He's helping a certain group with clearing the Gnosis and they feel better with him there. Then I shall go with them. I don't want Seer to be saddened if anything happens to him. Well maybe you can help her get a date with him for the goddess festival in what? A week or so. Ryu nods. I take it this is a way to repay me. Yup. Besides, she seems to have an interest in him from the times I come by, just so you know if he doesn't wish to pursue her romantically, you shouldn't force them. That is the purpose of a date. I didn't consider his feelings, she muttered. Very well. If he doesn't wish to purpose to a lovely girl like Seer, then it is his choice. Then I'll see you tomorrow. Go to Belle's Familia home early in the morning. All right. It's going to be a long day. Ryu nods. Very well. Let us finally get rid of this stain from the city. Overhearing them, Freya smiles. Fufu seems I need to plan a date. Seer walked away with a pep to her step and a sway to her hips, grinning. Volume 3 Quest 257 Gnosis, Part 1 The Raid. Day of the raid. So, is everything set? Asked Finn. Yup, I have them go in after 10 minutes at that time. We need to get their attention. Said Cirrus. And, Philvis? Asked Riveria. I'm sure she told her god so we all must be ready for anything. This will be a long day. This feels like that day, doesn't it? Said Gareth. A bit. He looks at his hands to find them slightly shaking. I wonder if this is fear or anticipation. He clenched his fists. Well, he looks to the doorway to the Gnosis. We are walking into an unknown hell. I will go to my position. Said Gareth. But where are our special friends? They are at the now reopened entrances in the entertainment district along with the Hestia Familia. Then let's get going. Said Riveria. With two main groups and a decisive strike coming in later. The battle plan in this, there are two main groups and one comes in later to strike from the back, with Cirrus and Finn being the first with Lefia, Philvis, Dione, and many others. The second group is Gareth, Riveria, Ace, Beta, Diona with many more. The third group is the Hestia and Hermes Familia with the Zeno brought up by the Ganesha Familia. Third group. It should be starting now. Said Lily. Asvi enters the storehouse filled with everyone waiting. They shot the flare. We go in 10 minutes. Everyone checks your gear and weapons. Lion, do you have the key? Ryua walks up and holds it out. Very good. Were you told how to use it? Yes, I heard from AI and Cirrus how it works. Then you will lead the charge and we will follow. As they all get ready, Ryu turns to see AI conversing with Aisha. I didn't know you two were friends. We know each other for a long time, said Aisha. But I didn't think I would eventually join in crushing the remains of Evilus. And you, AI? How are you holding up? Ryu asked. AI looked Ryu in her eyes and Ryu found a strong and firm look in AI's eyes. They do hold any form of kindness. I'm good. Today we will finally get rid of the person who took Artie from us. A sharp and cold look grew on Ryuu's face to match AI's. Yes, today is the day. Well, I'll leave you to it. I'm going to protect Haruheim since you two don't need much backup, said Aisha, walking away. First group. With the operation beginning, they quickly moved to clear and mark the paths as well as destroy any visual magic tools they find. Another gate, shouted Dione. On it. Cirrus punched the wall. Damocles. Damocles, sing. He used the metal in the walls to create a sturdy pillar, so the gate won't close. I'm sure that'll get their attention. Said Finn. Good, that's what we want. Second group. Crash. There's sure a lot of these monitors, said Diona as she smashes some Oculus. Would be easier if Lefia were here to break them. Unfortunately, she's with Group 1. Said Gareth. Riveria, is there a reason our groups are disproportioned? Asked Ace. That's for a reason that is yet to be revealed, and hopefully it won't need to. Nasa space. They're coming as you said, Ein. Said Valletta. Oi. Spirits get ready to move. Revis send out the Velas. It's time to paint the walls red. Dicks. It's time to pay back those cocksuckers tenfold. Standing with a smile, one could compare them to a drug addict. His general appearance was completely different. If anything, he looked like his half-brother Barca, if a bit more deranged. Yes, after so long, a twisted smile grows on his face as he gets up. I'll fucking kill them. And I'll make it slow and painful. Seems the Xeno sure gave him trouble with none of them being caught. Thought Valletta. He's looking like Thanatos children with those crazy eyes. A grin appeared on her face. Kukukuk, this will be fun. Deeper in the Gnosis, a door opens. It is time, said Revis, getting up with a sinister weapon in hand. Yes, Lord Enyo has given me these to you all, Ayn said, handing them potions. What are these? Said Thetis. These are special potions meant to give you an edge in combat. Ha, Thetis said, grabbing one. She popped it open to find a delicious smell to it. Ah, it smells wonderful, and then she drank it. Nice simply looked at it and tossed it to Thetis. I do not need it. I as well. Revis tosses it to Thetis as well. I guess a spirit king and you Revis don't need one when they are already powerful. Said Ayn, walking away. Where are you going? Asked Thetis. To cut ties with someone. When you do, tell Arbuda that Cirrus shouldn't be taken lightly. Said Nice. And so the longest day begins for the Loki, Artemis, Hermes, and Hestia Familia. Volume 3 Quest 258 Gnosis, Part 2 Unveil. Quickly rushing and making their way through the man-made dungeon, Cirrus was making as many ways of escaping as possible. Still nothing. Said Finn. They'll come. If they don't, then their dungeon to be even more beaten up. Cirrus says as is ripping the wall with his hand, touching the adamantite with his finger as he's running. How are you doing that? Said Dione. My hand is getting numb trying that. It's both practice and speed and here is the best way to try it out. They look up ahead to see several Evilus members with Violas. Then give me an example. Dione shouted. Glad you asked. Cirrus grabbed the wall and flung a piece in their direction. The piece strikes the inside of the Violas, and it dropped messing with the others. Wah! In their movement, Cirrus quickly grabbed one by the head and used them as a meat stick. Ray-ah! In what they could only describe as a bloody and brutal, systematic culling as Cirrus used their meat stick to full efficiency. Keep moving, he said as he tosses what remains of a battered skull. Reminds me of the time you came down to help us with the monster stampede. Said Finn. Were you this brutal? Said Dione, impressed by the sight. I herb. Sorry, this is really gruesome. Said Leffia, holding back from vomiting. How barbaric. Said Philvis. They are people as well. Say that again when they try to fucking blow you up with a hug, elf, Cirrus said with a bit of aggression, which she fully understood. Such brutality, but they are both right thought Leffia as she holds back her vomit. I can't show them mercy or else I will die and I can't let that happen. As they rushed forward, they could hear the sounds of the door slamming shut. They took it the bait, Finn said with a smile. Then get ready for combat. Cirrus draws his spear. They follow the path they laid out and they arrive at a surprisingly large room with Arbuda and the cloaked figure with a pink and purple mask. So you have come I see. Said Arbuda. Your last attack drained me considerably of magic, but now I regained my strength by continuously hunting for magic stones. The room began to freeze. Shame I wanted to turn you into fucking gas, but I guess a puddle of water will do. Cirrus stepped forward, twirling his spear. And your little rat is here? Did Revis bite the dust? I am here to face you. A masked female, her voice is modified but, guess I take a page out of Freya's book. Is that so? Then let me bring in, Circe, to deal with you. From behind him, his magic circle appeared, and out came Circe. Circe, can you use your magic to look at her soul? Cirrus under his breath. I can, a myriad vapors obscure the light. Atelio_TOS voyage. Her eyes shined like the sun being swallowed by the horizon. Why are you gazing at my soul, Circe? Said Arbuda. Circe transformed back into her human form and glanced at the first group. I see. A strong gaze fell on Philvis and then back to the masked person. You and Philvis are one and the same. Everyone flinched a bit. What are you talking about? Shouted Philvis. We are on the same magic, Circe said. You somehow have a magic that let you duplicate yourself, your soul is cut in half, one of light and the other, she looks at the masked figure. Of the dark, both broken, with cracks littered about. Finn, it seems our plan must be executed, Cirrus said. Understood. I'll leave you to the retrieval, Finn said, walking to the other opening. Leffia, you can stay or not. It's your choice. So that was your goal. Arbuda made a grin. Well, what do you say, elf? She looked at Ayn. The jig is up. Philvis, said Leffia, reaching for her. It's not true is smack. Philvis struck her hand away. I am sorry Leffia, but I will follow my god's will. Philvis walked towards Ayn, walking past Cirrus and Circe. Leffia steal your heart or leave, Cirrus said as he gets into his stance looking at Arbuda. Circe could see the utter pain on her face, the sense of betrayal leading to her heart breaking as she has lost a person she called a friend. No. You're lying, shouted Leffia from the depths of her heart. You have to be Philvis, tears streamed down her face like a river. She said nothing as she stood before Ein and she removed her mask to show skin as pale as a dead body, eyes dulled and black. At the end of illusion, the spirit returns, forming an unbreakable bond, Ein's L. A dark light covers them and when it fades away, Phylvis was whole once more. Her hair grew to the floor and her eyes were now dark blue with dark lines around her eyes like that of a predator in the savannah. Pale root-like veins covered her body and even her face and her skin turned a bluish-white as though she had hyperthermia. Leffy Ya crumpled even more at her sight. She felt as though her world was ending here and now. Good, it seems we got your god in our hands now, Cirrus said with a smile. He is in one of Demeter's homes outside Orario. We know. Did you think we wouldn't find it strange that Dionysus sent none of his children beside you? Or why he diverted Loki's attention away from the possibility of the guild having dealing with Evilus? And even, in turn, suspecting Hermes for his work? Also he can slow Loki and his familia's investigation. The look on her face was strained. When did you know? When Loki told me she didn't trust the guild and, by extension, Aranos. Now if you didn't know. A massive grin appeared on his face. I am one of his children and right now the remaining members of the Artemis and Loki familia, along with the Ganesha familia, have him in custody. Leffy Ya and Phylvis shook from his words. I have known Hermes and Aranos for a long time to think they were untrustworthy as to work with Evilus was a very, very stupid choice since I know full well who they are. To think we messed up from an unthinkable possibility of you actually being his child. Phylvis drew her wand and short sword. I should thank you for making my weapon, Circe. Too bad it's nothing as close as Cirrus has. Circe turns back into her bird form. Leffy Ya, you must make a choice. You can either die here or I will fight. She said, getting up. But I won't kill her. I need to know why. She said with a stern face. Then get ready. He holds out his hand to her. Exosia, Adorn, Serenian. His armor covers her as she looks at Phylvis with a stern look. Yes. Back on the surface around the time, Cirrus was talking with Phylvis. Seems Phylvis was the proof we needed. Said Nox, sitting down while looking at Dionysus with Loki, Artemis, Hermes and Ganesha around him with Demeter. How did you know? Dionysus said, looking down, ashamed. You got involved, Dionysus. Said Artemis. And you made an accusation of saying Aranos had a hand in it. Too many gods it would be enough to suspect him, but you didn't have one crucial piece of information. And that is the sword of Aranos, Hermes said, glaring at him. The only child he had in the last millennium who worked with him, Cirrus Zephyr. Dionysus froze up a bit. He. I thought that was mere rumor. Unlucky for you, it was true, and that sword in question made me realize you were playing me like a damn fiddle, Loki said. Dionysus, said Demeter, saddened. So Dionysus, you will tell us everything you have been up to, and from there we will question your sole child, Ganesha said. It's surprising to find that you had all your children converted to Peenia. To think you even used her. Said Artemis. It was good we kept an eye on you and all your familia. You should have really changed the scent of your wine, I could quickly track its origin from your home. Nox said. Fine, he said, still looking down. I'll explain just please, don't hurt Phylvis. Well, it seems she's going to fight Cirrus and her elf friend Leffy Ya, do you have any words to stop her? I told her to fight until you no longer can, he said with a pained expression. Cirrus seems you need to bring her in alive. Volume 3 Quest 259 Gnosis, Part 3 Bait. Running through the Gnosis, they heard the sounds of battle. Seems they began. Said Gareth. Then we have to jump back. They quickly jumped back as a massive pillar of water passes through the corridor. Damn. And here I thought I managed to get some of you. They look around the corner to see Thetis. It's her again. Said Riveria. Is that you, High Elf? Tell me, is Nox with you? I don't feel her existence nearby. Riveria turned to the rest of her familia. It's a demi-spirit. She can use water magic. Beta, Ace, I need you two to quickly pin her down, Diona. You are with Gareth. Everyone else. Keep your guard up. Now go. Right. Ace and Beta quickly rushed out from the corner. Damn it. Arya and that damn wolf, she quickly jumped back and moved through the water. Tempest. All the water began to be pushed back till it even sent Thetis into a large room. Arg. Damn it. Revis, I brought them, she got up and next to her. Good. She readied her sinister weapon. When Beta and Ace arrive, they found them standing. Riveria and the rest came in. Arya, it's good to see you again. Revis. Her eyes trained on her. Guess I'll take the slippery one then. Beta said. You won't be so lucky, Wolf. Without Nox, You lot are around my strength when I was born, Thetis said. And I don't see that human either. Revis grips her sword tightly. Riveria, said Ace. Harbinger of the end, the white snow. Blow with the wind before the twilight. Closing light, the freezing land. Blizzard, the 3 severe winters, my name is Elf. Wind Fimbulvator. A thick wall of ice covers the exits. And you longer have a exist. Beta said. That's fine. One-eyed human. Open up the doors. Let our plants fight them, shouted Thetis. They waited a few seconds, but nothing. Well, why do you look at that, said Gareth with a grin. It's been 12 minutes since the battle started. I'm sure they're already making progress. Both Revis and Thetis squint their eyes in anger. We should have listened to Nys and just leave. Revis said. Instantly, Riveria and Gareth froze. And Nys, they thought. But if it isn't, how are they going to react? Thought Riveria. Ace, we need to finish this quickly, we will back you and Beta up. Then come. Said Thetis as a magic circle appeared before her. Let's see you try not to drown. Third group, 2 minutes ago. It's time. Said Asfi. Let's move. Everyone got up and quickly went down the Knossos. Lion, shouted Asfi. On it. Ryuhu took the lead and held up the key. Open. The walls in front of them opened wide open and the third group dove in. They go further and further into the Knossos extraordinarily quickly. Odd, said Barca. Who is moving through? His eye widened as far as they could. Valletta. Barca shouted. They have a key. They're coming straight here. Ha? How? We never gave Ishtar a key. Valletta shouted. Then it seems we let one slip through our fingers. Said Thanatos. Nys, can you deal with them? Nys got up from her chair of earth and looked dissatisfied. Very well. If my fellow kin are fighting, then I shall as well. Even if I suggested we leave, Thetis, why do you want to fight? Hold up, I'm coming too. I wanna kill that bitch that took my arm and leg. Valletta said following Nys. Back to group 2. Whoosh. Whoosh. Ace attacks Revis with unrelenting speed and force. Clang. 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 You have gotten stronger, Arya, Revis said as she blocks each attack. You as well, but I have faced faster people than you. Ace speed up her attacks and started to cut Revis. You're fast wolf, shouted Thetis. And you're a damn coward. Riveria. Wind Fimbulvator. They were trying to corner Thetis, but she was as slippery as she was beautiful. Down on in the depth of the Knossos. A fateful meeting eventually happened. They are coming, Nys said as turns to the sudden opening of a door. Old and long bygone bonds. We'll come together in such cruel ways. Hello, you fox-ear cunt, she shouted with visceral rage. AI looks at Valletta the same way she looked at her. Utter disgust and fury. Oh look. A shit stain. AI gets into her drawing stance. I'll cut it out, of the floor. Walking out beside Valletta was Nys. So the elf blessed by the wind in my dreams has come, Nys said as the slightest of smiles appeared on her face. Your name is Ryu Lion, correct? And Nys. Ryuu's heart cracks. The black embers flicker. Volume 3 Quest 260 Knossos, Part 4 Sadistic. As the more veteran people of the group stood still in sheer shock. And no, Ryuu's face turns to horror. Nys, shouted Asfi. Ha 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 ha. What beautiful faces of disbelief. Valletta shouted with enthusiasm. I should clarify that the Nys you know is dead, Nys said calmly, ignoring Valletta. I merely took the name, as that was what this body is called when it was alive. I am merely a spirit king of the earth that her will found Nys strong enough to be endowed with me. Asfi and Bell could see the sheer twisting of emotions on Ryuu's face as she was breaking. So you took her body, shouted Asfi with tears in her eyes. You damn monster. Do you not even care for the dead? I can see her dagger on you. It was buried by my close friend here. Asfi placed her hand on Ryuu's shoulder. So they did belong to this body. Nys looked at the weapons with a disgruntled face but shook it off. She couldn't take back what she did. I am sorry for taking them, but sadly I must use them for her dream. What are you talking about? Shouted AI. That's none of your concern. You may leave so. Give, Ryuu said under her breath. Ryuu muttered. Give her back. I'm sorry but... I said give her back. Ryuu drew her weapon and charged at Nys with rivers of tears coming down her grief-stricken face. Damn it! Valletta shouted. The spider sets her trap. Valletta begins her chant. Ryuu, shouted Bell. Asfi and AI quickly followed her as she jumped up, and Nys blocked it with her dagger. Clang. I did not want this, Nys said, exerting no effort. It was. Shut up. Stop using her voice. How dare you desecrate the grave of my sisters? In the sky of a now distant forest. Infinite stars scattered in the endless night sky. Respond to my foolish voice, give me now divine protection of star fire. Give the mercy of light to the one that abandoned you. Come, wandering wind, the wandering traveler. Cross the sky and run through the wilderness, run faster than anything else. Imbue the light of stardust and destroy the enemy. Luminous wind, she chanted it at such a speed it surprised Ai and Asfi. As wind and light destroyed the area, Ai went through it and drew her blade, only to be blocked by a wall of earth. Clang! I am the spirit king of earth, I am not like Thetis or Revis. Ni's eyes narrowed. My foes do not see the itsy bitsy spider. Shut the fuck up. Ai shouted, quickly covering the ground between her and Valletta. Come down the water sprout, drown. Valletta swings her new arm, but Ai was not fucking around. Swish. 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 Spurt. Ai sliced through her arm and sliced off her leg again, along with an ear. Gay. Boom. Ignis Fatus. She couldn't control the magic as Ai cut her down. Thud. She falls to the ground before she could even help or attack. Ai swings the blood off her katana and sheathes it. Ai looks at Nis who focused on Ryuu, who was attacking her. Monster. Ryuu howled as she came in for a wide swing. Crack. The wall of earth she had made cracked. Nis jumped back but was struck in the face by a blunt object, causing her to get back into Asfi's explosion from her right side. Boom. Grr. Annoying human. Bell Cranel, shouted Asfi. Take this and keep moving. We will handle her, she tosses him the key. Bell. Ai shouted as she takes out a special magic tool in the shape of a nail, Cirrus made in Yamato for spies. Keep moving forward. Cut down any who stand in your way. She then, without hesitation, impaled it between the discs of Valletta's spine. Valletta woke up from the pain before being splashed with a high potion, healing her injuries. All right. Let's keep moving. Bell said, a bit scared of what Ai did. Bell moved with the Hermes Familia, and Zeno passed them, but he could feel his heartache as he could see the rage in Ryuu's eyes. Ryuu. Bell shouted. Don't do anything reckless. Seer will be sad if anything happens to you. Ryuu freezes for a second, and she clenches hard on her weapon. Thank you Cranel for the needed advice, her eyes were still angry, but they at least had some clarity. Out of the way, Ai said as she grabbed Valletta by her hair. Why can't I move? Valletta shouted. Quiet. Before I cut off your tongue. Ai didn't even look at her as she tossed her far into the corridor they came through. A gift to Ganesha and Shakti. Ai thought before focusing back on Nis. Bell and the others ran as quickly as they could. The sounds of battle echoed loudly through the halls. Keep moving Bell. Said Lily. That is a business they need to settle. You're right. Don't worry. Said Kalian. They are skilled adventurers. Worrying about them is pointless when you are in a situation as dangerous as. Kalian quickly rushed forward. I know this scent. It's the poachers. Immediately, all the Xeno picked up the pace, as did Bell. Running through the corridor, they made it to another open room where several people with angry expressions. So, you came to us, you monsters. Said a man with goggles, and a very disturbing look at him with a sinister-looking spear. Poacher. Said Kalian. You. I remember catching you and selling you off. He walked a bit forward. You survived? Well, I can always sell you off again. You won't have the chance, you Philistine piece of shit. I've waited a long time for this, Zeno. Kalian shouted. They all get ready in a stance. Bell, we have to keep going. Said Lily. Will you guys be alright? Bell asked Lyd and Ray. We will be fine. Kalian is here, and we all eat enough to reach around level 6. So go on ahead, Belky. Lyd said. Yes, and this is personal for us as well, Ray said. Grow seems we will finally satiate that deep-seated hatred now. Yet and at the right people, get moving, Rabbit. You don't want to see this. Grow took a step ahead of Lyd and Ray, standing next to Kalian. Get going Grow is being nice for a change, Ray said as her eyes get trained on the poachers. Sir Cirrus gave us magic tools to protect ourselves. Kalian said. So do not worry about us. The Hestia and Hermes Familia continued onwards, and these were the tensest minutes of his life as they ran down stairs after stairs as the Gnosis shook from the attacks, but they eventually made it to the center of the Gnosis. A door opened to show a white-haired, sick-looking man over an orb with fleshy vines all around. You. It seems they dwindled our numbers considerably. He glanced at them. You must be the master of this dungeon, right? Said Welf. I am. My name is Barca Perdix. Perdix? Then you're Dix's brother? No, father, said Falgar. Rude, we are half-siblings, but that's beside the point. I must commend you for making it this far, using the Artemis and Loki familia's strongest as bait. Evilus certainly has been packed tightly. He walked towards them. And, are you not mad it's crumbling? Lily asked. No, I don't really care. I simply cared to further grow this curse my ancestor gave his descendants to continuously build this prison. Cursed. Yes, a curse in my and Dix's veins. I'm sure you saw how erratic he looks. Well, it's due to him fighting and indulging that curse that he is the way he is. Using the Xeno to satisfy that urge, but with that damn uncrowned and sword princess destroyed a majority of the Gnosis and trapped us here, we had to find another way. Another exists. Said Falgar. Yes, and from what I have seen, we will soon be defeated. Then will you come with us without a fight or? I choose death, War Tiger. If I had to leave the Gnosis, I would surely go mad and bash my skull and so. He takes out a sinister-looking knife and holds it to his throat. I will finally be free from this cursed masterpiece, actually no. I wished you lot would just die so I can keep working on it. He then pushed the knife in, and blood spurted. No, we need him, shouted Falgar. Quick, heal him. We need answers. The Hermes and Hestia Familia quickly rushed to him and treated the wound with a potion but... It's not working, shouted Lulun. Damn, it's a curse, said Aisha as she grabs the knife. They couldn't help but watch as Barca's life slowly fades. Ah, this is death. I feel satisfied, my mind is, clear. Back to Cirrus and Lefia. Huff, huff. Lefia was barely standing as she was narrowly avoiding Phoebus and Arbuda's attacks. How good are you on magic? Cirrus said, covering her. I'm good, she chugs down a high magic potion and tosses it to the ground. Good, because it's been 19 minutes since the third group left, so if we're lucky, they should. Suddenly, every door opened up and closed 3 times. Taken over the Gnosis. Back to the fight with Thetis. Seems the third group made it, said Gareth. Now how are you going to escape you shitty puddle, shouted Beta. Tisk. We should have ignored your words, Thetis. Said Revis, angry at her. Well, I only did it so I can see the face of a certain someone twisted up in a bunch. And since this place isn't shaking, it seems Cirrus hasn't met with his former familia. Former familia, a thought that was shared. What do you mean? Ace said, looking at her. Oh, it's nothing much. Her face twisted in a disgusting, perverted way. I simply made Knees fight. Knees. That name lingered in the minds of veteran adventurers, but Riveria and Gareth froze still from it. What the hell did you do? Shouted Gareth. Nothing at all. It was all her doing. I merely set Knees on her path to reuniting with some old friend is all. It was hard to really believe when her face was twisted up in a cruel smile. Gareth, wasn't the Gale in the third group as well? Riveria mentions it and a chill runs through their backs with a thought that came to their minds. We can't let Cirrus meet her. Ace. Beta, we need to stop Cirrus from meeting Knees, shouted Riveria. She's his former familia member of the Astria Familia. They were shocked to hear that, but they understood the situation at hand. Got it. Get going. She should be on the 16th or maybe the 17th floor. Thetis said. Good luck trying to get there. Old man of the sea, place your water onto me. Laconia sticks. Awaken, Tempest. The water parted ways much like Nox if rough around the edges. Get going. Ace shouted. They nod as most of the group went with them. TCH. Whatever. Revis. We have to fall back on our plan. Before she knew it, Revis had grabbed and thrown Thetis to them. You will hold them off. Since this was your idea. Revis shouted as she took out a key and jumped down a hole. You. Damn it. Fine. I'll take you all on. Thetis's face scrunched up in a fury and focused on what was in front of her. Then get ready to eat shit. Beta took out the magic tool. Ace. Follow that red-headed bitch. On it, she quickly rushed to the hole Revis took but Thetis appeared. As I said I'll. Bam. Crash. Thetis jumped back as Beta landed in front of her. And I fucking said get ready to eat shit. Beta said in his beastification and the tool fairly tight around his neck. His hair was standing up and his eyes gained a beast-like quality to them as he emanated even more bloodlust. Volume 3 Quest 261 Gnosis, Part 5 Nowhere Left. Back with the Xeno. Huff, huff. Cough. Cough. You certainly are a damn monster. Said Dix as he lies on the floor bleeding out with several punctures and broken bones. I do not want to hear that from you, a man obsessed with violence. Kalian sharply turns his head to swing the blood off his horns. But at this moment, we were both monsters. He clopped next to him. Well, at least I don't have to follow his curse anymore. A big smile grew on his face. Come. Kill the one who took several of your people. My pleasure. A burst of fire spewed from his mouth, and when his mouth opened, a stream of fire incinerated Dix. Whoosh. Ah, peace. Kalian watched as he slowly turned to ash. He felt a bit of him feel better, but there was still more work to be done. Kalian, we should get going, said Ray. Yes, we must help. Everyone activate your magic tools. They all press a magic tool in the shape of a necklace, and a bright red scarf flowed out with the Artemis Familia emblem on it. It's a good thing we have these, said LYD. There sure are a lot of powerful people here. Especially Fel's son's wife, said Gro. I could feel my magic stone shake at the thought of fighting her. Let's get moving. Lady AI isn't one to lose without a fight, said Kalian. Back to AI, Asfi, and Ryuu's fight. Boom. 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 It was like a modern-day battlefield with explosions everywhere. This is insane, thought Asfi as her brain is working overtime surviving this battlefield. Watch out. AI jumped in and got Asfi out of the way as spikes of the earth grew from the floor. Keep your head straight, Asfi. This isn't the time to lose yourself in thoughts. Sorry, she took out some more grenades and threw them along with some needles, causing the grenades to change directions. Boom. 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 Grr. Annoying tools. Nii said, blocking it with her earth. Asfi's explosions limited what Nii could make with her magic. Then give up the body, shouted Ryuu. Sorry, elf, but I can't. Terrain shift, and key dot. Clang. A spear of earth barely blocked Ryuu's strike. TCH. Nii's proved to be stronger than they thought. Terrain shift, and key dot. Nii's was launched by the earth as AI cut through the earth like butter and another wall of earth covers her. You fox, Nii said, landing back on the ground. Why are you holding back? AI remained silent as she quickly moved. Boom. 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 These explosions have gotten annoying. Terrain shift, and key dot. Several spikes emerged from the ground, making the room into a massive spike trap. Ryuu, AI, and Asfi easily evaded it by jumping up and jumping from spike to spike, while AI cut them to make flat surfaces. You say I'm going easy on you, but I can say the same for you. AI shouted as she went around making more flat surfaces. That is because there is the human who slew Xianlong. We had to give up on plans for unsealing monsters for how badly we underestimated Nox's power, but we won't have to know or fear it by sticking to the Gnosis and the dungeon. Nii said strained. How generous of you. If only you just give us the body. AI shouted as she came at her once more. Back to Lefia and Cirrus's fight. Phew, Cirrus let out a long breath. This has gone long enough, Lefia. Cirrus reaches into his sleeves and pulls out a pair of handcuffs with a magic stone embedded in them. Put these on Philvis. So you're finally going to show your fangs, Cirrus. Arbuda said as the cold then concentrated around her. No more playing around. I guess so. We already took control of the Gnosis, now we have to clean house, Circe. It's time. Circe flies over and lands on top of him. See Cirrus, are you going to do what you did last? Just watch and see, his magic circle appeared behind him. Exosia, adorn. Compared to Nox, Cirrus didn't have his veins light up on fire, but he felt better than normal, powerful, like something that was limiting was broken. This feeling. Ah, this is what you meant, Nox. True unity. Circe shouted in utter fulfillment as she turns into smoke and changes Cirrus's white and gold magic circle into that of the falling sun over the horizon. Sin of Sano, Circe. A beautiful plume of dusk-like smoke covers Cirrus. Tap. Tap. Cirrus walks out of the smoke dressed in very stark contrast to Nox's, as hers was deprived of any color and was like a bright star in the empty darkness. Circe was one of her own color, one of radiance and beauty of the sun returning over the horizon. With each step, the smoke dissipates to this knight in light armor. He had a twin-tailed cape in the pattern of feathers. His hair was like the soft glow of Circe's, as were his eyes. Cirrus was dyed in her colors of twilight. Lefia, Arbuda, and Philvis look in awe at this living crystallization of the boundary of night and day. So this is what Wu said when she said you and Nox became one, Arbuda said with sweat for the first time on her brow. This is unnatural. Philvis thought as she put on a poker face. I can feel the magic in the air converge on him. He is impossible. It was the height of stupidity to think we can even try to kill him. Philvis started to really shake in fear. I call this spirit drive. Cirrus moved his hands and spear about. Seems her attributes are enough for me to handle. Damocles. His magic circle appeared with a twilight color to it. His spear then spun intensely. Seems my magic output has increased as well, Cirrus glanced at Arbuda. Well, it's unfortunate you had to crawl out of your hole, spirit, as a consolation prize. If you lay down your spear, I will send you right to heaven's front door. His personality shifted a bit, thought Luffy Ya. You sir, why you seem more, malicious or calculative? Luffy Ya spoke up a bit. Cirrus glanced at her, and a chill ran down her spine. Seems so I kinda feel like experimenting with her a bit more. Good eyes Luffy Ya, that is good to know. He grabs his spear, which was still spinning, and a strong gust of wind blows past them. So, what do you say? Die here or die under the sun? I will die with honor. Arbuda readies her spear, the cold then concentrates on her. So be it, Philvis. Should you run before I make my offer to you, I will cut off your tendons and impale you with my spear. Understand? Philvis nods her head. Good. Now come at me Arbuda, the great spirit of ice. Cirrus didn't even bother getting into a stance. His calm tone told enough. Frost of samsara, turn the earth back into laminating white Hahava. Narika. An ice-blue magic circle appeared under her and the skin and even the surrounding air dropped considerably. The paleness of her skin turned as blue as the waters of the Arctic as did the rest of her body. This is my strongest form now for the last piece. Her voice was as cold as her appearance and area. Frost of samsara, turn the earth back into laminating white Padma. Cirrus could feel a conflux of coldness radiating from her and her spear. Frost quickly covered her like blanket of snow. Such frost! Sword of Damocles. Soft-colored lighting danced around Speck, a rather jarring contrast of beauty and danger, but compared to the frigidness of the cold, it was more than welcomed. When I fall my fellow spirits will avenge me and fulfill her goal. Arbuda shouted. And I will be there to kick them down whatever horror lays in the depths of the dungeon. Well, you're not wrong. Narika. Arbuda tenses her body and with all of her strength launches her spear at Cirrus. The spear left a trail of white behind it as it cut through the air. Cirrus then twisted his body and threw his spear and the crack of thunder boomed both from the thunder and the force at which Cirrus threw. Crack! It wasn't even a clash, it was as if he just threw his spear at a half-melted block of ice, for that is how it looked when he struck Arbuda. Ah, Arbuda looks to see a chunk of her ripped out. My core. For monsters, they have a core, their magic stone. For beings like Olivus and Philvis who were creatures, they also have a magic stone, but for corrupted spirits like Revis, Thetis, Nes, and Arbuda their magic stone are more unique. The core was a roughly spherical shape with flat edges, like a gem fresh out from the mines. Arbuda, Philvis said as she saw her slowly wobble towards Cirrus. Us. Cirrus walks towards Arbuda with the bones in his hand popping. Ready to rip her core out. Be quiet. He said as he dug his fingers into her chest, grabbing her icy blue core. Arbuda releases a short cool breath. You are a magnificent hero. Rib. With a single movement, he ripped it out of her. She grasps Cirrus's clothes, and she softly whispers. I curse you. You will die, with only the cold to embrace you. Hero. Nice words. Arbuda smirks as her body breaks down. She releases her hold on Cirrus and, as she is going to shatter on the ground, she mutters with the very last of her strength. Spirit knees. Cirrus's widen. Shatter. The room goes dead quiet. A moment passed, and Cirrus needed solid proof. If Arbuda knew that name then it was mandatory he look into it. Philvis falls back in fear as she gazed at Cirrus's eyes. Cirrus took a deep breath as his eyes swirled with anger. Look at that. He said softly. Cirrus reeled it back as much as he could. Even with equipping Circe his anger still slipped through in his eyes. Luffy Ya couldn't hear the last whispers of the ice spirit, but as she said those words, she could feel the air around Cirrus grow unbearably thick, thick enough to taste. She looks to see Philvis shaking in utter fear. For the first time, she has seen such a look of terror. Luffy Ya could only assume it was the dark expression Cirrus was wearing. Philvis. His voice was heavy and cold. This was the most serious she had ever heard him speak. His voice sounded completely foreign as he was holding back an ocean's worth of emotions. Why yes. Philvis stammered out, clenching her fists to bear the tension. Is what she said true? He turned his head, and Luffy Ya could see the abyss in his eyes. It reminded her of the feeling she had when she fell down the holes of the 52nd floor and into the dragon's urn, terror. Philvis nods her head and falls to her knees to offer her head in forgiveness. Luffy Ya will bind you, escaping is no longer within your options. Your god has been captured and is currently in custody. Do you understand? She nods again. Then I will take my leave. He walks over Arbuda's body, he avoids crushing the ice, Cirrus at least gave her that small amount of respect. He disappears into the darkness of the Gnosis, leaving only a presence of fury behind to track him. Luffy Ya quickly rushed to Filvis as the tension slowly lifted. It let Luffy Ya rush to Filvis. Filvis. She comes to her side. Luffy Ya. I am sorry. I'm sorry I betrayed you, you have shown me kindness no one but Lord Dionysus had. Filvis, what did she say? Why could make him so serious? Luffy Ya wanted to know what in the world could have set Cirrus this far off when he brushed off Beta's taunts and Otter's attacks. Knees. And knees? Who is that? The look of horror in her eyes made it look as if her heart just dropped to the bottom of the cold sea. Knees was an adventurer, who died 5 years ago. She was part of the Astrea Familia, his familia. She, along with the rest of the Astrea Familia, aside from the Gale and Cirrus, are dead. Luffy Ya could feel her heart drop as well. She has heard from Finn and the other senior members of the Familia of the Gale's rampage and what caused it and how lucky they were when the Gale finished it before it could reach her last Familia's ears. She asked herself why? Shouldn't they know what happened those they fought and journeyed together? And now she knew the answer. She met and saw Cirrus. Masked Prince, Blood of the Empress, the man who pierced the moon, the Red Tower, the uncrowned Emperor. These were the names she heard when studied aboard on one of the world's powers, school district. Tales of this adventurer's feats amazed the students to no end, causing them to work harder to join his familia, to meet him in person, to fight by his side or even just to watch his back. It was worth the world to be part of his story. That was who the world saw, a final gift from Hera that emboldens generations of people. Even Luffy Ya herself at 8 years of age saw that moment where his name of Masked Prince became a household name. And he was holding back a wrath that could engulf world to quench his fury. This was the uncrowned Emperor, Cirrus Zephyr. Such depth. I could see my death in his eyes. They have stepped on something no one should, not even the whole of Orario should, the ire of the uncrowned. Death. Filvis spoke in both reverence and fear. Volume 3 Quest 262 Gnosis, Part 6 Line in the Sand. With each step, Cirrus takes his cold anger, slips out into bloodlust, and he has stopped his mental link with Nox and Circe. His thoughts were being muddled with more and more thoughts that only made his veins burn and his fingers dig themselves into his palm. Cirrus has never felt this level of anger before since he was reincarnated. The day he let loose on Evilus pales in comparison to this level of offense. Sir, Hecton said, with one of his heads popping out. Your anger has even affected the world we live in, said Fafnir, whose eyes pierce the darkness of the corridor. She steps out from the darkness and walks beside Cirrus. Sorry, but if what she says is true. Hecton and Fafnir could see the swirl of emotion on Cirrus' face. His eyes were already swirling, even with Circe equipped. Our apologies, sir. This is unacceptable. Yes, we will be ready at your command, master. Fafnir then disappeared and emerged under Cirrus in a smaller and more refined version of her dragon form. Her eyes were also split into singular eyes with the seventh eye on her forehead. At least let me take you to her. Sit and try to calm yourself, master. Thank you. His armor turns into smoke and Circe reforms. Huff. 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 That was utter ecstasy, but I'm so tired and now. Sleep, Circe. I can handle it from here. She nods, and Hecton reaches and takes her back into his shadow. With the flap of Fafnir's wings, they quickly cover the ground. Flap. 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 Tell me, Fafnir. Do you have some regret not fighting these spirits? Cirrus says, trying to put his thoughts elsewhere. I have no recollection of them. The only one that I would regret not facing would be Wu. Besides, it is not like you use Hecton very much in fights. Fafnir, Cirrus said, calmer, then he slowly turns his boiling anger into a cold fury he can work with. Should I use you in battle, then you know that they will not be coming out of the fight with their head. I feel privileged having seen Hecton in battle then. And here you are. Xianlong died, so you may be my shadow. How very true. Still, I wish to try my mettle again, a spirit around my caliber. Nox is always ready for a fight, Hecton said, speaking from her ink-like scales. I tried once. She was busy doing anything that didn't require her to be physically demanding. How very her, Cirrus said, funneling his cold fury into a deep focus. Phew, he lets out a deep breath. Cirrus closes his eyes and clasps his hands together. A prayer to his goddess, Artemis. A prayer that she will not bestow upon him madness this day. Finn, who finally made it to the brain of the Gnosis, found the Hermes Familia. What is the situation? He asked. Well enough, but... Finn. Falger said with a pained expression. What is it? The spirits, Lily said. They took Nee's body as their own. Finn grabbed his thumb as it suddenly throbbed intensely. A feeling of danger filled the Gnosis. The presence of Fafnir, along with Cirrus's anger, made everyone on edge. No, it can't be, do you have eyes on Cirrus? He shouted. We are figuring it out, but it is difficult, said a member of the Hermes Familia. Then shall I help? From a dark corridor came a god in a black and purple robe. And you are? Asked Dione. My name is Thanatos, the last of the gods of Evilus. I came here to see the end of this long, drawn-out struggle for survival. He said as he walks towards the orb that is the brain of the Gnosis surveillance. Where is he? Let me see. Thanatos moved his finger around the orb. Oh, seems he's quickly moving on. Is there perhaps a dragon Xeno within the raiding party? And no. Finn said, confused. Well, a face of curiosity rose on Thanatos's face. It seems Thetis's twisted plan brought out a monster that should have remained unknown. What do? They could feel it. Cirrus was getting lower and lower into the Gnosis, and their instincts as adventurers kicked it. Such raw anger. I wonder if he was here during the time the Gale went on her rampage. Would it be as angry or even more? Oh, well. Thanatos changed the visual on the orb to see the fight with knees. It is true, Finn looked at the orb to see knees but with horns fighting against Ai, Asvi, and Ryuu. How far is Cirrus from that room? Finn looks at Thanatos. I say, about 4 or 6 minutes, but given how fast he is going, I'd say. Boom! A gust of warm air hit them. He'll be there in 2 minutes. Damn it! Monitor him. Dione, let's move. Take that way, shouted Lily. We marked it, and you should meet the Xeno on the way. Back to the fight with knees. This, what is this? Asvi says as her body shakes. Is this another one of your spirits? Ryuu shouted. Ai took a second to recognize this feeling. It was far more twisted, but it was his. Fuck. Ai said, her face turning to anger and sadness. It's Cirrus. Ryuu and Asvi were shocked to hear that. Thetis, knees looked at her hand, shaking. This is my end. Terrain, shift, and key. The floor shook violently, but the feeling of Cirrus approaching didn't stop. Seems I made it first, said Revis, coming down from above. Thetis is holding them off for a bit, but I can feel Arya and, she closed her eyes for a second before opening them again. Seems Arbuda is gone. Leave. I will hold them back as best as I can. Thetis' plan unleashed that monster you're feeling right now. Revis looks at the corridor and he could feel herself getting cut down. You better escape. As she was about to jump down, she saw Valletta. She jumped down a hole, leaving Valletta behind. Terrain, shift, and key. The hole was sealed up completely. Coming out of a corridor were Belle and Mikoto. We're here to hide. Belle said as everyone stands around. Belle, Mikoto, Asvi, and Ryuu stand near me. Ai said. He is. Whoosh. Coming down was Ace. Where is Revis? She shouted. Ace. Come here. Ai said sternly. But I can feel. It's Cirrus, Ai said as the others come next to Ai. Knees stands on her own. Revis has already gotten away, so stand near me, or else I don't know what is going to happen next. Ace stands still for a second and she could feel the animosity coming closer and closer and then the sounds of wings flapping reached the room. Flap. 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 This feeling was something comparable to her own hatred of the OEBD, but this was backed by even more palpable anger to the point one would even question it even came from a person. Then, as if it was a response, 7 eyes pierced through the darkness, each one holding a color. Only Ai knew who those eyes belonged to. Master, we are here. The female voice said as the eyes melted into the darkness and they could hear footsteps. Tap. 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 When he stepped out of the darkness, his eyes were as sharp as the spear in his hands and as cold as Arbuda's magic. They even swirled in a spiral reminiscent of Hira and his mother. Ah! I made it! Cirrus said calmly, clenching his fingers tightly, so much so they dug deep into his palms. Back to Beta and Thetis. Huff! Huff! Ura-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a. Beta howls to the ceiling. You fucking puddle! He presses down on Thetis's neck. He turns off his magic tool and his beastification wore off. Now that you can't turn your body to water, you are as fragile as a level 1. Thetis had run out of magic to escape from Beta's relentless attacks. Gah! Thetis looks up at him with disgust. Get! Your dirty filthy squeeze! Cough! Beta presses harder. Beta turns his head. What is this nasty feeling on my skin? His instincts were telling him to run. It was a disgusting feeling for Beta personally. That, gah, is my gift. She smiled with a nasty look. Cirrus must have gotten word of Knees. Knees. That name rang in Beta's head. Where have I heard that name before? It was like an itch he couldn't scratch in his head. Knees. Cirrus's former familia. Thetis smiles ear to ear. Ah. He connected the face to the name. He knew who she was. She was the most famous werewolf in the city at the time. Well, you fucked up. Who in their damn minds would willingly anger that monster? You can even fucking feel him from here. That doesn't matter. Imagining his face all scrunched up in anger. That is divine. I prefer silence. Beta removed his foot and kicked her chin. Thud. Knocking her out. I think you'll be a good gift for him for making this magic tool. Beta slings Thetis over his shoulders and walks away. Back with Cirrus. Fear set in upon everyone in the room. Even AI, who had known Cirrus for a long time, never saw him this pissed off, this infuriated before. You really look like her. His voice held a fit of cold, restrained anger. Yes, Knees said with sweat in her body tensing up. But much like what I said to these people here, the Knees you knew is dead. Picking this body was not of my choosing. She simply was strong enough to hold me by her will. Her will, you know, she said the same thing, I mean Fafnir, not our Buddha. He then reached behind him and held an icy blue magic stone. Knees shook at the sight of it. So, you killed her. You even sound like her. He glanced around her body to see the dagger he made for Knees on her. Grave desecration, what is that part of her will as well? He tosses Arbuda's core back into the darkness of the corridor he came from, and it sinks into his shadow. The anger he was holding back leaked out like a crack in the dam. That was Thetis's suggestion, and I apologized for taking them, Knees said as sincerely as she could. Them, his anger spiked again, they could see his cold eyes come to life with the fire of rage. So the one who brought you back even took the rest of my sister-in-arm's bodies. Knees felt a shiver come down her back, and she found it hard for her to breathe. Cirrus put his hand to his face, and they could hear the sounds of whatever bottle Cirrus used to put his anger in start to crack. Do you even remember me or Ryuhu? He said while looking down. Blood from his fingers digging into his palm lightly covered his face as some of it drips onto the ground. Fragments. This body has been deceased for a while. Cirrus had reached the line he drew. A line he made for himself long ago, so he will not lose himself to his emotions and anger. Why? Why is this the moment I have to choose? Crossing that line for Cirrus would be a slippery slope for him. He knows AI could get him out, but then what about next time? He already crossed it once. Who's saying a promise broken won't break again? Once a promise to oneself is broken, what is even the point of making another? Fuck you. 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 His instincts and mind were telling him to kill Knees. End this desecration of her body. Yet his heart told him not to. She bore everything Knees was, minus the horns. The horns. They even changed her body's anatomy. Killing her, even if she is an enemy spirit. She still has Knees' body. Capture? I can't fucking stand to look at her. It only pains and aggravates me to see her like that and all chained up. That single factor. That factor is causing Cirrus so much torment. Seeing Cirrus's face mixed with so many emotions, Knees can see why Thetis wanted this. Why she egged her to take the Astrea Familia's weapons, which were embedded in their grave. Thetis would have enjoyed this sight, but for Knees, it was not. Where is he gonna land on? Bondage or death? I do not like this. Her breaths were shallow and fast. Knees couldn't bear this anxiety, this anticipation. It was the same kind of anticipation and tension if someone stretches a rubber band to its limits, ready to snap at any moment. Cirrus fights himself for what he will do. He is too angry to fight her or even capture her. Seeing Knees capture boiled his blood even more. Yet letting her go, an enemy would be something he would stupidly regret that would surlily bite him later down the line. It only serves to twist the knife in his heart. 2 minutes have passed since he began to think, and he came down to his decision. Leave. He said with great restrained anger. Crackle. His fingers crack from opening and closing his fists. H-ha. It was an anticlimactic result, but one he chose. For the sake of Knees' body. Tears fell from his face and frustration soaked into his voice. I will show you this mercy once. The next time I see you, I will take your fucking sacrilegious life, you parasitic piece of fucking shit. He looked up to stare her down. His voice and swirling eyes were filled with such anger, added to the blood on his face, and he left a deep scar on her mind that she will never forget. Knees quickly ran. She didn't question whether or not it was a trap as she covered her path. He showed mercy she will not get again, she was certain, as the sun would rise from the west and fall to the east. Not a moment later, Ai and Ryuho quickly ran over to Cirrus. Cirrus! Ai shouted. I'm sorry. I could not bring myself to go back on my selfish promise. I understand Cirrus, Ryuho said, placing her hand on his shoulder. I let my anger blind me. I do not know what I would do or feel if Knees is. Ryuho also wore a similar expression as Cirrus. Ryuho was a bit happy Cirrus let Knees go. Now with a calmer state of mind, Ryuho herself didn't know what she would have done if she killed her. Could you leave me alone for a bit? My anger can't seem to settle down, the more I think about her. The more my heart breaks. More tears fall down his face. I don't want a repeat of that night. So, can you indulge me in this? Ai flinched a bit. You were this angry. Cirrus. Ai thought. All right, my love. Ai leans in and kisses his cheek. Come on, let's go. As everyone walks away, Ai looked at Ryuho. She was probably the closest to fully empathizing with Cirrus, and vice versa. They both were in an uncertain state of mind. Ai nodded to Ryu, and she understood what she meant with the nod. Ryuho stops and walks back towards Cirrus. She comes up behind him and hugs him. Cirrus, she said solemnly. She could feel the anger in him. It was burning him from the inside. Ryuho, he breaks from her a bit to face her. Was this what you felt like back then? He holds his hand out, his fingers trembling in both fury and sadness. When they died? Yes, she said in a quiet tone. Holding his bloody hands. But this was sharper. Crueler. Kook. The anger boiled more and more inside him. His veins felt as though they were filled with lava. Cirrus. Ryuho gently moves to hold both of his hands. Remember, you still have me and your familia. Ai and Lady Artemis. She moved his hands and hugs him tightly again. You are not alone in this pain. Thank you. He said softly while hugging her back tightly and carefully not to stain her clothes with his blood. They remain in one another's embrace. Finding comfort in one another's shared pain. They remain for a few minutes in silence. I would like to be alone for a minute. Ryuho. Ryuho loosened her arms and stepped back. All right. She nods. I'll go and help the others. She walks up to him and wipes some blood from his face. You should also wash up. Leaving, she made a faint smile before they parted ways. I won't express my feelings. Not until we retrieve our sisters. A promise she made to herself. One born from deep grief and anger, and one born from her fear of getting closer to him. To Ryuho's eyes, Cirrus was exactly as Astria called him, her lone star. Hanging so brightly and isolated from everyone else in the sky. He outshines the stars of the Astria familia, outperforms the well-roundedness of the Loki familia, he even stands out above the warriors of the Freya familia. Such an existence that burns so bright, extinguishes just as quickly. Tears dripped down as she hurried down the corridors of the Gnosis. She pushes down her feelings. Master, Fafnir spoke from his shadow. I can follow them right now and... No I am not in the right mind to fight or deal with this. Fafnir said no more. She saw the expression on Cirrus's face and she did not wish to keep seeing it grow worse. After a bit, Ryuho had gotten to a good distance away. Cirrus paced around. Haa. He takes a deep breath and releases the last of his pent-up emotions. Ah! You motherfucker! How fucking dare you! How dare you! Rumble. 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 He punched the wall, and the whole dungeon shook. Fuck. 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 Yuck. Rumble. 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 Tears and tears poured down his face like a broken dam. Ah! He bashed his head into the wall out of sheer anger and frustration. Thud. 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 The sounds and his emotional pain shook and filled the corridors of the Gnosis. After letting everything out, Cirrus is on his knees with his head hung low with blood dripping from his forehead. Cirrus, Circe said, coming out of his shadow with Hecton's hand lifting her up. She kneels and lifts his head. She could see how worn he was. You're all bloody and dirty. She takes out a cloth and wets it with a potion. She cleaned Sirius's face, gently tending to him. Do you think I should have got after them? That I made a mistake. His voice was low and solemn. I don't know, but I would have found it disturbing if you had killed that spirit in Ni's body. Next time you find her, you will lay her body to rest, that I am sure of. How long are you two going to stay hiding? Sirius glances at the corridors and two people came out, Riveria and Gareth. Sorry we got here late said Gareth, not knowing what to do or say. And well, it was rather hard not to look, said Riveria a bit awkwardly. I hope you enjoyed my tantrum. Sirius smiles wryly. It's fine, kid. Gareth walks up to Sirius. I would do the same if I see the body of my old comrade in front of me with some spirit inside tainting their memory. Sat down right next to him. You dealt with it surprisingly well. Riveria looks around to see the damage. Well, better than what we expected. If it was in the dungeon or outside, I'm sure I would have caused some serious damage, Sirius said. That's what we were afraid of, Gareth said. But we are glad you are well, Sirius. Pat. Gareth pats Sirius's shoulder. Phew, a deep breath leaves him. I should have fucking stayed in Yamato. So say you can hide stuff and people in your shadow, hey. I am not answering questions. Well, it explains how you pull stuff out of nowhere. Can I ask what that hand was? Riveria asked. Not answering. Raid results. Conquest of the Gnosis and a new home for the Xeno. Destruction of the fragments of Evilus. Captured, 5 people. God of Wine, Dionysus, Guild Custody. Maenads, Philvis Shalia, Myake Familia Custody. God of Death, Thanatos, Gensha Familia Custody. Arachnia, Valletta Greed, Gensha Familia Custody. Spirit of Water, Thetis, Artemis Familia Custody. Allied Causalities. 58 injured. 9 deaths. Volume 3 Quest 263 What's left? October 21st, 2 days after the raid on the Gnosis. Room of Prayer. Dionysus, are you ready to talk? Said Aranos, with Artemis, Loki, and Hermes in the room. Yes. I have sorted out my thoughts, but I have one condition for my cooperation. You don't seem to know the situation you are in, Loki said with her eyes open. We have you in the palm of our hands and we still have that spirit beta caught for answers as well. Loki looked at Artemis. She is still alive, right? That look in Sirius's eyes gave me Hera/Odin vibes. She is fine, Artemis assures them. But currently she is being used for research into corrupted and demi-spirits. Anyway, Hermes said, getting back to the subject at hand. Dionysus. I hope you have something. Or else there isn't much to keep you here in Gakkai. Please, can you at least consider what my condition is? Fine, said Artemis. What is it? Does it have to do with your only child? Yes, she was turned into a creature during the nightmare of the 27th floor against her own will. I did my best to help her, but nothing worked. So you made a special fabric to further hide her nature, said Hermes. Yes, so my condition is that you help her, more specifically your child, Artemis. He looked at her with sympathy in his eyes. Fine, but if we say jump, you say how high got it, Artemis said sternly. You're lucky you aren't Thanatos, Hermes said. Ganesha got what he could and sent him back up to him. Yes, thank you for accepting my condition. He bows his head. Lucky for us, Sirius and Circe are already working on it. Artemis thought. Myake's clinic. That's everything. Said Myake, finishing examining Philvis. You can roll down your sleeves now. Said Naza. Leffy ya, don't forget to push the button in case, well you aren't going to try anything are you? Sirius says, looking at Philvis. I won't. Leffy ya, escort her to her room. I should have the magic tool ready in 2 days. Sirius gets up and leaves the room. Let's go, she said sadly. She nods her head and follows her. The walk to her room was awkward, much like the previous times she had escorted Philvis. They arrive in a closed-off area in the ward where Leffy ya is watching over Philvis since her capture. Both don't know what to say and Philvis simply lays in bed in deep contemplation. You know, you were the first friend I made on my own. I could call you a close friend. Leffy ya broke the silence first. Philvis had a painful expression on. I'm sorry for ruining that relationship. Yes, it was crushing, but remembering the look on his face. I am lucky you are still alive, so we can at least try and rebuild the bridge that burned between us that day. Even if I'm no longer when I'm this creature, she looks down as tears swell up. Leffy ya comes and placed her hand on Philvis' hand. You are still you may look different but... Philvis raises her head and looks at Leffy ya, and their eyes meet. You are still my friend, no matter how you look. She made a sweet smile that broke Philvis into tears. Philvis gripped her hand, and tears rolled. I don't deserve a friend like you, she said softly, crying. Walking back home, Cirrus is met by Ryuwu and Asfi. So how was it? They took Elise, Kagaya, and Lyra's weapons, Ryuwu said with a disgruntled expression. Tch. Asfi, how goes the Gnosis? We have mapped out a majority, but there is still more to go. The Xeno have settled down rather well, but they request you come and bring one of their kind, who they say is rather aggressive. Asfi said, a bit exhausted. I'll be going down in 2 days. I just checked Philvis' condition, so I'm going to make the magic tools to hide her appearance, Cirrus said, taking out a stamina potion. Here Asfi. Ah thank. She took it and took a sip. What of her physical condition? Ryuwu asked. That will take a while to fully grasp. Cirrus rubbed his chin. From what you said on Olivas, we have to be careful on her magic stone and try to see if we can reverse her forced upon condition. I will be returning back to the pub. I have been away for too long. Ryuwu said, not excited about what Mia had in store for her. Should anything arise I will contact you in here. Cirrus reaches into his sleeves and hands Ryuwu a pouch of Valis. So Mia will be easy on you. Thank you. She took it graciously. I will repay this one day. Didn't Mia essentially rented you out? Asfi said. I remember you talking with her. Asfi said, looking at Cirrus. Ryuwu shook a bit. Yes she did. Ah yet. You keep being taken, so she just has a rental price. Cirrus said, putting a hand on Ryuwu's shoulder. I am sorry. Ryuwu was at a loss for words. Is she at least expensive? Asfi asked, taking a sip. Yeah, she's worth the same as her bounty. I paid about 75% of it. The rest is in your hands, Ryuwu. Ryuwu looks at the bag of Valis and feels how heavy that is. I'm just gonna go. She puts the money away. And Cirrus should, you know you need someone to talk to you or they appear again. You know where I am. Yeah, I'll contact you. Cirrus goes and hugs her. Take care. She hugs him back. You as well. They part ways. So, Asfi said, walking beside Cirrus. Could I get the recipe for the stamina potion? I would give it to you, but I fear you're gonna work yourself to the bone and die of exhaustion. I also don't want Hermes to get his grubby hands on it. Yeah. Okay, I see it. Take care Cirrus. She pats his back, and she took her to leave. Returning home, Cirrus went to his workshop in the Moonlight Tower and got to work on the magic tool. He didn't want to think about anything else but the magic tool before him. Poke. He turned to AI with some food in hand. Are you okay? She asked, putting the food to the side. I know you've been dealing with, you know. She sat down next to him. I'm fine, just a bit angry they took their bodies, but I'll get them back even if I must hurt them. I'll let you get to work. Just eat alright and if you wanna talk, you have people alright. I understand. Down in the Gnosis. So, how are the accommodations? Belle asked. They're good. Kalian is helping with the arrangements and the like. Said Lyd. And for the first time having an actual home, it's nice. We even have our own rooms. And with a place like this, we can start to really extend our reach in finding our brethren. That's good to hear. I also heard you brought in some stragglers. We did. They were really in the nook and crannies of this place, but we found them. We gained the trust of the Loki familia, so that's a plus. Oh, Ween wanted to show you her room but, said Ray, looking around. I can't seem to find her. I'm sure she's with Haruheim. Said Belle happily that they found a home. Oh yeah, it almost slipped my mind, but Astrias asked me to tell you this, Belle, Lyd said. Ahem. He said, I am angry you did not ask me to join in the fight. Thank you for helping my people. I still want a rematch. Very nice of him, if I say so myself. I am surprised he didn't get angry and come looking for me. Well, I mentioned to him that Cirrus would come and fight him. I asked Kalian if he could tell Cirrus and they are supposed to meet in 2 days. Lyd, what have you done? Northeast of Orario in the middle of mountains and hidden by mist, a girl in her teens stands above a small community. I can smell it. It's a poison that's rich in potency. Said Wu. The ashes of the Black Desert were far too scattered to be properly absorbed, but this I can refine it into a liquid. A smile breaks on her face as she jumps down. Soon I will make a poison that will kill you, Cirrus. Somewhere in the frontier. So, the flame of heaven has become corrupted hey? Aphrodite said with 2 people in red armor charmed and on all fours. Yes, my goddess. Tch, and I just heard Hestia has made a name for herself. Hera, shall we go to Olympia? You found your last child. Hera looks out to the horizon as the sun rose. The surrounding area was destroyed by monsters with only a single build left intact. Let's. We shall examine it, and should we find it if need of Vesta, well, we will see if Nox is capable of purifying it first. Malayan. The high dark elf turns her head to her goddess and jumped down. Her hair was as black as the night sky, but her eyes were a dim yet shimmering gold. With a voluptuous body and beautiful face. Her attire was simple, elegant, and lightly erotic, of a white, black, and gold attire with a white cloak. Hera, are you finally going to bring me to the perfect white? She asked in a slightly cold and monotone voice. Should it be necessary? Yes, but you should know she is paired with Nephili's son, who is just one level shy from her level. And I am a level 8 as well, the same American Samoa him. Yet, barely after the Black Dragon raid, but he is a cut above you or any of my children, Hera said with conviction. We will see, but I will have the perfect white one way or another. Geez, you really live up to your name, Hagalatia, Aphrodite said, looking at the elegant pure white bow on her. You're not interested in Cirrus? Hera said. Somewhat. I am intrigued to know of Nephili's son. Malayan walked past Hera. If what you say is true, I look forward to meeting him. You don't trust my words. Hera followed her last child. No, I trust you as much as you are kind. Oof. That low, hey. Aphrodite said. Let us be off. Malayan gets on her horse. I wish to spend as little time with you as I can. Hera, what did you do to make her this aggressive? Aphrodite asked Hera as she gets into the carriage. I taught her how to be perfect. Not my fault she has poor bartering and culinary skills. Okay, but if the flame is corrupted, shouldn't we not risk it and get Hestia? Maybe. But Nox's qualities may be able to purify it. Nox's magic. When I first saw Cirrus, he was a lot more scrawny than when I first met him. The light that entered him was something that caught my eye. But that is beside the point. If Cirrus and Nox could purify the flame, then it will help him break into level 9. Volume 3 Quest 263.5 Filvis Condition. The condition Filvis is in has been very detailed, from her blood, skin, teeth, eyes, and their dilation to how she breathes. She bore with it to see if there was any way to reverse her condition. So, is it possible? Filvis asked Myaik. It's hard to say. The problem is your base has fundamentally changed. I went over it all several times and your anatomy is more like a monster than humans and vice versa, a true clusterfuck of a species, Cirrus said. I'm surprised you know medicine and anatomy, Cirrus, said Lefiya. Of course, there were plenty of cadavers in Yamato from several species as well as Chiang, so medicine was vastly improved and specialized. They rather quickly made Viagra-like potions. Oof, then there were the other nasty drugs made. Ugh, the paperwork. Cirrus thought when the side effects of introducing specialized medicine to Yamato. Is that where the stomach ulcer potion came from? Asked Naza. Yeah, they're really refining their craft, of course, this one here. Cirrus pats Circe's head. Is still far ahead of them. I am in Filvis. Finding a way to change you back is a long shot that only time will shorten, Circe said. Is there really no other way? Filvis said. Well, Cirrus said, looking around. Cirrus, no, we have been over this and that is ethically wrong. Artemis would shoot you for suggesting it. Come on. They forced her to be a creature. Besides, it's far shorter than finding a way for her to regain her body. You what is this plan? Filvis asked a bit hesitantly. He wishes to make an elven clone of your body through medicine and then transfer your mind to it, Circe said. What? They all shouted. Cirrus. That is a crime against the gods. Myaik said. It really is a crime against nature. Lefiya shouted. Why did you even suggest this? Well, Myaik, my initial plan was to clone organs for those in need, Cirrus said, defending himself. Why not develop medicine so you won't need to replace an organ? Lefiya shouted. Because what if you come across a person who isn't able to take the potion, or the potion is too ineffective? Or a shark or something bit off their arm or leg, hey. I truly hope you have not started this blasphemous project. Myaik said, offended. Do not worry, he didn't, Circe said. I fully drilled the unethical nature of it. It wasn't because of that, Circe. I didn't do it because I do not know where to begin, and also I was busy with other stuff like making laws banning dick-enhancing potions. Did you really? Myaik said. Oh yeah, it got so bad a guy's dick just exploded from all the... Can we return to the point of objection? Naza said, not wishing to hear more. To suggest such a thing is insane, Cirrus. Well, it's better than waiting gods know how long to turn her back. This way is far faster, and besides, this is giving her back something that was taken by her by an unknown existence. But hey Philvis, if you don't want to do it and wait, I'm fine with that. I'm simply giving you another option besides waiting. But still that's, how would you even go about that, asked Leffy Ya. We have her DNA or well portions of it that are elven, so we will need to either A, get some blood samples from her parents, or B, use blood samples from another elf, but then the new body will be drastically different from before and after becoming a creature. For someone who said they didn't know where to start, you sure know a lot. My glared at Cirrus. So. Anyway, what you wanna do? Cirrus ignored what my said. It is highly unethical, I must emphasize, said Circe. Well, it's her choice. They all look at Philvis. Is it really possible? Cloning. More or less, it will take time, but it will be considerably less than turning it back. I would need to get help from another god. And who do you have in mind? Asked Mike. I doubt any god is willing to help with this. Freya. Why her, he shouted. We need a god of death to help with the transference of the soul, and she is also a god of magic. You are not wrong. He said begrudgingly. But couldn't any god do it? Naza said. Don't gods purify souls in heaven? Some do, but it would be wiser to get one who specializes in souls in general, so we need a god of death and Freya is the best choice, Circe said. But why would she help? I have some ways. Besides, are you really going for that option? There is nothing wrong with waiting for those magic tools I made. They will last for a very long time. I just don't want to stay this way. I don't feel right, this skin, it gnaws and torments me. Philvis looked at her and she was disgusted. I want to be able to be happy and comfortable in my own body, a body that wasn't violated by another's influence. Well, she made her choice. Cirrus looked at Mike. This doesn't leave this place, got it? And this is a one-time thing, no more and no less. They all nod their head. Could I talk with Cirrus for a bit? Philvis asked. Sure, Leffy Ya said, a bit confused as they all left. So what do you want to talk about? You said if blood is taken from another source other than my parents, my new body will be different, right? That's right, the DNA will be different. You said that word, but I don't know what it means. It is basically the name for what builds and makes your body, from how you grow to what your eye and hair color is. The building blocks of life where every organic organism has, even animals and fruits. So would it be possible if? Her words surprised Cirrus, he didn't think she would do this. That is. So. I would need to go over it methodically and then do it several more times, but, it's possible. I will have your god work on this as well. If he can make your clothes to hide your species, then he can be of great help. Plus, if I remember right, he was reborn or something twice. So he can be of great help. I can see, my lord. Yup, but it will take a while to get everything moving, so rest up. Thank you. I will repay this favor. Volume 3 Quest 263.6 The Elephant and Reaper. The day after, the Gnosis was conquered. Within the familiar home called I Am Ganesha, the god himself has an office. An office he rarely, if ever, spends a day in. Tap. 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 He taps his fingers on his empty desk. So are you just gonna stare at me all day? Thanatos said, sitting in a chair, legs crossed. You can turn the lights on in this dark room. The room itself was bare bones. Only a desk, a window to let the light in, and 2 chairs. Tap. 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 Ganesha himself was quiet. A seldom thing to see. Thanatos could feel his piercing stare. Are any more of evil us? Ganesha said sternly. No, I am the last god. I have to say, Ganesha, I liked you better with energy. What of the spirits? The report said 2 escaped back into the dungeon. What of them? What floor is their base? Ganesha was serious. He did not want to entertain Thanatos or hold any small talk. Don't know. My guess is very, very deep. And who is her? The report given stated the spirits refer to the one who gave them a new life. So who is? You know who she is, Ganesha. Every god does, we just refuse to acknowledge or mention it. Gaia's granddaughter. The first Nephilim, Makia. Daughter of the spirit king of life, Echidna. Ganesha grips his desk tightly. Have you? A mere guess. Thanatos smiles jokingly. From everything I saw, she is the most plausible. I mean, the dungeon was born from. Quiet. Ganesha cuts him off. I have heard enough. Oh? I thought we could. There is no more time for you. At least in Gakai. Ganesha slowly touched his elephant mask and slowly removed it. I am sending you back to heaven personally. Thanatos' eyes widened. My. Here I thought Hera had the meanest eyes in heaven. Ganesha's eyes were similar to Hera's, in that when greatly angered Hera, Nephili and Cirrus's eyes would spiral. Ganesha's eyes however cascade into his red pupil. Hera's stare would be overbearing, like the ocean was on your shoulders, and Ganesha's would be like at the end of an anti-material rifle. Get up. We are leaving. Ganesha puts back his mask and stands up. All right. It has been I am not looking forward to the work waiting for me in heaven. Thanatos followed Ganesha as if he was dragging him back to work. The western section of Orario. Shakti took Valletta to the very same place where Arti was killed. Thud. Splat. Valletta's blood splats onto the cold wall from her mouth. Look at you, Shakti said, with venom in her words. You were once the most wanted on the guild's blacklist. Now you're chained up like a dog. You, blood and saliva slowly drip from Valletta's open mouth. You, old bitch. She said weakly and softly. Seems you still have energy. Swish. Splat. Shakti swings the blood off her hands. Don't worry. Shakti then undoes her chains and Valletta flops to the ground. For this moment Cirrus gave me a small book on torture he conducted on enemy spies. Don't worry, I won't be letting rats eat you alive while you are paralyzed by a magic tool in between the discs of your spine. Shakti grabbed her hair and dragged her. No, I am going to slowly kill you. Hat. Hee hee ha ha, Valletta softly laughed. You call yourself justice? What would your sister think about what you are doing? Shakti didn't turn to look at her. She kept her eyes forward and her grip firm. I know you are scared. Scared? I am not. You aren't insulting my sister, Arti. I mentioned you called her such names like Artitard. Do not worry. I will respect Arti's wish and take you home. Home? I have no home. Oh yes, you do. Valletta could see it was getting more dark. Where are you taking me? Your home. A hole in the ground. Valletta could see a pitch-black pit in the ground. Wait. Wait, don't. Toss. Shakti threw her down. Whoosh. Thud. The hole was 4 stories deep. For a level 5 like Shakti it was a reasonable jump. As for Valletta, who was a level 5, this was a survivable fall if she was not bound. Cough. Cough. Throb. Throb. Valletta's head was throbbing in pain as blood pooled around her face. It was getting colder for Valletta. Stu, PID bitch. I am dying, right? Splash. Valletta felt warmer as a liquid hits her head. You're not gonna die that easily, Shakti said, pouring a potion on Valletta. This is a full heal. It recovers both health, stamina, and magic. Cost me a hefty sum to buy so much, but it is worth it. Shakti jumped down. Thud. We still have time to burn. Shakti would spend weeks with Valletta, inflicting upon her all the pain she inflicted on others until she was finally released from her mortal existence by the very same method Arti died. Volume 3 Quest 263.7 Evaporation. The day after the raid. Down below the third tower of the Artemis Familia home, beneath the training area. Let me go. Thetis shouted in a cell. Remove this thing around my core. You should be happy, Nox said, looking at her with her legs crossed, sitting with a drink in hand. Few could say they had Cirrus inside them. You fucking relic. He plunged his dirty human hands into my body. Wrapping my core with a magic tool. It is so you won't escape or try anything, Circe said. The moment you try to use magic, or what little you have left, will crush your core into dust. So the faster you give us answers to our questions, the faster you can. I would rather be held by my heel and dunked in fire. I won't give you diddly squat. Fine by us. Circe asked Circe here for a job to be done. Nox said. And that is what? Research, Circe said, opening her cell. You don't think I can't fight a little shit like Grab? From Thetis's shadow, several arms appeared and held her down. Hecton, chain her down with the special cuffs I made, Circe said, putting on special gloves. Hecton took out and put on Thetis 5 cuffs, 2 on her legs and arms, and 1 on her neck. What are you doing? Holding you down while I do my research into demi-spirits. But though the earth is shaken to its core, Atelio_TOS voyage. Circe's gloves crackle with electricity. She waved her hands and Thetis's cuffs slammed back to the wall of the cell. Clang. 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 Gah. That hurt my throat, you runaway chicken. Nox, you know the schedule. I'll see you next week. Circe then puts on a white lab coat. Sure thing. Goodbye Thetis. I hope you have that flare next week if you can. Cirrus asked Circe to do a thorough look into you and your body. Nox said, leaving. You can scream all you want, no one is coming to save you, Circe said with a scalpel in hand. Het. Try me, bitch. I won't give you the satisfaction of hearing me scream in pain. Good, because I prefer peace while I work. Circe then cut Thetis's skin. Grr. Red blood. Interesting. Circe began to conduct her research to find anything about demi-spirits for Cirrus. Late at night in the room of prayer. So this belonged to a demi-spirit? Said Aranos, examining the magic stone from Arbuda. Yup, it's a cut above anything else I've seen, Cirrus said. Fells, what do you make of it? Aranos tosses them the orb of icy blue. This certainly is something. Unfortunately, from what I can discern, it is still a magic stone yet something more. Could I see? Asked Circe. By all means. Fells hands the orb to Circe. Well, it holds Arbuda. Hold her how? Said Nox. Is that her true form? Is it like Thetis? Well, yes and no, it functions the same way a magic stone does for a monster, and this differs from that, but it contains their raw spirit's magic from what I can tell from Thetis. Oh. Cirrus walks off and picks the orb from Circe's hands. Then this one we can consider it as a very high-grade magic stone then? No, since it's like their heart, I think we should call them spirit cores. I'm done with it, said Nox, picking the core from Cirrus's hands and looking at it with her eyes. It distinguishes between common magic stones and high-end ones like this one. What do you plan on doing with it, Cirrus? Asked Fells. With it, the possibilities are endless. Well, he snatches it from Nox's hands. I'll probably hold on to it for now for when the right time comes. I have an idea what I'm going to use it for, but... But what? The stars aren't quite aligned yet. For now, I'll just keep it stored. Circe continues to use Thetis as a research subject. I want a magic tool that will let me take the magic stone but preserve the body. Even possibly see if we can't make some kind of radar to hunt them. Circe said, coming up to him. I would like to suggest once we gathered all the research data that we simply just kill her? I know Nox would agree with me that a life in bondage is not ideal. We can even use the magic tool and test it on her after we use it with some monsters. I am willing to do that much. Thank you, and if possible, could you give her one last meal and time under the sun? She, despite what she did, deserves at least to die under the sun and not in the dark again. I can do that. You never ask for much, so... I'll do that. Volume 3 Quest 264 Favor. The day after Philvis chose the path she wanted, and the terms were going to be upheld, Dionysus told them what he knew about the spirits and the Gnosis. Fortunately, it was better than what they had expected, with their base being at least below the 80th floor and Philvis knows how to traverse those parts of the dungeon. Ganesha and Shakti got nothing they didn't already know, but they had a more peaceful air to them like a weight has been lifted. Cirrus has also got to work on helping Philvis as per Dionysus's condition. Top of Babel, Freya's room. So, you wish for my help? Freya said, looking at Cirrus with keen eyes. Freya sat in her chair with her legs crossed. Yes, to properly explain it, I would need to show you, and this is a very, shall we say, a heretical project I'm working on. Oh, can I get a sample to get my intrigue? Freya switched legs. Hey Otter, you can keep a secret, right? Cirrus glanced to the side to see Otter. Otter nods his head. Well, the project involves Dionysus's captain. Maenads. Freya said with an eyebrow raised. That tainted child? Her soul is hardly worth my attention. Well, what if to say it's tainted by a foreign power that came from the dungeon? The room went dead silent. Freya's eyes widened and a feeling of ferocious curiosity landed on Cirrus. Oh? Did something taint that child? Was it within her power to stop it? It happened to her during the 27th floor nightmare. I see. Well, a grin appeared on her face. Now I'm really intrigued. What will you need my help for, exactly? I think it would be easier when you're at the place. If you wish to go right now, I can tell you where to meet. Very well, but before that, can I ask you a little request? Sure. Can you help me ask my Otter for a date for the goddess festival? I assume this is to solidify our deal. She simply grinned. I know you are the goddess of gold, so don't show me that devilish merchant smile. Phew, fine, you little stick in the mud. I will agree to help with my name and word. Thank you. Cirrus bows his head. So I never asked you, but, who is the one you deemed worthy enough to be called your Otter? It's the one you trained, the white rabbit. Cirrus's eyes widen. Well, what the phew? Do people with rare skills have their souls like beacons? And Belle already has what? Hestia, Ace, Seer, and now Freya. God damn, is this going to be a real clusterfuck? You seem a bit taken by this? Did it surprise you? Freya smiles a bit more. Jealous? I took a liking to another. No, but... I mean, Belle does already have a few girls pining for him, so to think one such as you is also in that race. Well. I'm feeling bad for him to juggle this around, you know. Yes, tell me what are your thoughts on Hestia and that waitress? Which one has the better chance? Hestia, well, I guess for her it's like a first love, but she is kind. Seer is, a bit hard to read, but she does like Belle very much, but there is an air of mystery around her. And between the two, who has the better chance? I would say, it's hard to really say. Belle treats them about equally, but I would say Ace has a better chance if she can somehow get out of her deep emotional rut. The Sword Princess, Cirrus could feel some negative emotions come and go from Freya. And how is she? Said Freya with a slightly forced smile. Slow. Unless Belle somehow saves her, I doubt her buried feelings will surface for now. They are good friends, and that's all. Thank you for your words. After the goddess festival is over, I will help. He nods his head. Oh, before I leave, I hope you don't try something aggressive. Not at all. If I were to use my influence, then it would cheapen my love. But you still haven't answered my question. Hestia or Seer? Her eyes sharpened a bit. Seer. She is the only one I have my bets on. Phew. Interesting. She turned her gaze from him. Thank you for the answer. So how do you want me to set you up with? Do not worry about that, Cirrus. Ask no further. I will help you. Fine. I won't keep asking. But if you need my help, then I am sure Alan could find me easily. Cirrus turns and leaves. Otter gets horn and instructs her on the plan again. She has been showing signs of a rebellious nature. As you will. Otter soon leaves the room as well. Now, she stands up and walks to the window. I need to go for the kill faster than I had expected, but not too much if my little Belle is treating me with the same affection as Hestia. Snap, she snaps her fingers and like a flicker of static on a TV, Seer stood. It will be fun. Cirrus, thank you for the confirmation. 7 days before the start of the goddess festival and 4 days before the Elijah. Back at Mia's pub. Seer would you go with me to the goddess festival? Belle said nervously. Of course. Freya disguised as Seer said happily. But I thought you had eyes on different girls, she said impishly. You well. I figured I pay you back for all those lunches you made me. So I figured I treat you to a date. So it's just to pay me back she said with a smirk. It's not like that. I'm sorry, he said, bowing his head in earnest. Phew. It's fine, she raises his head. So long as you look at only me for the date all right, she gave him a warm smile and his face turned red. Why yes, he shouted. Now excuse me, but I have to get to work. We can meet up at the start of it all right? All right. Walking back, Ryua was listening in. Thank you for asking him. Not at all, Ryua said, shaking her head. I hope things go well and they return your feelings. And if they're not, I will feel saddened. Seer grabs her hand. Thank you for being a good friend. And not at all. The two share a moment before. All right, you two get to work, shouted Mia. Back in the present, down in the prison cells of the Artemis Familia. Nox whistles a tune. Shut up already. I heard that damn tune for so damn long it's in my head non-stop, shouted Thetis, locked in a cell. But then, how would I annoy you? Grr. I should have just ripped my magic stone out. Ha. Too fucking bad. You are effectively a normal girl. Ha. Damn. And you were even fucking caught too. What sort of water spirit gets caught? Ha. Shut up. I've been here for God knows how long. There is no natural light. When are they gonna just crush my core and get it over with? In time, he wants you to stew in your thoughts while Circe pokes and prods you. Given that you were the one to suggest pillaging his Familia sisters' graves, you're lucky Circe didn't give you the bug treatment. Bug treatment? Thetis said, a bit scared. Oh yeah. He would slip a special magic tool between the discs of your spin and he would just have you dangling with a toe in a hole of cockroaches. They would eventually begin to crawl and eat away at your body. Real gross and brutal stuff. Never had spies after one example. Can I at least get a pillow? Fuck you, no. TCH. Cirrus got to work on the laboratory getting Dionysus to help in its construction in my ache and the DNA and blood analysis using the medical devices Cirrus made when he was in Yamato. All of this is, Dionysus looked in awe at what Cirrus had made. Yeah. It's all still in development. I am disappointed, Cirrus. Said my ache. I thought said you weren't working on cloning. I wasn't. Some very close and well-paid people are. You also don't have to worry about them. They know what happens if they cross me. Which is? Dionysus said. Well. You don't need to know all my business. Acquiring blood from Philvis' parents was a hard thing to do as her home forest was a bit away from Orario, so she and Lefia went together to get it with some special blood vials to keep the blood cool. We will be back as soon as we can, Philvis said with Cirrus's magic tools to keep her appearance normal. We will see you all soon. Lefia said. The two elves quickly left. Say, Dionysus, my ache, is it me, or do they have some real Lily vibes going on a bit? Cirrus said. We can see that. They both said. Loki wasn't too fond of letting Lefia go out with Philvis who has the power of a level 7 go-around, but Cirrus assured their familia that nothing will happen as he fit her with the same thing for Thetis, a lie of course to get them off their backs. So how far are we from Melaschalia? Lefia asked as they both are in a carriage. About 1 or 2 weeks, depending on the pace we go. Then we will miss the goddess festival. Oh we will? Maybe we should have left a week earlier then. They left on the 29th of October. Volume 3 Quest 265 Heroes Elegy. 30th of October, Adventures Graveyard. It's been a long time, hasn't it, Lydia? Cirrus said, kneeling before her grave. I brought your favorite drink. Cirrus took out a nice bottle of bourbon. Seems your grave is fairly maintained. He said, cleaning it up a bit. Lot of people are here for the elegy. The first time I was here, you didn't even have a nice headstone, just a fucking wooden cross. He crossed his legs and poured a drink on her headstone before taking a swig. Cirrus closes his eyes and imagines how it would be if she were here. Come on. You're wasting the damn drink. She looks pretty cute. Wanna join me and Hermes for a good night in the town? Imagining her brought a smile to his face, but he heard someone calling for him. He slowly opened his eyes and turned to see Ace in a white one-piece with her hair tied up standing near him. Oh, you. Are you here to pay respects to a fallen friend? My father, Ace said. Ah. I see. He turned back to Lydia's grave. Can I ask who this is? She walked next to Cirrus. An old friend, Lydia Autolycus Parnassus, a level 3 of the Hermes Familia, their former captain before Asvi took the role during the Great Feud. I'm sorry. She said with a pained expression. No need to be sorry, just Cirrus hands her the bourbon. Offer a drink. She much preferred a drink than a sorry. She took the bottle and poured it on the headstone. Do you think she can taste it? I'm sure she can, here. Cirrus reaches into his coat and hands Ace a fine bottle of rum. I'm sure your old man would like to share a drink with his daughter. Ace's face slightly lights up as she takes the bottle. Thank you, but I am not old enough to. Don't worry about it, it's a rather old rum, so it's pretty sweet for a first-time drinker. Besides, your immunity rank should be high enough to go a few rounds. Thank you. She said with sincerity and a nod of her head. Now get going or else someone will interrupt you at your time of peace. She takes her to leave with a bottle of rum in hand. Cirrus closes his eyes again, and he sang the song the people of the city were singing together, and soon enough everyone in the graveyard began to sing along. Standing in the back of the graveyard in front of a black tombstone, Ace stood before it. Rum. She opened it to get a whiff of a pleasant, sweet aroma. She poured some on the tomb and then she herself took a sip of the drink. She found it to be very tasty. Very sweet. Father. She looked up at a monument of Albert. I may be a bit young, but I can at least share with you a drink. As she closes her eyes, she could hear his voice in her ears. Was this what Cirrus was doing? To hear their voices again, that warms and pains the heart. She slowly opened her eyes and poured the tomb another drink. Zeno. Spirits, it has gotten so much more complicated. She takes a much bigger sip than before. I wonder if I would find a hero like how Mom had you. She closes her eyes again, and she sees one person in her eyes. Him. She slowly opens her eyes again with a slight smile. If it's him, I would be happy. She looks at the bottle and pours the rest on the tomb before taking her leave. I will kill the black dragon and save you, no matter what. Watching her leave, Belle rubs his eyes. Was that really Ace? Belle walks where she was to smell something sweet in front of a monument of the hero Albert. 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 Belle pieces it together as this was the monument of the last hero before the gods came to Kakai. Their names are similar, but it's impossible. The time in between his death and Ace's, Belle puts it in the back of his mind. There is no use in thinking on theories. I could ask, but, he looks at the monument again. But I doubt it would even be a topic I could bring up or get an answer to. Belle walks back to see Cirrus sitting down. He isn't on the 18th floor. Walking up to him, he looks to be at peace with a bottle of alcohol stabbed into the ground in front of a grave. You sir. Cirrus slowly opens his eyes and glances at him from the side. Bell, did you lose someone? Cirrus said before looking back at the grave in front of him. Fortunately, no, I came to give flowers to someone else. I see how very kind of you. Can I ask who you are paying your respects to? An old friend of mine, she was Hermes' captain before Asfi. Oh, how was she? She was like Hermes, but female, so you can more or less imagine it. Bell makes a disgruntled face. I thought you would be on the 18th floor. I would, but this one here hasn't gotten enough love, so here I am. Does Hermes not come by? He does, but he keeps himself busy with stuff, and well, Cirrus looked down saddened. It happens. The gods accept their deaths and move on. That is a bit sad. Yup, so it is up to us to remember them and like this one here. He pats her headstone. A gentle smile appeared on Belle's face. Oh right, did you see Ace come through here? Depends, are you snooping in her business, Belle? His gaze slightly sharpened a bit. Girls don't like guys who look into private stuff and vice versa. I am sorry, he bowed profusely. I just saw her in front of the Black Tomb for the ancient heroes and I was a bit curious. Well, that's something only Ace can tell you. I have no right to inform people of her personal information. After all, would you want me to tell people of your personal information? No, you're right. Now that we are on that topic, how close are you to level 5? Oh, rather close. I just need to do an impressive feat. I see, well, you should get going. Your familia must be looking for you. Once he reaches level 5. I think I will finally give him Althea's brooch. Belle could see he has something hidden, but what it is beyond him. Goodbye Cirrus. He bows his head. And to you as well. He went back to closing his eyes. When morning came, people got ready for the Goddess Festival. Volume 3 Quest 266 The Goddess Festival, Day 1 Artemis Date. 1st of November, the start of the Goddess Festival. Room of Prayer. So, any more strangeness of the dungeon? Cirrus asked. No, it is peaceful. How goes giving back that child her body back? Auranos asked. Slow and steady. We can't rush it. We are currently going over everything several times over to make sure it's correct. Freya has agreed to help after the Goddess Festival is over. I'm sorry I can't help, said Fels. This project brings back some old wounds, just be careful with how you do things all right. Of course, you drilled such things into me as a kid. Good, and from the looks of things, Dionysus is hard at work. Fels opens up the visual on their oculus. Of course, it is for his child. Well, I need to get going. I have plans today. Did they hire you to sing again? Last time your performance was interrupted by Evilus. No, it's a date. AI and Artemis are fighting to see who gets the first date. Auranos scoffed. I still can't wrap my head around Artemis being married. Did you know Artemis in heaven? Cirrus asked. Partially. Her deer would run all around Olympus, so I saw her a handful of times. Two things you can always expect from her were that she would claim her prey and remain far away from the grasp of any man. Kinda wished you would tell me childhood stories about her. Say, were gods ever children? Like both size and mentality? No. We are born this way, as adults fully formed. The mental aspect is accurate as we learn and grow from our authorities. Hey? That's pretty neat. I'll see you next time. Returning to the Moonlight Tower. You two still seeing who gets the first date? Cirrus said, taking a seat on the couch in their bedroom. We are at 72 to 72 in rock paper scissors. The first to make it to a 2-point difference wins, said Artemis. But this one here uses her level 7 senses to quickly change her hand in a split second. And this goddess here is using her godly abilities to see through my intent and preparing in advance. You think I wouldn't notice that minuscule flicker of light that isn't even a frame of a second? Sparks flew between the two. Why not just blindfold each other and temporarily seal AI's fauna? I can be the judge for it. All right, fine, they shouted in unison. Cirrus gets some cloth and covers their eyes. Now you can start. Rock paper scissors shoot. They held out their hands. AI wins. What? Yes. They moved their blindfolds to see that AI used rock and Artemis used scissors. Damn it. Let's go again. Artemis shouted, putting her blindfold on again. 1 hour later. Yes. I won, shouted Artemis after surprisingly 30 more matches. Fuck. But I get tomorrow all right. Of course. Of course. Now I need to get ready. Cirrus, could you go and get the badges from the guild? I already got them. Okay, I'll only be a minute. Artemis left to get ready. So, what are you gonna be doing? Cirrus asked AI. Probably hang with Aisha or Nox. Circe is watching Thetis, so, man, I really wanted to go. I even brought some clothes for the special festivals. Well, Cirrus got up and placed his hand on her cheek. Maybe tomorrow I can see one of them. Her tail wagged a bit. I'll knock your socks off. I'm done. Artemis came out to leave Cirrus and AI breathless. Wearing a white turtleneck sweater with a black skirt that goes into her black tights, and brown boots with her hair let down, she looked divine in Cirrus and AI's eyes. It was a truly fresh look for the huntress. The goddess of the hunt has recaptured her husband and fellow CO wife's hearts once more. Okay, that's pretty cute, but mines will blow hers out of the water. AI said, blushing at the sight of a casual wear Artemis. I don't know. Cirrus checks his wife up and down, liking how the sweater fits her, her narrow waist, the blue complementing her black tights which complement her brown boots. Artemis kinda made my heart skip a beat. Phew phew. Artemis giggled, grabbing Cirrus's hand. Let's get going, Cirrus. See ya AI. AI watched as Artemis takes Cirrus to the festival. She is very cute, AI admits. Walking through the streets of Orario, his arm was locked with Artemis. You are pretty good at disguising. Artemis said with glasses that give her a scar over her right eye and a hair clip that changed her hair color. Just small changes do wonders, Cirrus said with a hairband to keep his hair back and to change its color and glasses that slightly change his facial structure. So where to first? How about the stalls? I haven't eaten anything all day for this part of the festival. Then let's partake in this feast. They went around eating one of every food they could and enjoying themselves. Look, a shooting gallery. Can you get me that plushie? Artemis said. Yeah, I'm on it. Pop. We have a winner. What do you want, miss? The stall owner said. Can I get that plushie of the uncrowned? Here you go. He hands a medium-sized plushie of Cirrus. Why do you have this? Hey, where did you buy this? Cirrus looked at the man. Hey man, it's not my fault, the guy is hot, been getting a lot of girls coming and trying to get one. I bought these from some merchants. The owner said. And played some games they had sprinkled around. Ack. Why is this so hard? Cirrus said as he and Artemis play goldfish scooping. And that is 38. Artemis said with 38 good-sized goldfish. Ooh. You're really good, miss. Said some kids. Phew phew. Here you kid go. She hands them goldfish. Remember, it's all in the wrist. They played another game. Come on, sweetie, put in some strength. Artemis said as Cirrus was playing can knock down. I want that mask. Artemis points to a copy of Cirrus' Serenian mask. I kinda wanna know who made these? Also, those cans are fucking glued to the stool. Cirrus pointed out. You should listen to your girlfriend. Said the lady owner. Put your back into it. She said, smirking. This fucking carny scammer. Cirrus squeezes the ball tightly. Artemis could see the ball slowly beginning to burst and quickly sealing Cirrus's fauna, or else that ball would shoot through and possibly kill a few people. Fine. Here's my fucking back. Cirrus threw with all of his strength and accuracy to hit the stool, knocking it over while the cans remained still. The lady looked at everyone watching. Humph. Cirrus swipes a mask and leaves with Artemis holding hands. Cirrus hands the mask to Artemis. Here. A hard-earned mask. Thank you, Zep Zep. Artemis said, smiling like moonbeams putting it on. Cirrus grunted, hearing his pet name. Look. Artemis got in front wearing a copy of his mask. What do you think? Good, right? Better on me. Zep Zep. She got angry. Eventually, they walked to the plaza where the goddesses of harvest gathered with only 4 remaining, Freya, Demeter, Hathor, and Damia. What? Asked Cirrus. Freya seems a bit off. Cirrus looks at her to find nothing out of the ordinary. I assume she wanted to spend the festival with her Audra. Oh? She found her own Orion. Something like that. Well, let's get going. There is still much to see. They resumed their date and made it to the western district of Orario, the Heroes' Bridge, where 31 statues of the world's past heroes were built all lined up on the side of the bridge. Cirrus looks at a monument of a hero that is worn down. What's wrong? Nothing. I just found his monument a bit disheveled. Cirrus cleaned it up a bit. Even after so long, no one cleans you up, hey. Artemis looks over his shoulder to read the plaque. Epimetheus, hero of the first flame. Do you like his story? Of course, the first hero to rise from the darkness wielding the fire of heaven. paving a path for those behind him to reclaim the world they lost. And you know what happened to him, right? Of course. He stopped his hands. Which is why I found it stupid they would mock him for attempting to stop the black beasts. Guess that's how people are after he did something immeasurable for both he and Prometheus. You know Prometheus committed something he shouldn't have. And yet here we are, gods mingling with humanity, all from one god deciding to lend a hand at the cost of his own safety. Maybe to gods, he is a criminal, but to humanity, we can consider him to be a god who granted us their first and only miracle to the world. Well, I can't argue with you on that, but regardless, he did something we gods have to clean up someday. Someday? What do? Sirius. Artemis and Sirius turned to see Belle with Seer soaking wet. Sirius, said Belle. Looking at Seer. He doesn't look like Sirius. Sirius looked at Seer and he felt she was looking through him, and when Seer made a slight smile. Sirius's eyes slightly widened from the realization. Seems you have sharp eyes, Sirius said, removing his glasses. She looked at my soul, that slight smile, Freya. It really is you. Then the person next to you is. Artemis removed her glasses, and the scar faded, and she let her divinity out. Hey-oh. Don't tell anyone all right, she said, putting back her glasses and hiding her divinity again. So, what brings you two here? A date. Sirius said, glancing at Belle and Freya disguised as Seer. Yup. Seer said with a smile as she wraps her arm around Belle's. Well, that's good. You two should keep your heads low. You as well, Seer, you're rather popular with the customers. I assume your current state is from some getting away from them, right? Haha, yes, seems some people were watching us. Well, let me help you there. He walks over to them and changes Belle's hair with a hair clip, his hair turned to gold. He parts Seer's hair with a clip that changed her grey hair to light brown. From afar, one wouldn't recognize you. Artemis said. But you will need a change of clothes to make it work. Thanks. Belle said. No problem, you can keep the magic tools. We should get going. As Sirius walks past them, Sirius whispers into Seer's ears. I suggest telling him the truth now when you have some privacy. She looks at him as he leaves with Artemis linking her arms with his. Maybe. I will have to explain it to him eventually. Walking along through the West District, Artemis asked him a question. Can I ask you something that's been on my mind for a long time? Sure. But what brought this out? Those statues of ancient heroes, did you ever dream of becoming a hero? You know AI asked me that once as kids. And what did you tell her? Yes, but not anymore. Artemis knows what Sirius did in the past and even to this day, it still wears on him from time to time. Is it because of the things you did? Partially, but mostly because. I don't want to say it. He glanced away from Artemis. Go on. She said, standing firm before him. Goddess's word, I won't pry any further if you tell me. She crossed her heart and looked him straight in the eyes. Fine. He blinked and looked his wife in the eyes. I don't want to be a hero because. I hate it because there was not one hero who was happy in the end. That's not true. Name one happy hero. They mocked Epimetheus to where he just left his own story. Argonaut died on his next adventure. Giorgio was killed by his envious cousin. Hell, even Albert died in the end. Artemis's face grew slightly sorrowful and strained. She was going through her mind to find one that had a good ending. She had no words to say at this moment. Plus, in the end, they are remembered as heroes who did no evil. I don't want that. I don't want to die in some tragedy or have people know me for just violence. I want people to talk about my songs or the work I did in Fuyakuza, the lives I bettered, and the social equality I created in the city I built. I want to be known as someone who was just human, one with shades of white and black with even grays. But most of all, I want to be happy. Some more silence between the two occurs as Artemis walks up to him and hugs him tightly. Promise. What? Promise me. She looked deeply into Sirius's eyes. Promise you will be the first. He was lost in her green eyes that burned with seriousness of her words and tone. Sirius cracked a smile as he picked her up to have their eyes meet on equal levels. I promise, for you and for AI. Leaning in the lovingly kissed Artemis' soft and tender lips that tasted of an assortment of stall food. But isn't it cheating? I'm already happy. Sirius makes a slight smirk. Artemis wraps her arms around him and gives him another kiss. There is an inn nearby. She said, pulling her lips from his with a blushed face. I can make you even happier. Oh? Lead the way. AI back at home. At least she told me they're spending the night together at an inn, and tomorrow will be a good day for me. She rolls and pulls up the blanket, excited for the next day of the Goddess Festival. Volume 3 Quest 266.5 A Love Goddess's Confession. After the evening they had Seer took Belle to a nearby inn. After a nice shower, the two sit awkwardly next to each other in new dry clothes kindly provided by the inn. Belle's heart began to beat faster in his chest as Seer was sitting next to him. Belle, her voice was quiet and shy. You asked me what I am, correct? Yes. The feeling in the room grew slightly tense. Well, before that, let me ask you something. If I were to tell you, how would you feel? Would it change how you see me? Would you get angry at me, betrayed, heartbroken? Maybe even excited? No. I think I would still see you as Seer, a kind girl who treated me with kindness when I was starting out and needed help. Fufu, you still are, Belle. He made a small smile. Yes, so. He turns to her with confidence in his eyes. I am ready to listen. Seer turns around as well to meet his gaze. Phew, she let out a deep breath with closed eyes, and when she opens them again, her eyes shimmered like silver under the light. My name is. She snapped her fingers and steam came off her and covered her body, showing a much taller and fuller form until eventually, the steam cleared to reveal herself. Freya. Belle would have expected her to be like something close to that spirit he met in the Gnosis and not a goddess of love and beauty. He quickly regained his composure from the revelation. A goddess, he takes a deep breath. Can I ask why you disguised yourself? It was to find my Audre, my true love. I have longed to find them, but none seem to fit. She sits back down. And you think I am that? Hopefully, yes, you do not seem to be affected by my charm. She said with a slight smile. How do you know that? He said, nervous as he looks away. Oh, do you not like what I'm wearing? She said as the clothes she was wearing before were now tight on her. If you want, I can turn back if it makes it easier. Unless you want to see me, she slowly started to take off her clothes. Be back, please. Why, you're beautiful, but this is an important conversation. Fufa, very well. She snapped her fingers and, like static, she took on the appearance of Seer. There. Much more movable. So you didn't answer my last question, he said slowly, looking back. Right, well, I'm sure you found it odd how Ishtar didn't charm you, correct? Why yes, she tried to, but I escaped. From our conversation, before she returned to heaven, she told me it was because of a skill you have, one that lets you have an immunity to a goddess's charm. I do, he said, surprised. How cute, you really didn't know, did you? Freya said, looking at the surprised look on his face. Well, if Hestia didn't tell you, then she must have her reasons. So, because I have this skill that makes me immune to your charm? And that makes me your Audre. Not quite that, but it helps. What about Cirrus? He kissed your hand during the banquet, and he seemed fine. Cirrus is, also shall we say, an Audre as well, but he does not possess a skill to grant him immunity to a goddess charm. He simply grew a sort of tolerance towards it, hardening his will to resist it. Belle seemed to have a newfound respect for Cirrus to be able to do that. But if Freya knows this, then wouldn't she have confessed to him as well as he is an Audre? Then did you also confess to him? A slightly sad expression grew on her face. I did, and he rejected me in such a way. I gained more from it than I would have thought. Like what? Like learning that my existence as a goddess of love and beauty hinders my goal of finding my Audre. With each new child or person I meet, they quickly fall to my charm and gain their affection. Cirrus found this to be my problem. I was gaining love, yes, but not true love. He then asked me what my feelings are for him. I replied as an intense love which I have mistaken for true love to be infatuation. I didn't know who he was, what his favorite color was, what food he liked, drinks, sleep, or just about anything but his name and appearance. That's when you come to a realization. Yes. I wanted true love. One where I would know all the good and bad of them and still found it in me to love them wholeheartedly and put in the effort. What I never truly have done, a relationship where I have to put in the effort, and not be a single person constantly showering me with praise and surface-level affection. That is what I came to, and I truly want and crave more than the world and you. She looks him in his ruby eyes and scoots closer to him. You who are immune to my charm and possess a beauty and innocence that caught my eye, much like the one who rejected me has. She made a sweet smile at Belle. Belle felt something hot in his heart. Her confession came from her heart and soul. A goddess who only ever knew the surface of love for so many years was actually as inexperienced as him in relationships. Belle kept his deposition. So you say you didn't want surface-level affection, but you said you loved my beauty and compared it to Cirrus? Does that not go against what you were saying? I could say the same for you and the Sword Princess. No, would you have eyes for her if she was not beautiful? She said with an eyebrow raised. I guess that is true. Fufu, if it makes you feel any better, Belle, it was not your appearance that drew me to you or even Cirrus, it was. She moved her hand down him to the center of his chest. Your innocently white soul. My soul. He said surprised. Yes, most don't realize that I am not just a goddess of love and beauty, but one of magic and death as well. She took back her hand. I can see your purest forms with my eyes and yours was one I had never seen before. Ah really? Yes, yours is like a holy white, so innocent it is like a fire in the dark of night. That makes it better, I guess. So, have your thoughts on me changed? Another silence fills the room as Belle thinks about it. No, it was still you who gave me that necklace for the war games and who gave me free food that you cook yourself, right? I see your hand with bandages every now and again when you make something new. She lays back, placing her head on the pillow, making an impish smile. I'm embarrassed you noticed it, but I tried to cook. I am glad you found it to your liking. Was that why you go to the orphanage? No, that is to honor a goddess who fought bravely but was ultimately forced out of the city. The children taste testing the food was simply a bonus I didn't plan. That's kind of you to honor a friend like that. Is she still in Gakai or? She is. Ryu is still in contact with her. Then the goddess is Astria. Yes, she was a kind and beloved goddess, but that's enough about her. If you really wish to know more about her, I suggest asking Ryu or Cirrus. Tonight it is about me and you. Are there any other questions you want to ask me? Yes. Regarding the spoon aqua. Oh that. Please accept my deepest apologies. My children are overprotective, as were the girls from the pub. I will have a stern talk with my familia about this. Anything else? Belle closes his eyes and lands on a question he wants to be answered. He builds his courage and asked her. Do you really wish to try and build a relationship with me? Of course, but I know you already have eyes for the Sword Princess, the same eyes Cirrus had for Ai, so I have a proposal. A proposal? Yes. She got up and leaned against Belle's shoulder. We can have a relationship much like what Artemis has with Cirrus and Ai. We could be one big, happy family. Don't you feel the same? A bit, but I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings if I can. The bond Lady Artemis, Cirrus, and Ai share is something I dreamed of having, one where they have been through battles and situations. That is why I wish to have a bond like theirs. She rests her head on his shoulder. The proposal is still up to be taken. I will not force your hand to choose now, but I hope you consider it as a viable option. This feels surreal. I still haven't given my goddess an answer to her. If you wish to have Hestia as a lover, I will join you. She linked her arms with his. So long as we build a relationship together, I don't mind if you share your love with others. Belle thinks long and hard about it when his grandfather's words came to mind, but Cirrus's also popped up. I really don't want to be a someone who cheats. You look tense. Seer leaned over him and they both lay on the bed. What are? Seer put her finger to his lips. Shush, sleep. You have plenty of time. But. You are cute when you're all flustered, I told you. A nice smile grew on her face. I will win a place in your heart, so for today will you stay here with me, sleeping next to one another and nothing more? Is that fine with you? Belle contemplated it and accepted it. So long as it is just sleeping. I am fine with that. Thank you. She holds him close, and Belle did as well. The two would sleep comfortably throughout the night, resting in each other's comfort. Volume 3 Quest 266.6 Love is complicated. The next morning. It was a good idea to seal your fauna for the night, you were being more rough than usual. Artemis said, rubbing her hips and leaning on Cirrus. You even broke the bed frame. My apologizes, but you really lit a fire in me, and I wanted to love you as much as I can, Cirrus said with his arm around her. Besides, I couldn't have broken it without you and your sweet whispers in my ear. Artemis' face was bright red. She was remembering the look on the inn-owner's face when Cirrus told them about the bed. Well, knowing Ai, I'm sure she'll love it. I am sure she will, you know she liked a bit of rough play. Have you tried rubbed her lower back at the base of tail and lightly bite one of her ears? She gets a bit submissive. I have, she also gets that way if you pull on her tail with the right amount of force. Ah, now I see. Artemis nods. So that's why you do it when she begins to get rougher. Yeah. The rougher she gets the more scratches we get. I thought you loved her scratches and love bites. I do, yours and hers, but between us I liked yours more. Oh, why is that? Because when you begin to scratch and bite me I know I am making your night. Then do you want to make my morning? A great offer, an amazing offer I can't refuse, but I have a date with Ai today, I need all my stamina. Then about just a kiss? Of course. I'll spoil you just a bit more. The couple kissed for a while before stopping. They walked together when they came across Belle and Seer again walking out of an inn. Seems we keep meeting, Cirrus said to Belle and Seer. It's not what you think. Belle said with a fluster on his face. Cirrus looks at Seer, and she nods her head. Well, whatever, put on your disguises unless you want more people to find out, all right. Will do, Seer said, nodding to him. Seems Freya is taking her time, that's nice. See ya. Cirrus waved goodbye, as did Artemis. Walking back to the pub, Belle dropped off Seer and headed back home. Seer enters the pub to find the others waiting for her with bruises all around. Seer! Ryuo shouted. You are all right. The rest came as well. I'm fine. Thank you for helping me. So your date with him, did it go well? Asked Lunoir. The bait has been cast and now I wait to see if the fish bites, she said, going upstairs. What do you mean meow, said Chloe. Yeah. We fought the Freya Familia, you know, shouted Lunoir. So give us more work? Sure thing. Now get. All of you have a lot of work to do, shouted Mia, cutting Lunoir off. Why yes, they shouted and got back to work. Walking up the stairs, Mia knocks on the room to change and enters it. So, your kids really banged up minds, Lady Freya. Seer begins to change clothes. I am sorry about that, but I wanted to talk to him alone. And how did that go? Good, far better than what I had expected. So you two an item or? That is up to him. He did not reject me, but he did not accept me. He knows who I am, and he still accepted that of me. I will continue to be Seer until I get a place in his heart. If Artemis can do it, then I can as well. A big smile grows on her face. If only I wasn't a goddess, this would be so much easier. That's the first time I have seen you smile, with nothing perverted behind it. Mia smiled as well. Fufu was it? Maybe this form has affected me as it does Horn, she is also someone I have to deal with. Well, you can do it after your shift is over. Mia then left the room. I wonder what he has planned that requires my help. Freya said to herself as she changes into her waitress outfit. Knowing it's Cirrus, it must be something special. Back at the Hestia home. What do you think happened? Asked Lily. He looks lost in thought, said Mikoto. He just came in and simply stared up into the ceiling, Haruheim said. Hestia also couldn't get anything out of him. He just kept quiet and thought to himself. They looked at Belle when Hestia came back in. All right, Belle. I'm going to get that information out, she went and grabbed him, but he didn't seem to mind. They watched as she dragged him to her room. What do you think she's going to do? Asked Welf. Something, said Lily. Well, I got to go, I have a date. With who? Finn seems he's rather persistent, so I thought I'd give him a chance and we will see where we go from there. Oh, okay. The Familia said. Aren't you going to take Hephaestus? Lily looked at Welf. We have one planned for tomorrow, she is pretty busy with some sudden work. And you Mikoto? We have one for today. Mikoto said, blushing a bit. Haruheim I assume. Me and Mikoto are spending the day together. Haruheim said, a bit embarrassed. This is our first time going to a festival and yes. I wanted to go with my best friend. Seems we all are doing fine, well, I have to get going. As she walked away, she put some pins in her hair that changed her hair color. Hestia room. Belle, she said as he kneels before her while she sits on her bed. Lady Hestia, can I ask you something? Sure, this is the first time you have spoken since you got back. Do I have a skill I don't know about? Her eyes widen a bit and sweat dripped down her. What makes you say that? Belle could tell she was hiding something. Hestia was never good at keeping things a secret. Her eyes darted around too much. Yesterday I went on a date with Lady Freya. What? Hestia quickly got up and checked Belle. She did nothing to you, did she? No, he gently removed her hands from him. She told me I am immune to her charm and any other goddesses due to it. Hestia was genuinely shocked, his skill didn't have that effect in its description. A hidden effect. So he can't be swayed by a love or beauty god. But it's Freya who learned it, what else does she know? Is it true? It is, I never told you because this skill is very, very special and well. I didn't tell you because you aren't the best at keeping secrets but now, you have grown so if you wish I will tell you in exchange you tell me what happened last night with Freya. Is that a deal? Deal. Hestia then explained to Belle his skill Lyre is freeze and its effect. Belle quickly realized the significance of the skill and why she didn't tell him. So, tell me what happened that night. Hestia looked at him with some worry in her eyes. Last night she confessed to me. She said she fell in love with me and wished to build a relationship. What? Why? Can't she find someone else? She can't. Remember when I said I am immune to charm effects? That is why she fell for me, she wants to find her Audre, one who can truly love her not for her status as a goddess of love or beauty but as Freya. Hestia made a complex emotion. She had thought Freya was just a man-eater, but hearing Belle say that it made all the more sense now. She wants genuine love, but because of her natural charm, it's nay impossible. Wait. What about Cirrus? He wasn't affected by her charm. I asked her about that as well. From what she said, he resisted it through his strength of will. Strength of will. Hestia was surprised a mortal could resist her charm out of sheer will. I guess the one Artemis picked has to have something special about them. So did you accept her love? Sweat formed on Hestia. I didn't give her an answer. It was the same for you. I have yet to give you an answer that would not hurt your or her feelings. This is a predicament, Belle. Hestia flopped back onto her bed. Freya gave me a proposal. A proposal? Hestia sat back up. What was it? She said we could have a relationship like what Artemis and Cirrus have. Hestia stood stone-faced. So she is willing to share you with others. She only wants true love, one that she herself has to put in effort and time into. Artemis told me that her and Cirrus's bond were that of co-workers, but over time and many hunts later both he and she looked at one another as man and woman, or I guess in that case Cirrus was the one who warmed up to her as well as AI. I will need to talk to Freya about this. I will talk with Freya about this proposal. I don't dismiss it, but I need to iron out some stuff with her. Belle, you will need to find an answer. You may be young, but time will fly by faster than you expect. Yes. I will try and come to an answer. Volume 3 Quest 267 The Goddess Festival, Day 2 AI's date. Moonlight Tower. Get ready, Cirrus, because I got things planned. AI said, pointing at him with a proud smile. I'm sure you did, I'll just take a quick shower. And I'll take a nap, Artemis said. As Cirrus goes to take a shower, Artemis flopped onto the bed facing down. So Art. AI sat next to her. How was yesterday? She leaned in. Artemis turned to her and rubbed her hips. Good, I'm sure he'll shower with you with more love than I can handle. AI's face blushed, and her tail wagged quickly. What did you say to get him that railed up? I simply asked him a question and well. She remembered his face when she asked. He was very reluctant to swear, like he was allergic to being a hero. I made him swear he will be a hero who was happy, though it did take advantage of being his wife to get him to do that. Well, we know he left that possibly back at the Chaos Desert. I know. But even still he should move on from it, put it behind him. He has learned and internalized what he did and is very motivated to make up for what he's done in his own ways. I don't think he can. When he returned from the desert he is a bit more restless in bed. Artemis began to regret asking him that, but she was stubborn. As Cirrus said to the children of Fuyakuza, there is no shortcut to pain, pain must be worked through. Then I will be there for him, every step of the way, and a few kisses as well. It was the kisses that lead to us going to an inn. I remembered their discussion of it long ago and took her time digesting Artemis' words. Maybe after so many years, he felt worthy to be called that? Well, at least he swore to be happy, right? Yes, for you and me. A warm smile grew on her face. Great job. AI said, helping rub Artemis's hips. Then I will support him if he truly chooses that path. Ah, that's nice. A bit to the right. That's the spot. Now I have to get ready. I cured it all day yesterday after you and Cirrus left. Oh? I can't wait to see what you picked. Wait here. AI got up from bed and went to the walk-in closet. Artemis could the sounds of soft ruffles of clothing. A few moments later AI walked out. Ooh. Artemis was enamored. A handful of minutes later Cirrus was done from his shower. Phew, Cirrus let out a sigh of relief. I feel ready to take on the world again. He had a towel wrapped around his waist with another he is using to dry his hair. Oi, AI, should. His pupils dilate, his heart flutters like the butterflies in his stomach. He fell in love all over again and it showed on his blushed face. Like I said, AI said looking and smiling at Cirrus, hearts appearing around her as she gazes into her husband's her first love's eyes. My date clothes blows arts out of the water. AI's attire was a simple and casual. A plain white shirt with long sleeves, tucked into her black skirt that goes down just a bit past her knees. It made her whole fit work so well, contrasting off her white shirt and hair. She had on simple black, pointed-toed ankle boots. Cirrus looks to the bed to see Artemis was already asleep, tucked into bed. His gaze returns to his second wife. My, he walked up to her. You look stunning. He reached out and held her right hand, he bends down and kisses the back of her hand softly. I fell in love again. Ah, she walks up closer to him, she gently places her left hand on his face, gently caressing it. I love you too, Cirrus. The two stare into one another's eyes, their hearts slowly beginning to beat in sync. If Artemis was awake and watched the two of them, she would be unbearable jealous and envious, wishing to partake in the world these two made. After a while Cirrus managed to pry himself from his lovely wife and got dressed so he and AI can go on their date. So where to? Cirrus said with a normal pair of sunglasses and clothes, nothing too extravagant to match the simpleness of AI's attire. To Lady Ketz's match. AI said with her arms wrapped around his with their fingers entwined. They went to her wrestling show, and it entertained them to see such feats. Let's go. Come on. Get up. Get up. No. Not from the corner. They enjoyed the show of wrestlers flying through the air and hitting each other. The performance they gave left many wanting for more. So where next? We're going to a special restaurant only open during the goddesses' festival called Palaporos. They walked outside the city and into a fairly large place with many adventures, eating rather delicious smelling food. AI's stomach grumbled having caught the smell a distance away. Say, who runs this place? Asked Cirrus looking around. Her. AI nods to Demeter, who was helping with the cooking. She is helping her children with the cooking. I can tell the dishes smell like home cooking, so I bet they taste just like it. Ah, is she doing well? You know, after what Dionysus did and all. Well, she's holding up fine, probably. Art didn't mention anything that stands out about her after that incident. Well, let's get a table and worry from there. They quickly get a table and order. Many looked at them as they waited, as one of their fame would receive. Maybe we should have come in disguise, said Cirrus. You never seem to get used to having eyes on you, hey? Even back in Yamato, you always limit how many people see you. Guess spending the majority of my time not trying to be found out has grown into a habit. Here is your food, said a beautiful woman with dark brown hair and orange eyes. Thank you, Persephone. AI then got her utensils and began to eat. Not at all. Say, how is your goddess doing? Cirrus asked. She looked over to see Demeter smiling. Doing better now, but, she's still a bit shaken up by what you know. He did. Honestly, she hasn't been this railed up since, well. The great feud. Say you have some spare instruments lying around, right? Phew. Demeter wipes the sweat from her brow as she finishes another dish of food. Everyone seems to be doing well. Each smile really lifts me, She looked around to find that Persephone was nowhere to be seen. Have you seen Persephone, Arion? I'm sorry I haven't last I saw her. She brought food too. He looked to see that Cirrus was gone but AI was still eating. What's wrong? You I think she. What's that in the air? Shouted a customer. They all looked to see a stage being quickly constructed as it comes crashing down before stopping and gently landing with Cirrus sitting down with a keyboard plugged into some amps. Cirrus. Demeter and everyone were confused about what he was doing when Persephone came up to Demeter from behind. He asked if he could sing you a song to help you cheer up a bit. Demeter looks at her, and then at Cirrus as he begins to sing. The song soothes and quiets everyone as they listen to him. They were so enchanted that they didn't notice when AI jumped on stage and sang along as well. She was not as good of a singer as Nox or Cirrus was, but it still was well received. Thank you Persephone, this is wonderful. A wondrous smile grew on her face as she closes her eyes and let the song soothe her. After a while, they left and went about their date. That was pretty fun. AI said with a bright smile on her face. It was. It was nice to see everyone smile. So, how are we with your schedule? We could still make it to the spot I had picked if we hurry. Cirrus took her hand. Then shall we? AI looked at him and smiled even more brightly as she interlocked her fingers with his in a nice grasp. Let's. AI lead him to the west section of the city and brought him to a rather run-down building. What was this place? And how did you even come across this place? Cirrus said, looking around. Ah well, I found it during the time you were on the island. This was a former Evilus base, but I and the Susanoo familia cleared it out, and well, it sort of just remained here even after everything. Once we learned Evilus was still around, I went and checked every former base they had and looked into various stuff. I see, and what does this place have that is special? This. She opened a door to a terrace filled with a variety of flowers. Why are there so many kinds of flowers? A kid used to plant and raise flowers to sell, now she works for the Demeter familia, so, yet. But we get this. AI goes and lays down on the ground full of flowers. This nice place to lie and see the stars. Cirrus goes and lays next to her, and the two of them stare up upon the dim stars. This is nice. It's calm and quiet. Whoosh. Whoosh. The cool breeze. Glad you like it. She holds his hand. Oh, I almost forgot. She took out a magic tool and pressed it. AI was that a. Boom. 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 Fireworks shot and exploded in the night sky. Ooh. Neat. The two enjoyed watching the fireworks go off hand in hand. Boyfriend, boyfriend, AI said as she rested her head on Cirrus' shoulder, getting in close. What is it? Cirrus said, still gazing at the fireworks. Do you like this? Of course I do. He turns his head to see AI gazing at him with a sly smile. AI's tail waned left and right. She snuggled in closer and slowly curled up into a ball. Her tail now softly thumps the flower bed. Do you love this moment? Gazing into her indigo eyes, Cirrus smirks as the world falls around them. He wraps his arm around her and holds her in. He places his forehead to hers, the breaths touching their lips. Their legs tangled to get as close to one another as possible. Still gazing into one another's eyes, they blink before they softly kiss. AI wraps her arms around Cirrus's neck, and he wraps around her chest. They hugged one another tightly. Their chests were so close to one another, they could feel one another's heartbeat. Thump 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 thump. Thump 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 thump. The scent of their hair fills their lungs as they whisper into one another's ears. I love you, Cirrus said soft and low. I love you, Zep Zep. She said in a sultry voice. God damn it. Cirrus said, pushing her away. Ha 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 ha. AI laughed cheerfully. Come on, it's a very cute pet name, she said, smiling from ear to ear. Cirrus gets up and walks to the door. I'm going to go and pick up Artemis. Wait. Cirrus. Come on. AI chased after him, still chuckling. Nuh-uh. Cirrus ran. Cirrus. It was a joke. Cirrus jumped down from the stairwell, and when he landed, he booked it. Cirrus. AI jumped after him. Come on. You are taking this too. Cirrus quickly swooped her up into a princess carry before her feet grazed the floor. Look at what I got here. A trespasser. He said, smirking. Sorry I begun to worry you. AI puffed her cheeks. That wasn't very cash money, Cirrus. After all the work I put in. AI picked up slang from Cirrus and Nox. But I knew you couldn't be angry at me, Zep Zep. Cirrus walked to the exit as a grin forms. God, I fucking love teasing you even more when you make that cute, angry, pouty face. Well, what you gonna do about it? She gave him a look he's seen in bed and when she is in the mood. Of course not, today is a special day. I plan on fully embracing you. AI wraps her arms around his neck. Cirrus had walked out of the building and now slowly walked the empty street. Phew phew. A lovely blush on her face. You better not let go. Oh, I was planning on it, you do like a more rough intimacy than art. So the questions is, do you know somewhere more private, with a bed that can handle us? Any ideas where? AI leaned into his ear and lightly bited ear and whispered. Left, straight, right, and left. I prepared some costumes for us as well. AI then began to lightly kiss his neck. I got our favorites, dot. Ah, stop that tickles. Cirrus said, hurrying up a bit. Then you better hurry and stop me, she said sensually. Cirrus began to hurry up a bit more. How a little taste. And what do you have in mind? She whispered into his ear. Kiss me once, then kiss me twice, then kiss me once again. He sung to her as romantically and smoothly as he could. AI felt the charm and love in his words. Mwah. 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 She kissed him 3 times. If you want more you better hurry. She said seductively. Do not worry. Cirrus lightly bit her ear and rubbed the base of her tail. AI's body relaxed a bit as a warm feeling began to turn her to liquid. Did Art tell you this? She said with her words laced with a relaxed and erotic tone. Oh, that worked better than I imagined. Don't worry. He whispered into her ear. I'll be sure to tease you. And no, I want it now. She said like a spoiled child. Well, let's see how this night goes. They thoroughly enjoyed the night together, flirting and more. The place AI prepared, weeks in advance, didn't break from their rough passion. Late at night in the Freya Familia home. My to think you would wait for me to come back home. Said Freya as she sits down. I wanted to talk to you about Belle. Hestia remained standing. I know. Are you here to ask about the proposal? It is, do you really intend to share Belle? Even in heaven, I always knew you to be rather greedy. That was then, and this is now. No rule says we need to remain static upon the world as our vessels are. Look at you and Artemis, while in heaven you two never cared for love in any capacity, even Hera from what I heard from Cirrus. She has also changed. Are really? Yes, though ever so slightly, but nonetheless I will share him if I must to be able to stand by his side. Hestia could see the seriousness in her eyes. I am not fully against you dating Belle. Hestia forced it out. It is his decision, so if he decides to date you. I want you to promise me something. A slight smile grew on Freya's face with delight. And that is? You won't cheat on him. He is a very sweet child, and he is very naive about how things work, so, can you promise me that? I promise you on my pride and honor, Hestia. Freya raises her right hand. But truth be told, I was more prepared for you to try and deny it. Has Artemis rubbed off on you? Maybe, but so what? You changed as well. You said you wanted a type of relationship like what she has. Well, if we're going into who changed who, it would be the man who Artemis chose to be her Orion. So what did he do to change you, hey? He rejected my love, and we had a meaningful conversation where he didn't patronize me. He knows of my attributes as a goddess and treated me as an equal. He asked me what type of love I had for him, and he made me realize how shallow I was in my search for my otter. Him? A human male no older than 20 taught you about love? You a goddess of love. It's as he said about us, always insightful about everyone else but themselves. When I heard that, I began to truly think about myself and see what is inside, and from it I learned that no matter how many beautiful souls I collect and savor, it's only to fill a hole that will never be filled. But then one day an opportunity came to me. A big smile grew on her face. Another who shares a spiritual wavelength with mine and a deep desire to be me. Did you know what I did next? What? Hestia finally took a seat. I offered her to be me, and in exchange, I get to be her. She snapped her fingers and a static flicked, and in place of Freya was Seer. She gets to be a god and I get to be a human. Hestia's eyes widen. How are you able to do that? Your existence. Looking at Seer, still looked very, very off. Even with the knowledge that Seer was Freya, Hestia still couldn't see it. Her disguise masked any hint of a god, but in doing so, it left her between vagueness and clarity. It was clear enough to not look any further and vague enough to not know. I am a goddess of magic, Hestia. I have several talents. She snapped her fingers and smoke came from her body and it filled up to give form to her. And now you know my secret, so I hope this will keep us connected. After all, I know Bel has a skill that lets him be immune to a goddess's charm. Seems we are. Hestia gets up. Bel is currently thinking about his answer. Where he is beyond me. Oh, then he must be at the library. The library? Orario has one. Well, more or less, it's more of an exclusive place for mortals. The only god allowed inside is the god who runs it. Who is the god? Are they creepy like Loki? No, they are rather elegant and proper. He deals only with knowledge and money to buy more knowledge. His name is Anansi. The library. Bel sits in silence, trying to think. Hey? Building a harem like what Grandpa said is a lot more complicated than what he said. And harder. Volume 3 Quest 268 The Goddess Festival, Day 3 Not my problem. The next day. AI was walking with a pep to her step. Ugh, Cirrus was walking behind her, looking tired and rubbing his lower back. Come on, where is that energy you had yesterday? AI said, holding his hand. You sucked it out yesterday. Ugh. Cirrus rubs his back. Did you take the pill? I did. Say Cirrus. AI stops and looks at Locke's eyes with Cirrus. What is it? Cirrus stops as well. He could tell something was on AI's mind. When you were sent to go deal with Fafnir, did you ever reconsider our plan? By plan, you mean the one we made when everyone in Yamato wanted us to have a child? That plan where we will wait when we're older. Many within Yamato wished the young couple produce an heir. Seeing as their position within Yamato were incredibly influential, having a successor would easily settle some people's worries of Cirrus or even AI somehow dying in the dungeon. Yeah, that one. Did you reconsider it before you fought Fafnir? A little bit. I was nervous, but it wasn't anything Artemis's teachings couldn't take down. Why? Well. AI's tail swung slowly and her ears drooped a bit. AI, was that why you were more aggressive in the past few days? A little. I have been playing with the idea for a minute or two. You told us that Aranos gave you a labor to always answer the call when the world is threatened. She stopped her walking and looked into her husband's eyes. Cirrus did the same as his wife. And when he called you and it had to do with the Black Dragon, I was worried. You know? So when you came back I didn't want you to leave again. Oh AI. Cirrus brought her in close and hugged her tightly. Don't worry. He looked her in her eyes and gently smiled. You know me AI. The day I ask you if you want kids will be the day I will throw everything I have to return. AI looked up at his gentle smile and stoic emerald eyes. From a single glance, it put her at ease. Phew. Thank you. She hugged him tightly as well. No problem, AI. Say, do you want a detour? Cirrus could see her tail return to an energetic sway and her ears perked up. Maybe after we return home and have a shower. Fuck. I just wanna sleep in. Artemis, I need you. Back in their room in the Moonlight Tower. Achoo. Artemis sneezed. Hey? Was someone talking about me? Weird. Knock. Knock. Who is it? It's Phi. Said Phi. Can you come down? Did something happen? No, but it seems Lady Hestia's child is waiting down below. Artemis came down to find Belle staring at the flowers. Belle? What are you doing here? She asked walking up to the young upstart. Oh Lady Artemis. Belle had a nervous fluster standing up from his seat. I'm sorry, I wanted to talk with Sirius about something. He should be coming back from his date with AI. Does this have to do with a certain grey-haired girl? Belle nods his head. His eyes dart around, avoiding looking at Artemis directly. I see. Artemis crossed her arms. So, are you conflicted on whether you should accept her or your goddess's love? Or maybe a certain golden-haired swordswoman? Belle's face reddens even more. No need to be embarrassed. It's rather easy to notice when you stare at her longingly. Was it that noticeable? A bit, yes. Artemis came up to him and grabbed his face. Belle, there is no need to be nervous. She looked in straight in his eyes. Lady Artemis. Belle's eyes were darting even more. He couldn't handle speaking such things along with Artemis' gaze studying him. What are you doing? A favor. Though these are not mine nor Aphrodite's words but are Sirius. Look into my eyes. Belle struggled, but he managed to look into Artemis' green eyes. The more he looked, more charming they were. They reminded him of gazing up at the sky while on his grandfather's shoulders, passing under a tree and looking through the tree leaves as light passes through them. Oh okay. Good, he said, to not stare right into a woman's eyes unless they are lovers. What? He shouted, even more fluster. He wished to pry himself from Artemis' grasp, but she was firm. He didn't want to cause a misunderstanding. So look a bit above my eyes. Looking into a girl's eyes you just met gives them a creepy feeling, got it? Belle did just that and looked just above her eyes. Gee, got it. See, could you let go of my face? Please. Of course. She nods, her grasp loosens and she takes a few steps back. That should help you at least a little. Aphrodite said that women like a confident man, so this is a good push in the right direction, certainly will help with communication at least. So could I still wait for Sirius? Belle looked less flustered, he was at least looking at Artemis. Of course. You can wait here until Sirius gets back, but one last word of advice. I'm sure. Artemis leaned in. It is okay to be a bit greedy. Artemis makes a cute smirk before walking away. Oh wah. She's cute up close. Any further feelings were quickly crushed by his fear and respect towards Sirius. But, be a bit greedy, hey. Belle thinks about it a bit before leaving. His mind has been made. A while later, Sirius and AI arrive back home. Hello, Captain. Said a familiar member. The White Rabbit was here to see you, but he seemed to have left a while ago. I see, thank you for the update. He and AI head back up to their rooms on the top floor of the tower. When they reach their room, Artemis could be seen polishing her bow. Oh, you're back. Artemis looked at the two. Did you talk to Belle? He was already gone, Sirius said, walking and sitting on the bed. I'm going to take a bath. AI left the room to go bathe. Is that so? Artemis stops her polishing and walks towards Sirius. Well, I hope it goes well for him. What did he want? Sirius said, taking off his shoes. He wanted some advice on Seer and stuff. She got onto the bed as Sirius was getting in under the covers. Did you tell him anything? Sirius looked into his wife's eyes, who got on top of him. I just told him it was fine to be a bit greedy. She leaned in close to his face, their breaths easily felt on their faces. Oh well, I'm really too fucking exhausted. He wrapped his arms around Artemis' waist and closes his eyes. You wanna be the little spoon? For a little while, I still have some stuff to do. The two get comfortable in bed. Sirius holds her closely as a child would their stuffed animal. I can smell AI on you. Artemis rests her head over his chest, his heartbeat soothing her. Her scent lingers on your clothes and stains your skin. I am a bit envious you and her could go for that long. If I was a mortal with a fauna, I could enjoy our intimacy just a bit longer and you won't have to worry about causing any harm that could result in me returning to heaven. You last plenty. He moves his hand, holds her head close. I thought you liked me being gentle. I do, but I would like to try you being as rough as you are with AI. Maybe one day I could fulfill that desire. Besides, just the other day it was your scent that lingered on me. You certainly enjoyed your time riding on top of me. You didn't like the scent of our sweat mixing? My tongue, she lightly licked Sirius' collarbone. Gliding across your body? I sure enjoy it when you did it to me. You were certainly enchanting. So was AI, as enthralled as I was. Oh yeah. The moment she gets that look in her eye, she turns into an animal in heat. Plus, what you said really got her going. That is true, say if Belle somehow succeeds, he would potentially be with 3 girls. Yeah. Did you ever think of expanding this, I guess, small harem? AI has been vying for Aisha. Artemis paid close attention to his heart. Do you want to get more? Not particularly. Her lips form a smile. I am quite happy with our current arrangements. But did you ever think of getting another wife? Artemis wanted his honest answer. Even if she knew Cyrus he was still a male. Cyrus was not religious or conventional in his personal beliefs, so adding another wife was likely something he and not just AI considered. Well, I would be lying if I said no, but I guess since I haven't met someone who would constitute me to ponder this question or whether they could pass the qualifications. Really? Really? He pats her head. I'm fine with just you two. Should there actually be a person to be my third wife, they really have to impress us. I see, well, they really need to impress me and AI to get near your heart. She wiggles her way up to his face. I really don't know how to feel about that, but, Cyrus gives Artemis a light peck on the lips. For now, I want to sleep with you in my arms. Artemis kisses him a bit longer. The two hold one another as they slowly let their consciousness fade away into sleep. Has Aisha tried? Artemis asked softly. She heard the qualifications and cut her losses. Such a shame. She is a really tan-skinned beauty. AI said she was the one who taught her that thing she does with the tongue and fingers. Is that why you are so good? Traveling somewhere in Gakai. So. Hera, can I ask why your child is so obsessed with white? Aphrodite asked Hera. It had to do with that calamity. After that, she grew an obsession with white, so I can't blame her for reaching this level. Ah, and I guess using Nox is the perfect bait, hey. Yes, for the Dark High Elf, Malayan Doknita, I needed to use something very special. What do you think is gonna happen if she actually meets Cyrus and Nox? They made a samsara contract. My guess she either A, tries to get Nox's love. B, get Cyrus's love. Hera, are you trying to get your grandson another wife? You know first-generation spirits don't hold love for any other than their contractor. Possibly. Is it so wrong I wish for more cute grandkids? Besides, with the absurd qualification conditions they made, I would say Malayan has a rather good chance. But isn't weird that you're trying to hook him up with Malayan, a woman who knew Cyrus' mom? Think of the age gap. What about you and those children of yours, hey? They are in their early 20s while both you and I are old enough to be their great-grandmother. Okay, I see your point. But still, do you even think he would be fine with it? He is a man. That alone tells me he would accept her if his wives do. If not, well, I guess I failed Malayan. Volume 3 Quest 269 What is a soul? The next day, after spending the whole day in bed and sleeping in with a little fun on the side, Cyrus escorts Freya to the site of the project. To think you would renovate this place, Freya said at the old building being led down a staircase. Yeah, well, I had to make it look very boring and plain and through the use of some magic tools made this place an unrecognizable building. So, where are you leading me? To our lab. They reach the bottom to find a metal door like used in the casinos to keep their money, but more advanced and sleek. Cyrus walked to the side of it where a mic was. Cyrus Zephyr. Voice recognized. The metal door clicked and unlocked. Cyrus opened the heavy-looking door to find the inside rather clean and precise with Dionysus inside. Oh? Is this where you were? Freya said, entering. Freya, Dionysus stopped what he was doing and came to greet her. Yes, I have been working on this for, well, since everything about me was discovered. I see. Freya looked towards Cyrus. So what was it that you need my help with? Well, we need your help in the transference of a soul. Freya took a second to process what he said. Do you have any idea what that entails? She said, shocked to hear. He doesn't. That is why he asked you, Dionysus said. It is for my child she was turned into a creature, a species made by some still unknown existence in the dungeon against her own will during the nightmare of the 27th floor. So that was why her soul seemed so dirty. Where is she? I wished to see her with my own eyes. She is out to get blood samples from her parents, so she will be gone for a while. So what? Do you wish to transfer her body into? I hope it isn't some common body. No, we're going to clone her body or well attempt to. Cloning? My, this has gotten fun. Freya made a delighted smile. To think you would try to step into the domain of gods, Cyrus. I mean, I have a god with me here, so, Plus, if you decided to help when the body is finished, you would have helped in the world's first successful homunculus. Dog not included. Cyrus said the last part under his breath. Well, sure, I have no real reason to say no besides this is rather interesting. Does Auranos know? He knows and I'm keeping him up to date on it and he had requested that once is all set and done that it be destroyed or given over to the guild to be locked away. Really, it's such a shame. She said, looking around and placing her hand on the large glass container. I just had an idea that really wanted to see if this could help me with something. Like what? Dionysus kept quiet, but he could see a familiar look in her eyes. Freya, you're not thinking of using this place to possibly create a child with a mortal, are you? She glanced at him with sharp eyes. Cirrus, would that be possible? She said without missing a beat, looking at Dionysus. Well, I'm not really sure what the question is. Like, do you want to make a child using your blood and another or just a clone you call your child? She means the first one. Dionysus looked at her sharply as well. Well, it would require research and testing, but the only problem is a soul. And in case you don't know, I am immortal, so I have no fucks on how a soul is actually made. Then let me. Freya. Dionysus shouted. Are you truly going to divulge the secret of the soul? That is forbidden for us to say. Hush Dionysus, we are already breaking the taboo for your child. Why not break a few more and give us a way to actually have children? His face was stern, but he couldn't find a reason to further stop her. After all, her words are true. I hope no fertility gods catch wind of this. Dionysus said under his breath. So to begin, when a man impregnates a woman, a very, very small speck of the man's soul goes into the womb. You mean? Yes, Cirrus. Every time you ejaculate, crumbs of your soul are broken off. It is small enough that it doesn't even affect the person. You can come tens of millions of times and even the weakest of souls would still be fine. Okay, keep going. Cirrus immediately felt a layer of grossness on him. So once in the womb, that small cinder of the father's soul slowly begins to get nurtured by the mother's soul and grows until the 5th or 6th week where their soul begins to both shape and be shaped by the body. By that point, it has taken the qualities of both parents as the next big thing truly blends it all, blood, DNA, as you know at around 21 grams in weight. Well, now I know. So, will it be possible, she asked again, looking at him. Well, I mean, if you can transfer a soul, it would come to reason you could part ways with a fragment of your soul, right? Who knows? The last time a person tried to make clones was killed by several spirits from fertility gods. Well, if Aranos agrees, we will see about it. Thank you very much. Now I must get going. I have some stuff to attend to. She turns and leaves the lab. Cirrus and Dionysus look at one another. Did spirits actually go and kill the people who tried to do it? Cirrus asked Dionysus. They did, including mine as well. Ha, she is right, we are already breaking taboos. What's a few more? Then you gonna tell me about the dungeon? Cirrus looked at Dionysus with curiosity in his eyes. Actually there are far worse taboos that I wish not to break. I shall get back to work. Alright, Circe will come by in a few. Seems there was a peak in the contraceptive pills. And my ache. He's working on the fluid. Currently, he is busy. You know how it is after the goddess festival. I understand. As Cirrus begins to walk away, Dionysus stops him. Say. Cirrus turns around. What? Can I ask how you are so much a Renaissance man? Cirrus could see the look in his eyes. He had never seen a god look so intently at him that wasn't lust. I don't know what you mean. Cirrus turns his head. I simply wish to do as much as I can with my life as I can. After all, the brighter I shine, the more attainable immortality becomes. Cirrus walks away. Do you know how souls have reincarnated, Cirrus? Freya glossed over it given how unlikely it is, but when a soul passes on, they go into samsara. From there, we bleach them clean and set off to a vessel suitable to house them. When the soul that was forming is too weak to make it to birth. From there, they meld with the soul and become one dazzling soul. Thus talent is born. How very interesting. Then it would seem your child will have an easier time working her way up to level 3. Cirrus turns his head and keeps walking towards the exit. I think you are one of them. A child whose soul has become one with another. Your talent is far, far too inhuman. Cirrus smirks. How very clever. Goodbye Dionysus. Thank you for the compliment. He closes the door, leaving Dionysus alone. You certainly are very bright. Dionysus turns away and gets back to work. But I hope the brightness isn't snuffed out too soon. I still need it, he whispered to himself, working away. Volume 3 Quest 270 Interrogation Case, Thetis. November 5th, at the Moonlight Towers dungeon. How long are they gonna keep me here? Thetis, since her capture by Bet, she has been held captive under the Artemis Familia home. Nox and Circe have been the ones to monitor her in rotations. Circe, however, has been conducting some tests on her. Clack. 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 These footsteps. Nox, great, just what? Thump. 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 Who's that? It's too heavy to be Circe. Is it finally him? She first sees Nox come and sit, followed by Cirrus and Artemis who were walking alongside Cirrus. Cirrus of course hated Thetis but cooled himself off to do this interrogation. Well, well. Look at this. Finally, here to torture me personally. You even brought your goddess along to watch, hey. She certainly differs from Fafnir, Artemis said, looking at Thetis. Fafnir. Thought Thetis. Yes, she's a little shit, Nox added. Go fuck yourself, Grandma. Thetis said, annoyed by Nox's voice. So tough, need I remind you how much you cried when Circe ripped your nail? Maybe how she opened up your chest and felt up your magic stone. It's a core. Calling it a magic stone is like calling a tree a bush. We are here, Cirrus said, moving things along. To ask some questions. Now Circe and Nox here tell me you have refused any answers, so Artemis here. Cirrus patted Artemis's head. Finally, got around to help after helping the Xeno map out the Gnosis and dealing with Dionysus. Ha! Like I will say anything to a goddess who opens her legs for a who. My! Artemis's eyes sharpen. Cirrus, if she doesn't wish to talk, then I suggest cutting her foul tongue. Artemis then pulls out her carving knife. Thetis's eyes immediately widen. Hey, you got scared. Nox said, enjoying Thetis's expression. I suggest you mind your tone and emotions, Cirrus said, squatting to match Thetis's eyes. You are warranted in your anger, but Artemis here is far more seasoned than Circe is in her carving. Thetis looks at Artemis as she twirls and spins her knife around. Gulp. What a brute of a goddess. I still won't say anything. Well, how about this? You tell us what you know, and we will give you some amenities. Amenities would be given to Thetis for information to make her time in a cell nicer. Cirrus knows whatever amenities she gets will be short-lived. Like what? A room with a better view? Better food? Yes. So long as you tell us such things as... Ooh. I don't know. Where Wu is? After the raid was finished, the Gnosis was fully explored to find and deal with any evil US members left. In their search, they found Wu was never spotted or accounted for. Wu, hey? Fine then. I don't like that smelly coward, so in exchange for new clothes and a bed, I'll tell you where she is. Deal. Snap. In Thetis's cell, a nice bed comes out of the shadows, along with a nice dress on the bed's covers. Ooh. Thetis was both impressed and scared of this immediate action. Hecton's presence was enough to completely shut any option of her possibly escaping. We're waiting, Artemis said. Know that if you lie, those amenities are gone. Fine. Wu is on the surface. Don't know where exactly, but from what Ne Gugalana said, they parted ways in the desert where you killed Xianlong, that black dragon. Ah. I see. Artemis. Cirrus asked. It's the truth, Artemis said, sheathing her carving knife. Next question. Where is the base you, demi-spirits are at? And I do not mean the Gnosis. I want high-class food and time under the sun, Thetis said, seeing what she can get. Deal. You'll get the food and sun later. I don't know. After the 80th floor, our minds go blank, and we just find ourselves in the nursery. Blank as in how? Blank as in we're walking, I blink, and now I am in a fairy tale kind of blank. Tell me about the nursery. How many spirits are there? Can I get some descriptions? I want these shackles off me and a magic stone. I have been feeling lethargic ever since that wolf made me waste my magic. I'll loosen the shackles. You still hold the physical strength of a mid-level 4. Fine. What about the magic stone? Cirrus points down. Thetis looked down to see a small magic stone. It's from a goblin on the first floor. Thetis swallowed it immediately. Gulp. Ah, much better. She licked her lips in satisfaction. Now, the nursery is where I, Revis, Gugalana, and Arbuda were born. A rather dim place with only the light is of the crystal cocoons illuminating the dingy place. Those things like Xianlong or that sham of a spirit those Loki familia thought were, I guess you can say, experiments. I should also add Ein in there. She was also a short-lived experiment, but they gave valuable data for her for those she has been slowly cultivating. I see. I am assuming they used them to perfect integration with monsters and people. Cirrus thought. So, how many are there? Lots. I would say. 19 or so. 19. Thetis could feel a rise in Cirrus's tone. Yes, 19. But most are still in their cocoons, not yet ready to be born. Ah, I am counting her as well. Whatever body she is cooking it's very particular and delicate, only the skeleton is formed. Then can we get the appearances of the spirits in the cocoons? A few that Ne's recognized. Cirrus twitched, his eyes grow cold. Artemis. He said solemnly. I'm sorry Cirrus. She placed her hand on his shoulder. Ah, Thetis smirks. That's the face I wanted to see. Cirrus was wearing a dark expression, one that delighted her. You'll get what we agreed to. Cirrus stands up. Fafnir. From Thetis's side, Fafnir emerged from her shadow with her heavily tinted sunglasses. Thetis shuddered a bit, looking at this thing before her. Master. Fafnir kneels while glancing at Thetis. Fafnir's eyes intimidate Thetis down to her core. Fafnir. Can you find Wu? I will master. Given Wu's body, I should be able to find a strong, potent smell of poison. Then find her and report to me. Stay hidden from as best as you can. By your command. Fafnir stands up and turns to face Thetis. Het. Fafnir smirks before disappearing into the shadow. From the shadows of the city, Fafnir quickly arrived at the city walls. She leaped from it and quickly rushed into the world outside Orario. This new body has its perks. She then kicked off quickly, making it into the flora in the west of Orario where she blended back into the shadows, quickly moving through them. Het. How funny. A water spirit captured. Pfft. Ha 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 ha. How ironic. I am freer than they will ever be stuck in that hole. Fafnir celebrates the fact that even though she was created to distract Cirrus, she gained a life that afforded far more liberty than whatever those who created had. Back to the cell. Human, Thetis said, looking at Cirrus. No, this is a little extra on the side. Grand spirits like that old bat over there are being cultivated. Then I look forward to that day when I defeat them. Cirrus turns and leaves. Oh yeah. Your execution is tomorrow. Thetis shakes in anger. What? You sack of shit. She got up and grabbed the cell's bars. You're just gonna off me? I still have. We already got what we wanted, Cirrus said coldly. You're lucky you get to die under the Sunday. Cirrus and Artemis then leave the tower's dungeon. Nox. Thetis looked at her as she was writing some stuff in a book. Did you know this will happen? Nox. Shut up, Nox said, annoyed. Your voice grates my ears. I'm going to fucking die? Why? You should be thankful Circe allowed it. Cirrus would never have given you any final luxuries. Tisk. That's why he brought his goddess. Yes. Be glad he is sparing you, or else he would have asked Circe to keep using you as a lab rat. Thetis clenches her hands in fury. Piece of shit. Nox occasionally watched as Thetis comes to grips with her fate. There was nothing left for Circe to get from her, her experiments have been concluded, all but one thing left. Eventually, Thetis concluded that this was the end for her. The moment she came into the Artemis's Familia's custody, her fate was sealed shut. Whether she told them nothing or something, she was gonna die anyway. This thought became even more prevalent as Cirrus could just build a device to get what he wants from her. The magic tool wrapped tightly around her core is proof enough to make her worries and ideas proven true by her imagination. I'm dead. For a single moment, she felt pitiful, confined, and scared. Volume 3 Quest 271 Receding Waves. The next day came, and the first one to arrive was AI. Get up, it's time, she said as she opened Thetis's cell. Thetis gets up from her bed and walks to AI. So, where will I be killed? Thetis asked, walking ahead with AI following. The Colosseum, AI replied. After you have your last meal and bath. Oh, so much grandeur for little ol me, Thetis said with a smirk that AI couldn't see. I suggest you fight him with everything you have. Running away is pointless, AI said in a neutral tone. Can you release these shackles? Thetis asked. AI undid her shackles and they left the tower's dungeon. They said nothing else as they reached the training area of the third tower. There was no one there. To Thetis, who could hear the ever-so-faint sounds of battle from the echoes of her cell, it was hollow with the absence of people. They then took them up and then out of the tower. Sunlight, Thetis closes her eyes and simply stands, feeling the rays hit and warm her. It's amazing what one misses when they're in the dark for so long. AI brings her to the second tower and before her was a feast, a grand one. How delectable. Far better than what dribble I had before. Nom. Nom, she feasted on the food when she noticed AI had left. She's gone. Thetis did nothing and waited when she felt a gaze on her. She turned to see a golden-haired girl staring at her as she eats as well. You know brat, this food is for me, right? Who is this kid? She feels familiar. I was here first, Ace said, walking up to her. You feel familiar. Thetis stares at her as she couldn't put her finger on it. My name is Ace Wallenstein. Ace stands up and walks towards Thetis. And I am Aria's daughter, Tempest. A gentle wind surrounds Ace before dissipating. Her control over her wind was masterful. Thetis was impressed she has refined it to this level. So you have spirit blood in you, huh? TCH, this is why I hate Revis's bluntness. So what do you want, kid? I can't bring back your mommy. No. I want to know if my mother is down there. In the dungeon, I mean. Her eyes were serious and sharp. Is that why you are here? Thetis takes a bit of her food. Yes. Circe informed me, and I asked her to ask Cirrus if I can speak with you. Thetis could see a look of a lost child in her eyes, one that seeks answers to her questions. Can't say that I do. I saw lots of stuff down there, so who knows? Thetis got back to eating. Is that so? Ace puts her finger to her chin, thinking of another question to ask. So sad, Thetis said carelessly. I guess I kinda wish I can help you, given you are have Nox and Circe told you what you are. Ace tilts her head, confused. What do you mean? I'm human. Tisk. Don't those Thetis's brain went off making connections. Ah. Yes. She is the daughter of a second generation. She is the same as her. Then if I hold on to this information wait. If I use this information, I would just be thrown back into the cell, bondage or death will always be my choices. No matter how she spun it, her choices will always be death or imprisonment, even then the one known as Thetis will be only an empty shell of her former splendor and pride. Fuck. I thought I have accepted this. All she did was bring up my hope and... Why is this my life? A spark of anger flickered inside her, anger towards the one who gave her a second life. Are you okay? Ace said, looking at Thetis, who has been thinking for a while. Thetis simply smirks. I am fine, as one can be on their big day. Now given that Nox the White Rays was on the run, Pasiphae, Circe's sister told me that Circe escaped to sea, she muttered a bit. Let's see, how did that story go again? Her memories were foggy. Thinking so far back, she realized how long ago it was. Can I ask you what you mean? Ace said curiously where this is going. Take a seat. I will indulge you since this will be my form of spite. Ace sits down and looks at Thetis intensely. So. Arya was of the second generation of the Spirits if memory serves me right. The second generation of spirits was far more compatible with mortals than the first, but, that was a massive oversight, as much as the first being almost carbon copies of their creators. How so? Were they too weak? No. So long as they have a contract, they were solid and had a rather average survival rate. The problem lay with their high compatibility with humanity. Do you know what a Nephilim is? I have never heard the word. Well, that's what you are, a being that is of human and spirit. These children were wildly powerful, but most of all, they had the mortal's emotions and needs. Emotions and needs. Yes, you feel sad and happy, right? She nods her head. Do you feel hungry or angry? I do. Now for us Spirits, at least for the second and following generations, we don't feel hunger as we can live off the magic in the air and our contractors. Food like this is more for pleasure and approachability. Now emotions are a different thing, we have them, but we are more dampened, shall we say. It's something shared by the first 3 generations. How dampened? We, as spirits, possess a level of resilience that surpasses that of common warriors who have experienced a harsh life of war and bloodshed. We do not act impulsively or without good reason. This only applies to spirits who are not contracted. Once we have a contractor, our emotions are tethered to them, and we are bound to serve our master at any whim they decide. Be it for good or for bad. We will not complain, we will adapt. For example, Nox has a deep-seated hatred for Zeus because of the actions of his spirits, but if she were to encounter him, well, depending on Circe, she could just straight up kill him. By Circe's own order, Nox and Circe can disagree with Circe and even question him if they have a problem. This luxury was not afforded to many who contracted with spirits. And that is why Nephilim like me were killed. Yes, far too much of a wild card to be left alone since they don't have those ingrained ways of feeling. What of me? Will they kill me? No, you have a god fauna, that works as a chain, so you won't go too far with your god pulling the collar and strangling you with it. I see, but has there been one who reached adulthood? From memory and talks back then, it would be the strongest of the Nephilim. She was a child named Makia. She was the reason most of the Nephilim were killed as children, with few ever reaching their teens or even adulthood. No one knows if she died somewhere in the world or if she just poofs. Gone. So there is no record of her. No, just hearsay and folktales. Thank you for telling me. Ace bows her head. Thetis didn't really mind it. If anything, it was a bit nice. Not at all. It is nice to see a spirit or well, half of one like you walking around and not just that old hag Nox and that shut-in Circe. She finished eating and stands up. So I'll be heading off to enjoy a good bath. Oh, and before I go, should you ever reach where I was born and meet her, tell her F. She suddenly stops talking. Wow. I can't even talk badly about her. Lame. Well, you get where I was going with, right? Mace nods. I will pass on your words. I may not be able to see her face, but my words will be the last thing she hears when she is dead. She leaves behind her last words to the one who resurrected her, and they will be filled with all of her spite and anger. She then leaves the room to find AI by the door. AI then walks ahead to lead her. Thetis goes back to the third tower again and enjoys a nice bath, but it annoyed her that her magic was sealed off. At least the water is nice. She enjoyed it far longer than the food. When she came out, they presented her with a fine blue dress to match her hair and eyes. My, you truly are spoiling me. A last form of goodwill from Cirrus, AI said. She puts on the new set of clothes that would be her funeral attire, and they leave the tower. Down at the tower was a carriage waiting for them. Thetis gets in as does AI and they leave towards the Colosseum. Here. AI hands Thetis a bag of magic stones. This is my last ounce of goodwill. Thetis looks at the bag to find all the stones to be from the 58th to 52nd floor of the dungeon. Not afraid I will escape? Or even kill Cirrus? My husband is not that weak. You should listen to what I advise and fight him with her held up high because the second you turned your back you will only see the bottom of his foot. His wife? How? Thetis felt her neck get sliced off. She gently touches her neck to find it is still attached. I am a level 7. I can easily slit your throat before you can even blink. AI said sternly, with eyes that made Thetis think they lopped her neck off. A perfect match. Two monsters together. She ate one magic stone after the other. Once arriving at the Colosseum, Thetis's hands shake. No matter how many magic stones she ate, she still could not shake this feeling of impending doom. I recovered a good amount of my magic, but this device around my core can still kill me instantly. She stares at her hands, hoping no one noticed, but AI's eyes shifted back forward. Remember, my words. Sorry, I am repeating myself. Thetis said nothing. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. It's time. AI then pressed the pearl into her earring. I'm taking her now. AI escorts Thetis to the arena where only Ace was in attendance. Why are you here? We are not friends, we are not close. You are only my message to her. Walking from the other end the sound of his heavy footsteps could be heard, and a slight shimmer could be seen as Cirrus walks out spear and armor equipped. There was no theatrics or music. It was a quiet and solemn place, and they could hear the sounds of Circe and Nox landing on top of the Colosseum. Nothing to say. Thetis said with a bit of a cocky attitude. I will make it quick, Cirrus said with no emotion in his voice. He takes out a pair of gloves with a magic stone embedded at the back of them. He makes sure they won't slip off. Well, I won't make it easy. Now, are you gonna remove the restraint, or are you just gonna kill a pretty girl without a fight? Cirrus holds out his hand, and his magic circle appeared. Damocles. She could feel the metal tool unlock and rip out of her. It returned to Cirrus's hand. Here. He tossed Thetis a small bag of magic stones. Eat up. How nice of you. Her wounds slowly healed on their own as she opened the bag and swallowed magic stone after stone. Her wounds then healed far faster. The feeling of power, she curls her fingers. More of my magic is back, but it is still nil compared to when I was in the Gnosis. I am ready when you are. He said, standing still. Don't worry, I'm, old man of the sea, place your water onto me. Laconia sticks. Thetis chanted far quicker than before, and a massive amount of water appeared coming towards Cirrus, but he simply swung his spear upwards cleaving it as though it was the Red Sea. The water crashes into the sturdy walls. Thetis shot out. Did he really think I wouldn't try to? Suddenly, she could feel a foot on her back, slamming her into the ground. Thud. TCH, Cirrus said, disappointed. Thetis tried to turn to water, but the second she tried, Cirrus chanted quickly. Sing your vespers. Crack. Gaia. Lightning coursed through her veins, causing her to convulse and go back and forth into reality. Cirrus took this time to grab her hair and, with all of his strength, threw her back into the Colosseum. Boom. Dazed and confused, Thetis tries to collect her thoughts but they were all jumbled with pain. What happened? Why did it turn black? She could only see darkness, she could not even feel the dirt from how numb she was. Thetis slowly realizes what happened and picks herself up to see she is back in the arena. Stupid fool, you should have faced him, AI said as she watched. Thetis looks up to see Cirrus on top of the Colosseum with a handful of her hair. He lets it go, having it be blown away from the wind. He jumps down and lands with no sound. I said I will make it quick. You Finn. A sharp feeling of pain jolts through her body. She looks to see Cirrus' hand in her chest. You never showed your true fangs, have you? Cirrus looks her in her eyes. With an empty expression, as if he was bored, dissatisfied by this ending. Unfortunately, no one in a long time was strong enough to handle it. Fafnir only lasted a while running away. He then pushed deeper, grasping her core. Activating magic tool. Shine. The glove then glowed, and circuits covered Thetis's core and then the rest of her body. Gasp. She felt as if he gripped her lungs. Her life was now literally in his hands as something moved across and through her body. I should have faced you head on. The circuits appeared like tattoos on her body. Any last words? Yet. Fuck you. I do not want your sympathy. Well, that isn't the worst last words I heard. The circuits then turned green to signify they were ready. He then rips out her core in a single motion. Gah! Thud. She falls to her knees, she grabs onto Sirius's armor. I curse you. Upon my death, you will be claimed by the sea. Cir, Russ. Thetis' eyes go dull as she hits the ground. Thud. Not turning to dust. Sirius watched her to see that she was slowly turning to water and ash from the ends of her hair and limbs. Sirius stands there with her deep blue magic stone in hand. His armor fades as Ace walks next to him. You can do what you want. Ace nods and picks Thetis up. Awaken, dot. A steady breeze kicks up, and she quickly leaves the arena with a bitter but solemn look. Ace held little an opinion on Thetis, less of a person and more of an enemy, but even she was still a spirit, or the very least the remains of one. The same race as her mother, who found themselves on the opposite side of theirs. To Ace, that was enough to have some connection. She is a water spirit and she at least deserves to die where she loved the most, the sea. Goodbye, Thetis, Sirius said, storing Thetis's core into his shadow and walking away. She grew up, said Nox watching from on high. Yes. It must be hard to see a spirit die, said Cersei. But it won't be easy going forward now that more spirits are being brought back deep into the dungeon. Ha, do you think there will be spirits of my strength? Who knows? You are powerful, but others are just as deadly back then. Yet, but how many actually made it and died in the dungeon? Fuck. Cersei goes quiet for a bit. I wish I can keep working on the spirit radar, but it needs data to be improved. Well, isn't Sirius planning an expedition? Maybe you can do it then. I will have to see. I need to get going. I have orders to do. Right, and I still have time to enjoy some time at the cafe before it closes. Volume 3 Quest 272 Next move. 2 days later. And that's what I had confirmed, Sirius said in a meeting with Finn. So they're deep in the dungeon and we don't know how far, said Gareth. With Philvis's information along with Thetis's, we know their base is on or beyond the 80th floor. Unfortunately, anything below the 61st floor is practically unknown to us with no maps. Riveria said. In any case, we have time. I doubt the birth of a spirit of my caliber would be born so soon, said Nox. Which is why we built this, said Cersei, taking out a clunky magic tool. A spirit radar. It looks a bit rushed, Riveria said, looking at it. Well, it's a prototype. I will make improvements to it to detect stronger spirits than Thetis. When Sirius goes down on his next expedition, he will use it and bring back data. So you're going down, huh? When's the date? Asked Finn. On the 22nd of the month. I'm simply going through the logistics and supplies along with the routes we're going to take as well as which people are going up against the floor bosses to gain experience, Sirius said, scratching his head. Fuck, I really need to train up some people to make this shit easy. Do you not? No, most of the familia are all combat-oriented, which leaves a majority of the work to fall on me. Well, you have to manage the district as well, right? Said Gareth. Not exactly. The other familia picked up the slack once they got their familia in operating standards. They lightened my load immensely. Well, I need to get going. Coffee is the only thing fueling me these days. He, Nox, and Cersei bid their farewells and returned to what they usually do around this time. Sirius returned home, finish up some work, and went to sleep. Nox went to the musical groups in the entertainment district and have fun, and Cersei went back to Lenoa's shop and worked to improve the gloves and the spirit radar. Mayaka's clinic. What's wrong, Cassandra? Asked Daphne. Is it that dream you had? Why yes. A bottle shall turn the sacred hind to the demon of sands. Giants and devils shall walk upon the land and tremble from the demon's presence. Whatever we need to deliver this box of potions to the Artemis Familia, so I need you not to fumble. All right, Daphne said, dismissing Cassandra's words. All right, oh, you forgot one. She said, grabbing a dark green potion. Strange? It's different from usual. Naza must have used something different. Just put it in. Should we not talk to her about? Come on, let's go. I'm sure it's nothing. The two leave carrying the box. I hope it wasn't anything important. Cassandra thought, having a bad feeling. A few minutes later, Naza enters the room. Hum. 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 Naza looked around the room with concern. Oh no, 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 no. She looked around the lab where she helped make the potions, but it was gone. Naza? Is something wrong? Asked Myaik, walking in. Lord Myaik, can you help me look for a potion? It is darker in its color. Sure, but, why do you want to look for it? Is it harmful? It's, a side project I was working on, and I managed to finish it. I think. And what does it do? He asked while looking around. It, makes you younger. Myaik stops and slowly turns to Naza. Her ears were bright red. Why did? I wanted us to make more money, she shouted. Naza, I know that's a lie. Naza was avoiding her god's gaze. Naza. Did it have to do with why you asked for my blood? Possibly. Moonlight Tower. Here is your order, said Daphne. Thank you for the delivery. Said a guard. We shall take it from here and check if everything is in order. All right, do you mind if we rest inside? Not at all. We will give you the money once we check it. Daphne and Cassandra go and wait on the first floor of the first tower. Down in the storage room of the second tower. Captain, the delivery of potions came. Thanks, you can return to your posts. Said Cirrus. The guards leave. So how many potions did you make, Naza? Cirrus said to himself as he opens it. 1. 4. 8. 101? There is one extra. Cirrus checks it again and finds one that's different from the rest. Why is this one darker than the rest? Well, I'll just hand it over to Daphne and Cassandra. Cirrus puts it in the shadows of his sleeves and left the storage room. He walked to the first tower and saw the two adventurers waiting. Cirrus. Said, Daphne. Was everything in order? Yes, but he reached into his sleeve and pulled out a dark green potion. This one was an extra. Could you take it back to Naza? I mean sure, but you can just give us a few extra valis more for it. I would, but seeing as this one is different. I rather like to know why it's darker. Maybe it has to do with my dream. Cassandra said out loud. Dream. Don't worry about her, sir. Daphne quickly stepped in. She has weird dreams every now and again. They are not dreams. I predicted Belle would win the war games. Coincidence? As the two argued, Cirrus thought to himself. Daphne and Cassandra, they were in Apollo's familia, so are they them. I wanted to see if Cassandra had what the myth had of her as well and. Cirrus looks to see Daphne disregarding Cassandra's dreams. Tell me, Cassandra, what was in this dream? Cirrus said, curious. They stopped and looked at Cirrus. Why you will believe in my dreams? Cassandra's eyes began to shine with happiness. Tell what this dream is, and we'll see. Sir, I don't mean to be rude, but please do not indulge her in her delusions, Daphne said. It's fine, I'll play along. Go on, Cassandra. Oh okay. In my dream, I dreamt about a bottle, and in it was a sacred hind. The bottle then was filled and from it formed a green eye of a demon with sand around it. Holy fuck, it's that me? Shit. I fucking hate prophecies like these. Do I do or don't do anything? Something will cause it to happen. Fuck. In Greek myth, when a prophecy is given, it is always fulfilled. Be it by accident or the actions spurred by its knowledge that lead people to try to stop, which causes it to happen in the first place. I see, that is something. I can see why people find it hard to believe. Sir, you actually believe in her weird dreams? Daphne said. Well, I see no harm in them, so long as you think them through and try to find some meaning in them, it could be fun to try and pin down the meaning. Well, we should get back. Daphne holds out her hand and Cirrus hands her the potion as well as the money. Here, hold it. Daphne hands it to Cassandra as she puts the money away. Thank you for hearing me out. As she walked forward, she tripped over her own feet. Cirrus quickly catches her, but... Crack! The dark green potion breaks on Cirrus's head. Sorry. I am so sorry. Cassandra jumps back in apology. No, it's fine, it's not like... As he touches the contents he realized something like this could be it. You girls go on ahead. I'll need to go and take a quick shower. I finished up my work for today. He said with a slight smile. Sure thing. Come in, Cassandra. Oh, and the potion is on us. She drops a few valis to what the market price for potions is and left with Cassandra. Cassandra continued to bow profusely as she left. As soon as they left, Cirrus rushed up the tower to his room and quickly began to take a shower. Fuck. He quickly washed up, scrubbing the potion off him. As he gets out, he looks at himself in the mirror. Huff, huff, huff. Hecton, any changes? A small head pops out under the shadow of his arm. None from what I can notice, sir. It was just a dream she had. Dreams hold some meaning, Hecton. They like your subconscious telling you something or... I don't know, okay? They just hold some meaning to the person. Well, you seem to be fine, sir. Your body has shown no noticeable differences. I'm going to take a nap, I've been working too long. Hecton helped cloth Cirrus as he walks to the bed and gets under the covers. Cassandra, cursed by Apollo so that nobody would believe her prophecies. I can't dismiss her words so lightly. Cirrus closes his eyes and falls asleep. An hour or two later. Phew, what a long day, said Artemis, stretching. Yeah, but the new members are showing progress, said AI, noticing a lump in the bed. And Cirrus is early to bed, as usual. AI began to take off her boots and some layers of clothes to get more comfortable. Aren't you going to take a bath? I'll do that later. I just wanna, As AI gets in, she noticed Cirrus wasn't taking up the space he usually does. Cirrus, are you? She moved the cover to find a small child. See Cirrus, she said, looking at the familiar face, Hera's face. The young Cirrus rolls around in bed and AI could get a better look at him. His face lost the maturity and masculinity of his 20s and returned to match Hera's beauty. Artemis, could you check if he has a status? AI said, slowly moving Cirrus so as not to wake him. Artemis looks at him with some confusion. Yes. Move him slowly and carefully. AI turns him to show his back. Artemis opens and looks at his status to show that it was actually Cirrus, and his status was still that of a level 8. It is him, but, how? Artemis said, hiding his status. Hecton, do you know what happened? His shadow moved and Hecton popped up. Sir Cirrus was meeting with 2 people from Mayaka's familia about the potions they deliver, and he found one extra. They discussed about a dream one of them had and the girl accidentally spilled a potion on Cirrus. After they left he quickly went and washed up, he asked to see if his body was any different, and at the time there wasn't, but, it would seem his body has regressed back to around 7 or 8 years of age at such a rate I didn't notice. I am ashamed to have not noticed. I'll go get them to come over. AI said, putting back on some of her clothes. Art, can you look after him and call Fels? Who knows what might happen if he wakes up? Alright, I'll get Nox to come as well. AI gets dressed enough and leaps from the top of the tower. She quickly runs down the tower and heads to Mayaka's clinic. Artemis sits next to him in bed. You look so young. She slowly parted his hair. And you really do have Hera's face. I can see why you always hide your appearance back then. Volume 3 Quest 273 Young Demon. Waking up, Cirrus looks at an unfamiliar ceiling. He sits up to see a nice room with an open window. The bed was rather big and comfy with the scent of hibiscus and cypress lingering in the room. He grows suspicious of where he is despite how nostalgic it all seems to him. Where am I? There is no longer the sound of the passing sand or the sound of the crew walking around, and the air feels too cool to be the desert. He looked to his side and around the room again to find his most reliable friend and eyes in the skies, not by his side. Nox, where are you? Cirrus. You're up. What do you mean I'm up? I woke up in an unfamiliar place and the last thing I remember was going to sleep in my room when Paulus gave us a job to do. After Bokhara, our runs on their supply lines have severely crippled them. Cirrus walks to the window to see Babel. Why are we in Orario? And how? There wasn't any building this tall. Nox, where the fuck am I? Do you know where I am? Did I get knocked out or something? Cirrus was growing more concerned. Nox could feel the anxiety and worry building up in him. He gets up and runs to the widow. Wait. Wait. Calm down. I'm coming to you, all right. Don't attack anyone. I don't have my weapons and my clothes. Well, they don't fit. So meet me at. The door opened to people he didn't recognize. AI, Artemis, Mayak, and Neza. The woman, AI, looked familiar, but Cirrus was too alert and worried to think about who she is. From Cirrus's experience, she gave off a powerful aura, she was stronger than Goma, and that alone made her a threat. So he's Cirrus, shouted AI as she spotted him. Fuck. His first instinct was to cover his face and jumped off the tower to avoid a confrontation. He had no way of defending himself, so he escaped. Whoosh. Whoosh. Shit. Shit. They saw my face. Ah, fuck. Nox, where are you? We can meet up where you are at. W8YR. Cirrus. Cirrus turns around to see AI come after him. He could see an odd look in her eyes as she falls after him. How does she know I mean that's not my name, pretty scary lady. Exosia, Adorn, Stimphalion. The armor quickly dawns on him as AI was about to grab him. He flapped his wings and shot down with even more speed, and when he approached the ground, he swooped down, going through the defenses of the area with ease and escaping into the city. Phoosh! Damn it! AI said, landing on the ground. Thud! The earth beneath her cracked. AI, what happened? Said a guard, coming up to her. Yeah, it looked like Cirrus flew by. Said, Bree. He was also kinda small. Get everyone to look for Cirrus. When you find him, send out a flare. Have Phi, Kale, Rethusa, and rest in charge of the search. Right. The guard soon left, and AI walked up the front of the entrance to the familia home. I forgot how on guard you were, and with your status as a level 8, AI takes a deep breath and catches the smell. I have you now, Cirrus. She then quickly follows the scent. Back up the tower. As you can see, that potion your child spilled on him turned him back into a child. Said Artemis. Naza, how long would it last? Myaik asked. It's hard to say, it was never really tested. My deepest apologizes, Artemis. Myaik bowed his head. We will work on finding and making a cure and help with finding Cirrus. Who knows what could happen, back then when he was still a boy, Evilus was still running around. That's what I'm worried about. Our first meeting was him using Rethusa as a meat shield. Artemis said, remembering their first meeting. That's because you shot at him first, said Nox coming in. Artemis, could I talk to you for a second? And can it be quick? We will leave you two be. Naza, let's hurry. The two leave quickly, leaving Nox and Artemis alone. Alright, so Cirrus reverted to when he was 8 years old in the Chaos Desert when he was still the golden horned demon of Schultzard. He is in a fight or flight state right now, so you need to get everyone to stop looking for him because he will retaliate if he is cornered, Nox said. By flight or fight, I mean this was a Cirrus who was merciful. She said in quotations. Alright, try to get him to understand what is happening. Alright. Of course, I will. I've known him since well the age he currently is. A while later. Escaping deep into Deadless Street, Cirrus sees a blue flare come from the Silver Tower. Huff. Huff. What the fuck is going on? Nox, I reached Deadless Street. Where are you? He leans against the wall, adjusting his clothing. Also, has my stimphalion changed? I'm away, but you know you can summon me. Summon you? But I have to update my status for. Just summon me by calling my name and putting some mana in the word. Fine, I guess? But it's not gonna work, Nox. His magic circle appeared, and from it, Nox flew out and landed on his head. See, told you. But how? Cirrus, it's been 14 years since the time we were with Jane and the others. She flew in front of him and transformed back into her human form. Cirrus was surprised to see her in her human form. Phew, it's the same expression you made when we first met. Nox pinched his cheeks a bit. Cirrus shook that thought and focused on the rest of her words. 14 years? Why was I asleep for so long? You weren't. You just regressed back into an 8-year-old. Why do you think I can talk to you in this form? And why has so much of the city changed? Well. That's true, you never lie to me. Is Lenoa, Fels, and Eupheme still around? Of course. They're doing fine. That's good. It still feels weird, though. Cirrus felt lighter. I know. I can show you to your loved ones. Like who? Like your wives. My what? His face turned red like a tomato. Holy shit. Yes, you married 2 beautiful women. What are really? Of course. I do not lie to you, I merely tease you with the truth. Then, he swallows his saliva at this piece of information begins to settle into his mind. So what are their end names, he said with shyness and embarrassment. Phew, I forgot how darn cute you were as a kid. Nox pinched his cheeks again. Maybe that potion regressed more than I thought. He wasn't this emotive. Ow fuck, man. Come on Nox. Do you still treat me like a fucking kid when I'm wait 14 years, add the one, when I'm 22? Of course not. I treat you like my master and little brother, so why wouldn't I indulge myself in your formative years, she said, patting his head. Come on. Fine. She stands straight up. First, let's head back to the tower you jumped out of. They are part of your current familia. I panicked, okay. That lady with the fox ears called out my name, and I jumped. Oh? Was she scary? Nox grinned. I mean, not at first, but when she jumped after me a little. I heard that. Jumping down from on top of a building, AI lands before them. Oh, fuck. Cirrus jumps back. Nox, what are you trying to do? AI walks up to Nox. Nothing at all. I'm just having some fun, is all. Hey Cirrus, do you know who she is? Cirrus walks up and looks at her. You look like AI? Except more, Cirrus looks at her up and down. Mature? Oh, fuck, you are here, aren't you? I am. Are you surprised by my beauty? She said with her hands on her hips and a puffed up chest. I mean, you look a lot smarter now than when you were a kid. Ha 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 ha. Nox laughed out loud. That certainly is true. Ha 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 ha. What's that supposed to mean? I was not dumb looking. AI said, offended. But you look more refined. Cirrus said, ignoring what he previously said to move on for the sake of his adult self. You don't still do the headbutt thing, right? Occasionally. But anyway, come, I'll take you back home. Back home? Do we live together or something? A big grin appears on AI's face. Ahem, she turns to Cirrus and showed him her ring finger. We are married. How about that? His eyes widened and his head went blank. I think he's trying to process it, Nox said, patting his head. Back at the Moonlight Tower. Whoa. He really is a kid again, said Rithusa. Yeah, but he seems a few years younger when we met him, said Phi. Cirrus stands behind Nox but still peeks to see from the corner of his eye. Now, said AI. The Myaik Familia is working on something to turn him back, and until then Cirrus is on leave and I will step in as temporary captain of the Familia, Rithusa. Could you be my temporary vice-captain? Of course, but how long will it take for them to finish? Rithusa said. We don't know, said Artemis. But it should be soon enough. Now break, and go back to your posts. It's business as usual. We will also suspend our expedition until Cirrus is back to form. Yes, Lady Artemis, they all said and left for their jobs. So what is her relation to me? Cirrus asked Nox. Well, she is how do I put it? I am your goddess, my name is Artemis, Artemis said, walking up to him and kneeling to meet his eye level. You did, however, convert once before you converted to be one of my children. I see, Cirrus noticed the ring on her finger and his eyes widen again. You that ring are you? Oh, you noticed. Fel said you were a clever kid. Yes, I am your wife. Artemis. Holy fuck. No. No fucking, how the fuck did future me pull that off? Did hell freeze over for Artemis to, oh Jesus fucking Christ, tell me I am not Orion or some shit. I don't wanna die by a scorpion or be shot in the head at sea. I. His mind froze again, thinking of Orion's fate, which all ended with Artemis ultimately killing him. I wonder how much he's going to do that. Nox said, looking at him. Phew, he's cute, Artemis said with a slight smile. He rarely makes these kinds of expressions. Nox sees the look in AI and Artemis's eyes. Old memories resurface for Nox when they were going to tell Skyra. Yeah, I think he's gonna be spending the night with me, Nox said, picking Cirrus in away from Artemis and AI. I'm not gonna do anything. Artemis shouted. Yeah. We just wanna hug him and give him our love, shouted AI. Yeah, I really don't trust that. Come on Cirrus, I'll show you my room. Volume 3 Quest 274 Youth. Later that night. So. This is your room, hey? Cirrus said, looking around her room in the tower. Yup. It's filled with stuff over the years. Cirrus could spot several kinds of instruments and musical sheets along with lyrics either not finished, crossed out, or erased so much it ripped the paper. There were also balls of crumbled up paper scattered around. It was a very messy room. Were we a musical band or something? There are a lot of instruments here. We were. We had a lot of fun with it. Oh, I forgot you made another contract with another sprite. I did? Where are they? She's busy. She primarily stays with Lenoa helping take care of her and stuff. It's fine, really. They like each other, a real couple of peas in a pod. Can I get a name? Her name is Circe, she's about. She is slightly taller than you. She has reddish hair kinda like when the sun sets over the horizon. Ah. Okay, I got a picture of her. So Yon. Is she as strong as you? And where did I meet her? Those are all questions for tomorrow. She turns into an owl and lands on the bed. For now, let's sleep. Everything you want to know will be answered after a good night's rest, alright. Fine, Cirrus gets into bed with Nox. Night Nox. He closes his eyes and falls asleep. Good night Cirrus. As Cirrus falls asleep, Nox feels a sense of nostalgia as it has been a long time since they shared a bed. The closeness they shared back then was something that was very close to her heart. Then a slight shake. Oh. Right, you still are suffering from those nightmares. A sense of bitterness found its way into this sweet moment for her. The next morning. Creak. The door to Nox's room slowly opens and a pair of white fox ears popped out. Sneak, AI slowly enters the room. Sneak, sneak, she tiptoed to the bed slowly and she notices Nox wasn't in bed. Phew, maybe I can sneak him into our bed, she said quietly as she moves the covers to find Cirrus curled up with Nox comfortably like a child's plushie. Well damn. Well, I can at least have a picture. AI takes out a magic tool resembling a camera and took a picture of Cirrus sleeping with Nox. Give me a copy as well. AI slightly jumped up as Artemis snuck up behind her. You scared me. Were you right behind me the whole time? I came around the time you moved the blanket. So, did you get a picture? I did. Phew, look. After a bit, the magic tool gave out a picture. Make sure to keep it in a secret album. What are you doing? Cirrus said, waking up. They quickly hid the magic tool and picture. And nothing, said AI. Yes. We just came to see how you were doing. Artemis said. He rubs his eyes and gets out of bed. Whatever. You have my toothbrush, right? Of course. I'll take you up. AI, don't you have captain duties to do? Ah. I need to hurry and get down, she quickly left the room. Now let's go as well. Nox is a heavy sleeper, Artemis said. Walking up to the top floor, Cirrus could see all the hard work that went into building this tower with designs and ideas of his former life. So, did the adult me help blueprint the design of the tower or what? Well, for your information, this was the Ishtar Familia's home and after a sudden show of power, they were forcibly disbanded, and we took control of it. Ah. I guess Bastet Familia was weeded out. But you have nothing to do with what Ishtar did? I mean, the closes would be midwifery. He's sharp. There's almost no drop in intelligence. I wonder if it is his skills. Artemis thought. Well, our familia works more along the lines of security. So we work like the mob offering protection. That's a bit of a rough way of saying it, but it's not off the mark. The district doesn't pay us as we are a hybrid of an exploration and business, familia. The adult you work with, the goddess of love, who now runs the red light district and its operations, so you get a cut of the profits. Seems complicated. A bit, yes. They reached the room, and Cirrus went to brush his teeth. So. Do you have anything planned? No, he rinses his mouth with water and gets out of the bathroom. But I probably need to go back to Lenoa's place to get some clothes, these are too wait. Exosia, Adorn, Lernian, ... Nothing happened. Yeah, so you eventually got better armor to try your Serenian armor. Ah. I really liked that one. Exosia, Adorn, Serenian, his magic circle appears, and the armor clothes him. Hey, this is pretty cool. I didn't know my armor can change. Oh, the antlers got lighter. And it's not just strips of cloth, his mask faded away, leaving the rest intact. Is there anything you wish to ask? I am sure you have plenty of questions. Ah well, for one, does the city know about, my face? He messes with his hair a bit, still using his bangs to hide his face. The city knows you are Nephili's son. You kinda dropped that bomb on the city while facing Althea and Zald. Then kinda, played out a example showing the truth. They weren't dead? I thought the guild marked them as dead. They lived, but shortly after some events, they passed away. Seems they both were on death's door for a while now. I see. I would have liked to know them better. I'm sure they had nice stories about my mom. His smile was like sunshine to Artemis. Bright, innocent, pure. Yet. Artemis smiles as well. I'm sure they did. Oh, did my future self ever learn who our dad was? Artemis didn't really know how to put it. No. Sorry, but as a level 8, you are pretty much world famous. Oh. His lips pulled back a bit. Okay, but my future self found Hera, right? We wanted to also ask her about my mom. Yes. But she left something to be desired, and they gave you the surface amount on her. Cirrus made a disappointed expression. That smile, like sunshine, quickly was blotted out by grey skies. He took a deep breath and made an expressionless face. Well, that fucking sucks. Artemis needed to change topics. She yearned to see him smile more. So what now? Artemis said, sitting down. Any plans or something you wish to do in this peaceful era? I'll probably just walk around the city or something. Do you want me to come along as well? Cirrus could see the look in her eyes that she wanted to come. The door suddenly opened, and Fels entered the room. Cirrus. Fels quickly walked up to him and examined him. You have changed. She patted his head, arms, legs, everything to see if he was all right. Fells. Cirrus slowly smiles ear to ear. You're still around, he hugs them tightly as if they were separated for many years. That's great. Ah. He let go of his hug and took a few steps back. Do you have something future me made for you? It should be like a necklace. Ah yes. Fells touches the magic gem, and they remove their hood to show their face. It's not perfect, but nevertheless it's good enough that it does not break so easily anymore. I'm glad. Seems my future self did our long drawn up plan. Cirrus smiles like sunshine. How long did you plan for it? I'd say when I was 5 or something. That long hey. Well, do you wish to go out? Sure. Oh, do you come as well? Cirrus looked at Artemis. No, you two have some family bonding. I have some things I need to do. Have fun, she said, leaving the room. I think she may have wanted to spend time with you, said Fells. There is always tomorrow. Walking through the streets of Orario with new clothes, Fells and Cirrus spend time as a parent with their child. Is this the first time we walk together outside? It is. I apologize for having taken some of your clothes, Fells said in Cirrus's clothes, looking rather well dressed. It's fine. I'm probably not gonna wear it for a while anyway, so where do you wanna go? How about a nice lunch? You can even eat now. Not exactly. I am afraid that even with your skills, taste and touch are something I can't experience. Also, the food just falls through me. I see. Then how about something else? I have nothing. Fuck. Wait. I do have something, but did my adult self have a workshop or something? He did. He has two, one at the Moonlight Tower and one that he won from Lady Hephaestus. What do you plan on doing? I want to make something really quick. Nox said I still kept my status, so I wanted to try and make something. Very well. Fells leads the way to the workshop east of the city. When they arrived, Cirrus found it rather dusty. Hey? Do I not use it much? No, you are very busy, so you use this place as a way to store your material and stuff you created that you no longer have no room for. Ah. Okay, well, I'm going to look around and make the stuff really fast. Cirrus quickly ran off around the home. He looks so much more lively than he did back then. It seemed those times really robbed you of a childhood, a smile cracked on their faces. Then maybe this is a chance to help recapture it. After a while and a few sounds later, Cirrus came back with 2 boards with wheels. What are these? I call them skateboards. Let's go to the city wall and try them out. He hands one to Fells and they both head to the city wall in the east. So how does one use these? Fells asked. You just put them on the ground. He places one on the ground. And you put the foot you would use when you slide on it. Cirrus puts his right foot on it and kicks off skating. You would probably need some practice. I see. Fells said, watching Cirrus skate. Fells put their right foot on it and kicked off as well. They were wobbly at first, but they soon got used to it. Pretty fun, hey? It is. It's nice to have the wind go by you. They both skated along the city wall, getting a grasp on skating. Now, do you want to go down and see how well you can get? A challenge it is, then. You go first. Fine, then. Cirrus kicked off with more speed and he grinned on the edges of the wall before jumping again down the inner wall. Head I see how it is. Fells followed suit. From a window of Babel, Freya could see 2 souls, one a youthful myriad of colors, and one old and grey playing with one another. What a sight! It warms the heart. A faint yet expressive smile graces this goddess of love. And Freya looked just a bit south of them. A certain hunting goddess was watching from a distance. For another. Volume 3 Quest 274.5 Home before 9 p.m. After spending the day having fun with Fells skating around, Orario night came and Cirrus returned to the Moonlight Tower. You seem to have fun today, said Artemis, seeing the smile on Cirrus. Artemis, having followed Cirrus and Fells from a distance, quickly ran back home to speak with him. I did. Sorry, you couldn't come. Maybe tomorrow or something. You promise, she said, leaning in. Why yet? I'm sure the future me found something lovable, right? Cirrus said, a bit flustered by how close Artemis was. She didn't like how he worded it, but nevertheless she got to spend time with him. That's something you need to find out on your own, she said with a sly grin. Fuck, I am really curious how my future self married one of heaven's big 3 virgin goddesses. I always thought Artemis was asexual or just preferred women over men. I know they paired her up with Orion since people found it was more dramatic that way. Oh okay. Artemis gives a small smile as she walks away and up the tower. Yo. How was your day, said AI, coming in with several of the familia behind her, they were all sweaty from training. It was fine. I'm guessing you all went to the dungeon, right? Of course not. They battled me. AI said with a proud expression. When did you become a battle junkie? PFF. Everyone covered their mouth to not laugh as AI's face turned red. I am not a battle junkie. If anything, it's you. She pointed to Cirrus. I mean, probably I reached level 8, so my future self isn't exactly the sanest of people. His acceptance of his future questionable sanity stubbed AI's attempt at snapping back. Cirrus's words from yesterday rang in her head with some truth behind it. She didn't like that. Alrighty. I always wanted to see how I would match up against you when you were a kid. She placed her hand on the handle of her sword. Maybe in 2 days from now, Lady Artemis wanted to hang out or something tomorrow, so should we postpone it? They could see AI calm her anger and move her hand away from her sword. You certainly are like how I remember, always so calm and sharp with your words. Fine. AI then walks away. Phew, holy fuck, that was close. Cirrus said, taking a deep breath. Ha ha ha. Always the good bluffer, said Phi. Seems Artemis's training transcends time. Said Rithusa. You remained cool under pressure. I'm not sure about that, but I'll see you guys later. Cirrus said, waving them goodbye with his skateboard in hand. He was pretty cute as a kid. Said, Kale. Yeah, you weren't grabbed by the throat and used as a human shield, Kale. Said Rithusa, having been on the receiving end of their first meeting. Even now, she looks at Cirrus as he goes up the tower. He feels more heavier. What do you mean? Asked Phi. Like, something is weighing him down? Cirrus's footsteps had a sort of lightness to them like a cat, but he looks like his boots are full of lead. Back in Nox's room. So how was your day? Nox said, fine-tuning her guitar. It was fun. I spent the day riding with Fells around Orario, he said with a big smile. That's wonderful. It was a shame you couldn't do that before. Yeah. At least my future self worked to clean up Orario, right? Of course. I helped you as well, you know. As well as AI and Artemis. I see, Cirrus said, taking off his boots. How did the older me manage to be with AI and Artemis? The last time I saw AI was when I came back to Orario after dealing with Zolingen. Well. It's a long story, but let's say she really loved you. I mean, really loved you. She reached level 5 to find you. Find me? I was missing. Yet. Me, AI, Artemis, and several others never stopped looking for you. I kept searching the sea and Artemis searched the neighboring coastlines, which wasn't easy as Evilus at the time was surging with power and influence. Because of that AI was forced to stay in the city to handle it reaching level 5, 1-to-1. Cirrus got in bed. I can see why my older self would take to her. Loyalty is something I deeply admire. Phew, is that why you listened to some of my demands? Like what? Like say, Nox got up and sat next to Cirrus. Sharing a bed, she turned back into a bird and landed next to Cirrus. Of course, Cirrus said, hugging her. Who doesn't want some caring physical contact after Ian sealed away? He leaned back in Nox's bed and got under the covers. And I guess it works for a kid forced to grow up in a harsh world. Good night, Nox. Good night, Cirrus. They both close their eyes and go to sleep in each other's embrace. Listening in from the room next door, AI opens her eyes. And that is what they said. I couldn't hear what Nox said when she turned back to her owl form, AI said, putting down some sound eaters. I felt bad having eavesdropped on them. Said Artemis. Curiosity got the better of us, but I would regret it if I didn't want to see what could have been for Cirrus, AI said, getting up. He looked so happy playing with Fells. It really looked like a parent and child playing with one another. I wish I could have seen it. I never realized Cirrus did so much. The way he carries himself feels so foreign. He always looked so light and agile, but now he looks like he is being weighed down. I know what you mean. This is the Cirrus who recently came back from Bokhara. They both grew maced. They remember how Cirrus told his experience. Even Nox had to fill in some parts as Cirrus blanked out thinking about it. I want to shower him in love, but, AI said. Well, hold on for now. My ache said the cure will be ready in 2 to 3 days. I will. I heard from Cirrus you got a little date with him. Do gods not care if they are children? Quiet, it's nothing like that. I just wanted to get to know Cirrus even more and maybe see more of his smile. You know how rare it was for him to smile as a kid? In our travels, I rarely saw him genuinely smile from fun. Hey? All I can remember was his smiles as an adult, and as a teen. Boy, he really brightens up, hey. He did, but that was mostly to do with him finding bright people like you along the way. No, wait, you were the brightest person in his life. Hee hee. So his smiles came from me, hi, she said with a big bright smile. I can admit that. Artemis turned to the door. Will you be coming to bed? Or will you take this room again? You know my answer. She said, going and sitting by the wall nearest to Cirrus. And you? The same as you, but I'm going to take a bath first. I've been in the sun for too long. I'll come with you. I'm also very sweaty. Phew phew. Battle Junkie. Not you too. Volume 3 Quest 275 The Fawn and the Huntress. The next day, Cirrus woke up and took a bath. Say Nox, we don't still bathe together, right? Nox, who is still in her owl, turns her head back. Not really. We did it for a while, but eventually, we both got busy, and Artemis and AI would take up the space in the tub. Ah. I see. Cirrus found this a bit concerning. After getting out and clothing himself, Nox transforms back into her human form and stops him. Before you leave, why not store your board over there? You want me to carry it? No, just store it in your shadow. I can do that. Of course. Hey Hecton, you haven't shown yourself yet, have you? Who's Hecton? Nox points down, and as Cirrus looks down, he can see his shadow shift, and from it, a head pops out. Holy fuck! Cirrus jumped back. My name is Hecton. I was a foe you faced and defeated later on in your life. I serve you as loyally as Nox does. I apologize for not introducing myself sooner, but it seemed you needed time for yourself. Thanks. Cirrus spoke a bit calmly. So do I just put it in? Yes, or I can simply take it for you if you wish. Yeah, do that. Hecton's arms came out and he grabbed the skateboard, storing it in the shadow. Should you need my help, be it attacking, defending, or simply simple stuff in general, I will assist. Thank you, Hecton. Is that your name or what I gave you? It is a simplified name of my actual name, which is Hecatonkires. Ah, I see. It's a bit hard to come up with a name for you. There is no need. I should mention you have another one like me, but she is currently out on a job for your older self, sir. Oh. Well, that's fine. You can go back to whatever you were doing, Hecton. Hecton nodded and went back into his shadow. Cool hey. Nox said. Yeah, he is pretty fucking cool. Down on the tower's first floor. Artemis felt an odd disturbance in the air. Odd? What could that be? If it's anything, our Ranos would contract us. Artemis checks herself to see if everything's all in order. Cirrus walks out of Nox's room after changing and walks down to see Artemis waiting in her usual attire. Were you waiting long? Not at all. That's a complete lie. I got up an hour early to get ready. Then where do you want to go? Shall we try hunting? Sure, I mean, I've never really hunted before. Unless you count people. A brief silence falls between them. Don't worry. Artemis said smiling. You can hold your own. Okay. After getting ready with some bows and arrows, the two went to the nearby forest outside Orario. That's a pretty cool bow you have. Who made it, or is it like a weapon from the heavens or something? Cirrus asked, looking at Artemis' bow. You made it, it's called Artemis Silver Pride. You were going to call it Silver Moon or Artemis's Pride, but decided to mix the two. I made that. Holy fuck, that's cool. He made a childlike smile that warmed Artemis's heart. I will remember this fondly. Artemis thought to herself, saving the memory deeply in her mind. Ahem. So we will be hunting for anything. Whether it's animals or monsters. If it is a monster, take their drops and magic stones. If it's an animal, well, I'll skin it for you, alright. Got it. Cirrus followed Artemis as she led the hunt. The way she moved was something Cirrus tried to imitate, as she moved quickly, quietly, and cautiously. Hold. Cirrus looks as she scans the area, and her movement stopped as she looked in a direction. Her eyes trained as she grabbed her bow and slowly notched an arrow. When it was fully pulled, she held it for a few seconds before letting it go. FSH. Aside from the sound of the arrow being shot, the arrow was as silent as the dead of night, a feat Cirrus never thought would be possible. That's one, let's go. They went to where Artemis shot her arrow to find a stag with an arrow through its heart. Pretty good, but I've gotten a bit rusty. Killing a stag in one shot from like, 80, 90 feet away with a bow and arrow is rusty. For me, yes. I bet my adult self asked you for archery training, right? Of course. He and you both have a thing for learning new things. We should probably process the stag quickly, Cirrus. You know about your shadow storage, right? Yes, Nox told me, as well as Hecton. Good, now let me show you how to skin an animal. Artemis pulled out her carving knife as if it were always in her hand and processed the stag. Cirrus could see why he would fall for her, a very strong and skilled huntress. Her archery was something to see with one's eye. Hey? Do I have a morbid sense of love? I think my taste kinda changed. Cirrus was thinking to himself as he watched Artemis butcher a stag. The contrast between the brutal sight and the beautiful goddess made her more appealing. Jesus fucking Christ, I am kinda fucked up. After Artemis finished teaching Cirrus how to process the stag, it was Cirrus's turn to hunt. Slow and steady. Keep your ears and eyes out. Got it. Cirrus did the best he could. He's imitating my movements like he did when he first started. It's adorable. Cirrus picked something up as they moved. There is something nearby. These steps. Humans. Are they doing anything? Cirrus focuses on the sounds, and then a piercing sound resonates through the forest. Cirrus opens his eyes to a flash of white. It was the same feeling Artemis felt earlier in the day, but more potent. The feeling sent a shiver up her back. Cirrus, we need to. Lady Artemis. Cirrus quickly jumped back to cover for her. After a few seconds, Cirrus opened his eyes again to find that nothing had happened. I'm fine, Cirrus. She pats his shoulder. Something has happened. I'm having this uneasy fee. Thump. 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 The sounds of heavy footsteps could be heard through the forest, and one of them was coming closer. Hecton, can you give me a sword? Exosia, Adorn, Serenian. From his shadow, his emerald ruby sword came into his hands. Artemis got behind Cirrus as the sound came closer and closer until a nightmarish human head popped up from the tree lines. Artemis and Cirrus were frozen solid, not by fear, but by the existence of this creature. No monster had ever been recorded with this humanoid appearance. There was no hair anywhere other than the top of its head, or even distinct features other than its ugliness and how close it is to human appearance. It extended its hand towards Cirrus and Artemis. Haa! Cirrus, with all of his strength, cleaved the monster's hand clean in half. The giant monster appeared unfazed by the attack as steam emanated from the wound and slowly healed. Regeneration, I see. Cirrus then held Gram with both hands and quickly kicked it off the ground. He ran up its arm, cutting deep into it, and as Cirrus reached the head, he swung his sword with great strength, cutting its head off. Slash! Thud! He jumped back to where Artemis was as the body fell to the ground. Do you think it's dead? Cirrus asked, his blade ready to cut again. It seems dead. They watched as the body slowly turned to steam, taking with it the meat and soon the bones, leaving nothing behind. Yeah, it's dead. Cirrus, change into your Stymphalian armor and take me up. If there is more, you need to take care of it. These monsters are far too much for level 2 or even level 3 adventures to handle. Got it. Cirrus puts Gram back into his shadow, puts on his Stymphalian armor, and takes Artemis high into the sky. There are so many. Artemis scanned the area and noticed several of them wandering and even running in herds. Wait. What's that? You see someone? Yeah, but, they're flying around with, steam. Volume 3 Quest 275.5 Rift. Room of Prayer. Auranos has a concerned look on his face. Lord Auranos, is something the matter? Asked Fels. Yes. I felt a ripple happen. Ripple. It is when the fabric of the world has had a disturbance. My only guess would be because of the primordial flame of heaven. It has stayed in Gakai for too long and has started to create holes from its corruption, thus it becomes a rift. A tear in space and time that leads to other worlds. Then should we send a god to purify it? There is only one god who could, Hestia, and one mortal that can as well. A mortal? Who is it? It is Nox. Her attributes could very well cleanse the flame, but... What is it, Lord Auranos? You will need to go along with Nox and Cirrus, as should the worst happen, you may have to use your resurrection magic. Fels freezes a bit. Are you sure? Can Lady Hestia not go? This is a world-threatening problem. As per his labor, Cirrus has to deal with it. But for now, since Cirrus is back to being a boy, that labor is put on a halt until he is back to his adulthood. I'm sure Prometheus will eventually send their children to claim Hestia for the purification. So we must wait for Lord Prometheus' children to come? Can we not go to them? They live in the first city of humanity, Olympia. It has been hidden by them for millennia now. We lost its location to current times. Then we will wait. Hopefully, this doesn't do any serious damage. Yes. My only fear is if something powerful comes from the rifts. Let us hope this does not herald the bad things to come. Then what do we do about the rift? Is there a way to fix it? Any god could fix it. They simply need to go to it and use their arcanum with permission. Is that all? Yes. For now we need to find it. The rift escapes my and all the gods' senses. Is that also why it's dangerous? Very. We are lucky we can feel when one forms. Down in the dungeon. Hey Revis, do these magic crystal pods glow? Asked Nise. Revis looks at them and finds several of them glowing. It seems she has sped up their growth. Then we need to grow stronger than well. Volume 3 Quest 275.6 Scorched Eagle. So this is Olympia, hey? Said Aphrodite, gazing at a city of white. The first city, Olympia, remained rather small despite its long existence. Its buildings were pure white, with a sanctuary up top on a hill overlooking the city. They had a port where they could see ships bringing in fish, as well as a wall that surrounded the city. Much like in Orario, the city's walls were pretty big and thick, but not as much as the ones that encased Orario. Malayan closes her eyes and takes in the air. Clean, but with a soft scent of ash. The flame is here, Hera said, walking ahead. There is no time to dally. Let's hurry to the city. Come on, we can at least take in this beautiful view. Shouted Aphrodite. We are not here to sightsee. We are here to. Yet, primordial flame. Fine. Let's go, my children. Yes. My beautiful goddess. The Aphrodite familia shouted. Malayan. Hera glanced at her child. Come along. I'd rather not waste time. In and out. Malayan nodded. So long as we finish this. They traveled a bit, arriving at the front gate of Olympia. When the guards saw these new visitors, they immediately became nervous. Who are you all? Shouted one guard. Hera and Aphrodite walked up front. I am the great goddess of beauty and love, Aphrodite. And this here is the gilded goddess, Hera. Aphrodite declared. Open these doors. We are here to inspect the primordial flame. Sweat dripped down their faces behind their crimson helmets. One guard leans back. Go tell Lord Ethon right away. The guard feels a gaze on him, one that pierces through him. He looked around and saw that they were nowhere to be found. He looked down at the group that had arrived to see a dark elf staring at him sharply behind Hera. Can she see me through the wall? Shit. Go quickly. He commanded the other guard. Yes, sir. Back with Hera and Aphrodite. Malayan leans into Hera's ear. It seems they don't quite want us here, Malayan said. The moment they show hostility, break down the gate, and we will reprimand them. Hera said it coldly. Aphrodite, be ready to charm as many as you can. Aphrodite wore a different expression, it was not her usual happy and arrogant face but one of seriousness. Aphrodite's children also changed to match their goddess. This was not fun and games. Their goddess and Hera instilled in them the gravity of the heavenly flame. They waited a few minutes before the door opened. Creak. The door opens wide and a man with blue hair to the side with tanned skin. He walked out with his hands behind his back and a smile on his face. Lady Hera, Lady Aphrodite. I am the High Chancellor of the Order of Prometheus, Ethon, or Ethon if you like, both are the same to me. Order. Hera said. Has that stupid god Prometheus still not shown themselves? I am afraid not. We have their fauna, but nothing more. Everything you see here is because of our own strength and self-guidance. Hera could feel the venom in his words. Seems he. Hera looks at him keenly, he looks very familiar. Hera has seen the man's face before, but where? Tell me, Ethon. Have you left this city before? Or have you lived here your whole life? Well, of course, I left Olympia. I explored the world quite a bit. But could you please return our scouts to us? That goddess of beauty has them wrapped around her pretty little fingers. Ethon glanced at Aphrodite. Let us inspect the primordial flame and we won't just return your scouts, we'll leave the place, Aphrodite said. Sorry, that is a no. The sacred fire is. You know it's corrupted, High Chancellor, Hera said with a sharpness to her tone. It has already released a ripple, a rift has formed in Gakai. Step aside or show us. No can do. Ethon's eyes narrow. The tension in the air quickly thickened. The look of the citizens of Olympia matched their High Chancellor. Explain. Hera's eyes spiraled. If not, I will educate you. Her words were now laced with venomous anger. Her patience was thinning. Malayan and Aphrodite know how she is when she loses her temper. Ethon smirked. He was unafraid of her insane ruby eyes. I didn't think you and Nephili had so much in common. Hera's and Malayan's eyes widen. Yes. She was a very tough woman. She gave me a lot of trouble, but I beat her after 5 days and 6 nights. She jumped into a river to escape. Didn't care to give chase. Malayan, Hera said with anger in her voice. Timo_ro_1 Timo_ro_ means punish in Greek. The moment she said that word, Malayan quickly acted. It was a phrase Hira used when one of her children misbehaved or committed a deed she did not approve of. She rarely said it, but when she did, many knew what Timo_RO_ led to. A brutal beating. Hira took a step to her left, and Malayan quickly kicked off toward Ethan. Crack. Malayan drew her white bow, Luke, Linos, and swung at his solar plexus. However, as she was swinging, Malayan could see Ethan's eyes track her, a level 8's movement. Thud. She hit him so hard that he flew back and smacked him with a white and red greatsword through the gate and crowd. Shit, I used too much force. Malayan lamented. Despite using so much force, the people stood still, watching them with keen eyes. Hira looks at Ethan and the greatsword with which he collided. Her eyes widen. Ah! Hira knew who he was, that face finally had a name. That is where I know you. You are the champion of Prometheus. The hero of the first flame, Epimetheus. I've seen you through Zeus's divine mirror back in heaven. Epimetheus slowly got back on his feet. He stretched his limbs before placing his hand on the great sword. I prefer not to go by that title. I am not that pathetic, shitty god's champion, nor am I a hero anymore. He then drew the great sword from the ground and rested it on his shoulders. Malayan was shocked he could even get up. She was sure she hit him with enough strength to rupture his organs and even crack a few bones. How are you still standing? I am sure my accident put you down. Dark Elf. Epimetheus looked at Malayan. You should have used more if you want to put me down. He swung his great sword, cutting the air. Swish. Malayan knew she was in the presence of a monster right away. Her instincts told her to quickly kill him or leave. Hira, who is he? Malayan took out an arrow and got ready to notch it. Didn't you hear me? He is Epimetheus, Gakai's first hero. Hira looked at Epimetheus keenly. After so many years she could tell he has lost his edge. This isn't the time to joke around, Hira. He is giving off the same feeling as the executives of our and the Zeus Familia. I have no doubt he bested Nephili. When have I ever joked? It's obvious he used the flame to live for 3,000 years. 3,000. Malayan began to sweat at that prospect. That's right, Elf, Epimetheus said, walking up to and standing behind the gate. Tell me, Dark Elf, does your race still prefer fighting up close? I mean, that was how your kind was as rare as or even rarer than the Renards. The longest an elf ever lived was 300 plus. This went to both light and dark elves. Despite this human lived 10 times longer than a normal elf and remained sane. Gulp. 3,000 years, of experience, time, and skill polishing. Malayan did not like this whole situation, not one bit. Scared. Epimetheus could see the hesitation in her eyes. Hira. Your orders. Hira looked at Epimetheus, and a scowl grew on her face. Aphrodite. Hira commanded. Aphrodite immediately jumped forward and did a sexy pose. Come. Join me, my cuties. Shoo. She blew a kiss with her charm on max power. Aphrodite quickly captivated a number of people. They slowly inched towards her. Violence it is then, Epimetheus said as he got into a stance. Malayan. Hold him off while we make off with as many people as we can. Hira commanded. Aphrodite. Hurry, my cuties. We're leaving. Hurry. My goddess. Several of the citizens rushed toward Aphrodite. While the crowd goes after Aphrodite, who is now being taken away by her children, Malayan faces down Epimetheus. Malayan's heart was racing. She quickly notched her bow and quickly fired several arrows. FSH. 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 Epimetheus held his great sword like a shield and charged at Malayan. Ting. 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 Malayan aimed for his hand to drop his weapon. FSH. Thud. An arrow struck between the index and middle finger, but a burst of flame covered where he was shot. The arrow quickly fell to the ground, having been burned off. Clack. Malayan knew she couldn't beat him right away. A self-recovery skill. Ability? Was this how he lived for 3,000 years? She kept firing her arrows with more and more power. FSH. 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 She kept firing them without thinking. Clang. 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 The force at which she fired pushed him back a considerable distance, but he kept charging at her. FSH. 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 FSH, 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 clang, 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 clang. She kept at it till she ran out of arrows. Pat, pat, shit. About time. As he ran at her, Epimetheus held his great sword back, no longer using it as a shield but to offset his weight as he leans forward. He quickly covered the distance. TCH. So be it. Malayan reached behind her and drew her sword, the only weapon she took with her when she left Orario. Malayan quickly chanted. Eight-armed giant, may your lust cast you with thunderous might. Own, Alfhildr, I offer his blood to the goddess. Starcad Fable. Her blade is covered in amorphous darkness. Epimetheus didn't like the moving darkness. Let's see if you're as good with the sword as you are with the bow. Epimetheus swung right to left at Malayan. Swish. Ah. Malayan swung at Epimetheus with an overhead swing. Swish. The great sword and the blade of darkness clash with one another. Clang. Foosh. A blast of air went through the city. The high dark elf and human look at and meet one another on equal levels. You're strong hero. Malayan shouted, trying to antagonize him. You must be a level 8 to match me. She needed more information. She needed to gather as much information about him as she could. What can I say? Kirk. He pushed her back. I fought the black beasts on my own and slaughtered countless monsters that still live on the surface. So after 1,000 years, I am level 1. He took a step forward, and flame erupted from the blade, acting like a booster. Whoosh! Seeing the fire spring from the great sword, Malayan jumped. Hey! Epimetheus swung her far away into the sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! Immediately, Malayan sheathed her sword, and the darkness dissipated. She took out her bow again and chanted. Ride upon the battlefield, rider of the white steed, Katokti_si_. A ridged white light covers her bow. She pulls the string and an arrow of light forms. Epimetheus looks at the arrow of light as it is aimed at his head. Shit! He softly muttered as he was in a bad position. Malayan let loose. Flash! Thud! Gah! Epimetheus fell back as an arrow of light stuck through his head. Ski-eart! Malayan lands back on the ground, ready to fire again. We need to leave now. Malayan shouted. Aphrodite! We're going now. Hera commanded. Aphrodite lowers her charm. Faster! And faster! Let's run away! Aphrodite shouted. Malayan kept watch as they all ran away. Epimetheus slowly got up. The arrow of light was incinerated. He's immortal. I knew my chances were low, but to think they're zero. Grr! Malayan gritted her teeth as she fired a few arrows into Epimetheus's joints. The least she could do was retreat and pin him down, but his healing was getting faster and faster. Malayan! Full retreat! Hera shouted. Malayan put her bow away, quickly picked up Hera, and ran away. Getting up, Epimetheus was annoyed. Tisk! It has been a few years since I faced that Spitfire. He then cracks his neck. Should I hunt them? Or? They'll come to me. He looks around and sees that a good chunk of the people were charmed and taken away. All right. No one goes near that goddess. Understood. Off in the wilderness. Huff. 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 Malayan was breathing heavily. Damn it, Hera. She looked to her goddess, who was gazing at Olympia. What the hell did you get me wrapped into? I did not join you to fight an ancient hero. You knew what you were getting into with the flame. Yeah, I know, but there was no mention of an immortal hero who can match a level 8 when he's a level 1. Was he even telling the truth? He was. I heard him, and I can tell it was the truth. He must have a unique skill, or it could be because of that divine weapon or primordial flame. Divine weapon? That was a divine weapon? You didn't think to tell me. She drew her sword, only to find it cracked. Basileia. Hero looks around and spots an island. Go to Orario, Malayan. What? You brought me here, and now you. Bring back Nephili's boy, bring back Cirrus Zephyr. He is a level 8. He will not. He is stronger than you and Nephili. Hell, I am sure it would take the whole of the Hera Familia to bring him down. You must be clouded by bias to think he can. Do not question me on this, Malayan. Go get him, and do not tell him who he is going to face. He has the right to know the man he is going to have to fight is Epimetheus and that he is immortal. No, he doesn't. The less he knows, the better. We don't want him to be discouraged in any way. Like with the black dragon. Yes. Exactly like back then. Can you do that? I can. If you have that trust in him, I can play along and see for myself. When you bring him back, come to that island. Hera points to the island she looked at. Our base will be there. Fine. Malayan then left for Orario. The sewers of Olympia. Ha. Good thing I made a run for it. Zeus said as he was washing himself in the sewerage. Ugh. The things I have to do to hide from Hera. Epimetheus. LV1. Strength. Endurance. Dexterity. Agility. Magic. Gavdukalion. Incineration type. AoE type. Actinova Lozing copy _ Strike magic. Eidos Caucasios. A gift from Prometheus. Bound to Ethon. Allows the control and manipulation of the flame of heaven. Grants immortality. Immortality is tied to Ethon. When close to Ethon, healing will increase far quicker. Grants fire immunity. The flame of heaven emboldens you. Volume 3 Quest 276 Visitors from the Rift. While high in the air, Artemis and Cirrus could see several of the giant humanoid monsters running around and people flying with steam. Cirrus, help that one over there. He only has one arm. Shouted Artemis. Cirrus turned to see who she was talking about. He was on a horse with one arm and several monsters after him. Got it. Hold on tight. She got her arm around his neck and hung on tightly as he quickly flew to the person's rescue. Riding through the woods was a man with blonde hair on a white horse. Huff. 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 What happened? We were fighting the Beast Titan and dealing with Reiner and Berthold on the wall. But now. Erwin rides in between the trees to evade the Titans, but his horse is quickly running out of stamina. If only I had a flare. It seems this is where I... Spurt. Thud. The sounds of several cuts and bodies hitting the ground made Erwin look back to see all the Titans were gone. Hey? No matter. I need to. He looked forward to seeing a beautiful woman and a small child in bird armor land in front of him. Who are you? He commanded a bit, startled by the sight. My name is Artemis, and this is Cirrus. Judging by your clothes, you aren't from around here, are you? What do you mean here? This is outside the wall. You two shouldn't be out here. Wall. Said Cirrus. No matter. For now, you're coming with us. We can ask each other questions as we get the rest of the people who were flying around with steam. There are more. I know this is unlikely, but do you have a flare gun? I do. Said Artemis. Do you have a purple flare? I think so. Hold on. Artemis rummaged through her bag and got out 2 flare shots. I don't, but I have blue and red. I'll mix them quickly, Cirrus said as Artemis handed him the flares. Erwin was shocked as Cirrus so easily popped the tops of the flares and mixed the powders of both. Wait, how could they see it? What if the tree's foliage blocks it? Said Artemis. Damn it. Oh, I can deal with that. You have something to start a fire, right? No, but we have your magic. Cirrus, when the flare is high in the air, chant, sing your vespers, ... It. Cirrus sealed it, and with a powerful throw in the air, it flew high into the sky. Sing your vespers. His magic circle formed and shot out a massive bolt of thunder. Crack. Boom. The flare went off, and the thunder caught everyone's attention, even the Titans. They will come, Erwin said. So you know what those monsters are, right? Artemis asked. They are Titans, giant humanoid monsters that drove humanity behind massive walls. You can only kill them by cutting the nape of their neck, but seeing as you already killed them before, you knew that. More or less, Cirrus said. I just chopped their head off because it would be hard to regenerate a fucking head. Also, why didn't anyone tell me I possessed fucking lightning magic? That's so fucking cool. Artemis would hug him by how childlike he was acting, but the situation didn't call for it. For now, can you deal with any Titan that comes near us? You aren't big enough to carry both of us. That's fine. Hey, can I do anything else with my magic? Hecton will explain it to you. Now go and deal with the Titans and help as many as you can. Got it. With a flap of his wings, he flew up and went to work. So. Can I ask who you are? Erwin was tense. As I said, I am Artemis. Sorry, let me rephrase it. What are you? You seem to have an aura that makes me think I am hallucinating. Phew, I see, well your eyes aren't playing tricks on you. That is my divinity. Divinity. Yes, for I am a goddess. Erwin seemed shaken to his core, he never expected the divine to exist. He could see energy around Artemis. It held a fierce yet almost absent presence that could easily disappear with a single breath. Despite his disbelief, the aura she was radiating told him, deep inside, that her words were true. Judging from your face, your world doesn't have any gods, does it? No, we are left to fend for ourselves. I am not dead, am I? I see. Well, I can see from you lacking an arm that you have been fighting bravely, so rest now. Do not assume you are dead, which you are not, but be at ease. Cirrus will take care of it. But he is a child? How can I let a child? What is your name, child? Erwin Smith. Erwin, you have my word as a goddess that Cirrus will take care of it and gather the rest who were separated from you. Very well. He was exhausted. Just a moment ago, he was at death's door, and now he has just met a goddess and a kid who can fly. His brain was working too hard for him right now. It didn't help either that knowing that if a goddess exists, so does the existence of heaven and hell. You Artemis. He said it quizzically. You wanna ask me questions about death, right? I've seen that expression on your face on several other people in Gakkai. Alright, go on. Just know I won't be able to answer all your questions. Looking at the flare, the group that came from another world spotted it. That flare is a member of the Survey Corps, said Armin. We have to hurry. It could be someone important, said Connie. Wait, said Mikasa. What if it's a trap? It's not. Ace, who was on a quest in the forest, spoke up. Thunder set that flare off, and there is only one person who could fire off such powerful magic. It was Cirrus, said Belle. He and some of his family members received the same quest as Ace. Who's that? Is he like your commander or something? Said Aaron. Not exactly, but he is the strongest man in the world. Lily said it with confidence. We should hurry, and Welf isn't here. They looked around quickly and discovered he wasn't with them. We need to look for. Thump. 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 More titans. Shouted Armin, interrupting Belle. 7-meter class. And several of them at that. They see a streak of silver and blood flash before their eyes as something small and fast cut off all of their heads. Those of the Survey Corps were frozen by the shock of it. Was that Cirrus guy? Said Sasha, scared. Did you say my name? They turned to see a kid standing before them wearing the Stymphalian armor, but the voice sounded younger and his size was considerably shorter. See Cirrus? Said Belle. That's my name. Cirrus removed his helmet to show his appearance, which was significantly younger and far more feminine. I'm assuming you knew the me who was 14 years older, right? Sorry, kid stuff happened, and they, turned me back into a kid. Anywho, let's get going, Lady Artemis, and some guy with one arm is waiting for us. Commander Erwin. Shouted Armin. He is here. Yet? So let's fucking go. These titans are really fucking. Crash. A small Titian leaped from the trees at Cirrus. Annoying. Cirrus drew Gram and sliced the titan's eyes and arms. Slash. Spurt. Blood sprayed out, but before it could stain Cirrus, he rose his right leg and stomped its head into the ground. Thud. Annoying. He said it coldly. The Goliath was far better. As it heels on the ground, Cirrus walks over its head into its back. He held its head firmly and ripped the head right off. There we go. Cirrus said as blood jetted out, spraying him and his clothes. Everyone was scared. He did it so easily, without hesitation. Wow. Everyone said they felt bad for the Titan. Come on, you can ask questions once everyone is grouped up, Cirrus said as the blood and Titan slowly evaporated. Wait. Welf is still out there. Belle shouted. Okay, what does he look like? Do you think I can read minds, rabbit boy? Oh, sorry, is that offensive? Sorry, all these killings kind of put me in a mood. He gave off a faint smile. He really doesn't remember. Belle thought. His personality is also different? Oddly, more like Lady Yoru, thought Lily. You gonna talk or what? Or is my face too distracting? Cirrus glanced at everyone in the group, and they all look away. You the blonde, pretty girl. He looked at Ace. You know this, Welf. Ace was startled. She wasn't used to this forwardness. It reminded her a bit of Bet but less patronizing and galvanizing. He has short red hair and a great sword, said Lily, cutting Ace off. Fucking finally. Got it, just go where the flare was shot, and I'll go look for Welf and any more people. The helmet came back on, and he went up in the air and flew away quickly. As he left, the others looked at one another. He is different from what you guys told us, said Aaron. Haha, we didn't think he would be, well, in that state, Belle said. Ace nods. We should ask him next time. For now, let's go to your friend. But what about Cirrus? The one who left? Armin said. He is a. Even as a child, he is still powerful, but his swordsmanship level is lower than what it once was, Ace said, remembering how he attacked the Titan. And his attacks are far heavier, more unrestrained. Brutal. In either case, we need to move Sora to clear the way for us, Lily said. Still, he is a. I am sure he is fine, Mikasa said. You saw what he did to that Titan. I doubt he even needs to use that sword of his. Remember, it again put Armin at ease, and his heart raced as his blood ran cold thinking about the level of strength needed to pull that off. Armin gently touches his neck. Let's go. While flying above, Cirrus noticed something red and moving. Let's see if he is the one, or it's just a bloodsaurus. Cirrus flies down, and he sees a quick glare of a blade. He flew down quickly and landed hard for intimidation. Boom. The dust vanished with a flap of his wings, revealing 4 people. One was Welf, the other had black and blonde hair, and one of them was tall. Welf, right? Why yet? Welf said, perplexed, as he saw a child fall from the sky. Cool, so head to where the flare was shot and meet up with some white-haired kid. Bell. He's all right. He said happily. Yeah, so head to where? Hold on, kid. Said the rather short man with narrow, intimidating grey eyes. I need to deal with these 2 traitors right here. He said this with his box cutter swords aimed at the tall man and the blonde guy. We're not traitors, he is. The blonde man said. Why yes. He is the traitor. Said the tall man. TCH. You're trying to get away, you damn cowards. He said it with his eyes narrowing even more. I don't fucking care. You can either come willfully or I'll fucking break your arms and drag you away, Cirrus said, walking in between them while taking off his helmet. Oi kid! Stay away from them! The short man shouted. They grabbed Cirrus quickly and put their thumb to their mouth. He's our hostage! Shouted Reiner. Got that, Levi? Damn it! Shouted Levi. Now if you follow us, we will. You I think you should do as he says. Welf interrupted Reiner's speech. After seeing his face and eyes, Welf recognized who it was from his armor, and Yofim just wouldn't stop talking about Cirrus's armor when he was under her tutelage for a short while before learning under Tsubaki. Huh? Do you not understand the situation you are? Oh, I wasn't talking about them. I was talking about Cirrus, right? Cirrus nods his head. That's my name. He's a kid, plus if we transform, he'll be killed, Reiner said, inching his thumb to his mouth. So? Your transformation has to do with your thumb? Cirrus asked, looking up. So long as we are cut, we can transform into titans, and the transformation will kill you. I see. Well, seems you were bad guys. Huh? What are? Cirrus grabs his hand and pried it from himself. Other than Welf, the other's eyes widen as Cirrus moves his hand like a leaf on a branch. As I said, I'm going to fucking. He looked down as he slowly bent Reiner's arm. Break. Ah. Reiner kneels in pain, meeting Cirrus' eye level. Your. The arms bend even more. Fucking. Arms. Bitch. He then punches his chin, knocking him out. Thud. Levi and Berthold were shocked to see a child so easily bend someone as strong as Reiner down like that. Ha. Cirrus takes a short breath. Center yourself. He mumbled to himself before looking at Berthold. So, are you going to do anything fucking stupid? Because if you do, I'll fucking stomp your partner's head in until it's a fucking paste on the ground. You know, like a bug that walked in your path. Cirrus then places his foot on Reiner's head. Got it. Cirrus presses down with a bit more force. Creak. They could hear the small sound of bones creaking. Why yes. Berthold shouted in compliance. Good. Cirrus gets his foot off Reiner. Say I never caught your guys' names. What are they? My name is Levi Ackerman, and I am the captain of the Survey Corp. Ah, so you work with Erwin, right? He is here. Yeah, he's where I fired the flare. Oh sorry, what's your name, big guy? My name is Berthold, and the one under your foot is Reiner. I see. Well, come along. I really don't fucking trust you pieces of shit. Honestly, taking a child hostage, it's like you wanna be hated. Berthold looks down in shame. I really like this kid. Thought Levi. Volume 3 Quest 277 Words of Advice. When Cirrus returned to where he first shot the flare, he found everyone gathered. Welf. Said Bell. Bell. They all got together, but the people from another world looked at Berthold and Reiner, who are roughed up. Captain Levi, did you? Said Aaron, thinking Levi got his hands on him. No, it was the kid. They took him hostage, and he beat the living hell out of Reiner. A smile grew on his face, which shocked them. It was fun to see him get beaten down. It must have been something to make Levi smile. Well, now that everyone is here, we should leave the forest, Cirrus. Did you find anyone else? Artemis asked. No, there seems to be everyone I can find. Then let's move. We don't know if these titans have made their way to Orario. Belle asked the question they were all wondering as they made their way out of the forest. So are you really Cirrus? I am. Artemis can confirm it. They turn to face her, and she nods. He was turned back to an 8-year-old by a potion made by the Myac Familia for private reasons. Then you don't remember us? Asked Ace. Nope, sorry girl, but seems I would have met you as I grew older. Then who do you remember? Asked Belle. People who were close to me and a high elf that came by my aunt's store come to mind. Immediately, Ace and Artemis' ears were perked. Did she have jade hair? Said Ace. She did. Do you know her? Her name is Riveria something I forgot what the rest of her name is as well. When I woke up, I was busy. Oh, wait. I had already finished it by this point, so I guess I can say what I was doing. I'm afraid of asking, considering you were this strong. Said Aaron. Oh no, I was level 3, so like 5 levels weaker than I am now. So, what were you doing? Asked Lily. I was destabilizing a merchant city, which was the nation's crowing jewel that was in leagues with an evilus familia by the name of Vritra. A lot of bandits and slave dealers too. Well, they're not doing that anymore. Oh, then they're in jail. Said Belle. No, I fucking killed them and took their shit man, they're fucking slave dealers. They deal in human trafficking, which is messed up, no one should be deprived of their freedom to serve another. I really like this kid. Thought Aaron. What's done is done. Said Lily. But how long were you there? Well, I was currently 4 months in. Me and my crew were on our way to hit up another supply line and deal a major blow to their whole infrastructure. You were going to be there for 5 months, Artemis said. You said you waited for Hermes to arrive to send Vritra back to heaven. Ah. Seems you and my future self really loved one another for him to say what happened then. Everyone could see the regret on his face. For Berthold, he felt like he was looking in a mirror. He is so young, yet he is carrying so much sin on his shoulders. You said you had a crew, right? Said Levi. Were you like a roaming band of bandits? No, we were privateers hired by the Schultzard kingdom. Given your attire war, I am assuming you are all from a world in war or something. They all showed an expression as they knew what he meant, especially Berthold. Do you regret what you did? Berthold asked. Everyone looked at him and at Cirrus. Of course I do. There was hesitation in his voice. The people I killed and the things I did to draw out their level 6 captain. I have blood on my hands that will never be washed clean. When I sleep at night, I hold something dear to me close to ward off the feeling of my blade's coldness. Artemis hid her face behind a mask as she remembered all the times they were in bed. Cirrus would always have Ai or her tightly wrapped in his arms. When Cirrus told her about that moment in his life, it broke her heart, even more so now, with Cirrus saying it as a child. Do you regret what you did, Berthold? Aaron said, looking at him with daggers. I don't know. Berthold's voice lacked the convictions of Cirrus and was laced with deep-seated regrets. I was raised and trained to do whatever it took to complete the mission, but I still think about that day and the man who told us his story, before he hung himself for abandoning his wife and daughter. A child soldier, hey. Cirrus said, looking at him. I can see it. You have the eyes of a child who was forced to kill their dog because of rabies. Yes. He said, looking down. Well, tell us, why did you betray them? Cirrus looked at Aaron and the others. I spilled some personal stuff, so out with it. It is a long story. We have time, Erwin said on his horse that was being ridden by Artemis. Yes, Artemis said. We have plenty of time before we reach Orario. Berthold told them everything he knew, how he was born and raised in Marley. Everything, down to the warrior unit, to the history they were taught. So my father's research wasn't wrong after all, Erwin said with a neutral expression. However, it appears that the places beyond the walls and titans are enemies. They had solemn expressions on their faces. Is there a way to resolve this? Said Armin. So we won't have to shed any more blood. I doubt it, Cirrus said, walking forward. From what Berthold said, Cirrus fully understood their situation. After all, he knew the baseline of Earth's history and its struggles. No offense, but I'm sure we can. No, I mean it. You won't solve this through peace. I am sorry, but from what he said, the people of the world and especially Marley. 2,000 years of hatred isn't so easily undone in your lifetime. I have to agree with Cirrus on this, said Artemis. We are currently in a similar situation as you. It's a very delicate and slow process. Belle and the others remember the Xeno and their struggle. But there has to be a way. Armin said, wishing that was true. There is, Cirrus said bluntly. One side simply has to die off. His words were cold, leaving everyone a bit stunned at how brazen he was at this suggestion. That can't be the only option. I'm sure there are more, but if you want to solve the Marley and Paradis 2000-year problem, annihilation is the only option. Peace negotiations could be a viable route, but well. What's saying after you're dead, the people of the island would want peace. They turned your people into titans to keep you on the island. Plus, this big guy committed a massive slaughter of innocent people living their lives without a reason or warning, you know, a war crime. Armin came to a halt as he recalled that day. The people were killed while screaming in fear and pain. I can't accept that. You don't have to. Someone else can do it while you can fuck off somewhere with a pretty girl or boy, but that is the only option you have. A slow death through negotiations that can turn on a dime or a war with the world that was taught to hate your existence for 2000. Actually, there is a way. What is it? Asked Mikasa. You said Marley has you in a concentration camp, right? Cirrus looked at Bertholdt. Well, we have buildings and... Are you fucking surrounded by fences and armed guards, right? Cirrus said, cutting Bertholdt off. Even like things to identify you as Eldian. Why yes but... Then sorry to break it to you, but you're a fucking animal to them. What other things are kept behind fences and tagged? Fucking animals, and they would kill you as one would an ant. That nation has literally brought you up thinking you can be redeemed, but tell me, what would happen if you succeeded in the mission? Without the founding titan, Paradis is kind of fucked, right? And that would make Marley into the world's strongest country with their own little farm-raised pigs of war, what then? He didn't think this far ahead. What comes after the mission? They would take over the world, Aaron said, connecting the dots Cirrus was making. Using what made them so angry at us as their own weapon. That's the only plausible outcome. Exactly. So what do? You find sympathizers that are kind to your cause, and you get the world to agree that should Marley win this war, they would turn their sights on their neighbors next, which, from what you said Bertholdt, they already do, but now they have the power of what is your world's equivalent to a god. Your country would receive support to ensure Marley's power does not grow any further, and the country would receive some nice resources, a win-win situation for both parties. I mean, they get an alliance with a country of supposed devils along with valuable resources, all for a couple of scientists and engineers. Hell, if that doesn't work, you would still at least plant the idea in the world's head. Marley could be the next country of devils. They all thought of one thing at this moment. Holy fuck. Then peace is an option. Armin said it with a happy expression. Well, not exactly when that happens. You'd be in a cold war where information is more valuable than human lives and all the gems and gold in the world, and blood from both sides would run down the empty, cold streets. Friends become foes, foes become friends, it will become a game of spies. Paranoia will fill the people and needless bloodshed will happen. Armin's and everyone's expressions soured. Is there no way for peace that doesn't involve blood? Said Belle. Sorry, but blood alone moves the wheels of history, be it for good or bad intentions, it will always be done in blood. That is a universal truth of humanity. His words carry more weight than what they expected an 8-year-old to say. Their expressions darkened even more as they remembered what they had to do to crown Historia. They didn't shed Titan blood, but the blood of their own people. You are pretty sharp for a kid. Said, Levi. Yes, thank you for your thoughts on the situation in our world. Said, Erwin. It was enlightening. Not at all. How do you know so much about this? Asked Ace. Your knowledge is far greater than even Riveria, just how? His intelligence. It makes sense now how he could do so many amazing feats. Ace thought. It doesn't take a genius to know how people work, even elves are easy to read. They are taught and brought up in an elven village where they all have the same viewpoints, yes. Ace remembers all the elves she met in her life. They all had a few of the same similarities. That is, accurate. None of them from villages like to touch and are more hygienic. And what do you think I was to say insult elven royalty like Riveria? An elf from a completely different forest from themselves. What would they do? Thinking on it, the elves in her familia were very respectful towards Riveria, but now it could also be because she is royalty. In fact, only the elves called her lady. I can see that a bit. How did I never think about that? Ace was seeing the world through a new lens, Cirrus's lens. Ace was it? Yes, that is my name. Ace yes, sorry. You really got me in a bit of a heated moment. If it helps, I'll let you ask any questions you want. Maybe not all of them based on the question. Do you hate humanity? As in every race? If you look at the elven race that way, do you do that to every other race? They all looked at Cirrus as he came to a halt. Yes and no. Can you explain? Said Lily. Well, for one, I don't hate humanity or every other race. I picked the elves as they are the easiest races to understand. I mean, every one of us not from another world knows they do not like to be touched. Everyone nods in agreement. That was knowledge everyone knows. And what of humanity? Welf asked. We are more complex than certain races. Well, from what I've seen, humanity is nothing but a fucking cesspool of sins. I mean, I just told you I killed people along the slave-dealing line of trade. Humanity, if nothing else, is a dualistic one. There are extremes of good and evil in the world, and there are shades of grey, that is why we are so amazing. We can create great things like poetry and music, but make tools or weapons of war. Humanity is chaos, and that is why the gods love all of us so much, from the evil gods to the righteous gods. Good people can turn evil and people who are evil. Cirrus looks at Reiner and drops him on the floor. Has the potential to be good. Regardless of race, one can always strive to be better. They look to see Reiner with his eyes open. And what if they can't? Reiner said softly. They can. It's simply a matter of whether they truly want to. And, what if they try to really can't? Asked Belle. Then they need a helping hand to get better, be it the hand of a friend or lover, or the end of a blade, perhaps even the end of a barrel. The change will either come to them or you can come to it. For the people who knew Cirrus, they felt as though they gained an understanding of who he is, but that is left to be seen if that point of view remains the same as an adult's. For the people of the other world, they found him completely at peace with himself for the actions he's done. There is lingering regret in his words. There is no helping that much. Overall, the thought remained. Is this really a child? Even Artemis was surprised at how mature Cirrus was at this age. One of his words caught Belle's ears, as he never heard that saying. Say Cirrus, what do you mean by the end of a barrel? Oh, it's a saying used in the Chaos Desert. Yeah, it's rather interesting seeing how a place with no gods to give fauna developed. So, in the Chaos Desert, they have cannons and flintlock pistols. Given that trees are not exactly common, the people make use of the resources that they have to make black powder or gunpowder. Are they any good? Asked Welf. If so, we could. Not really. I mean, one of the reasons they use it is that there aren't enough gods to distribute fauna, so there's no magic. Besides, if you were to use a gun you would smell of gunpowder. Should you use a gun in the dungeon, every monster will not only make running away from monsters harder, but every monster in the area of you firing the gun will quickly come towards you. Plus, I would say guns are only good up to the 15th floor, given their bulkiness. Ooh. I see. All the adventurers understood his words. They left the forest with no problems. No one has escaped from the forest, Artemis observed. Then we need to hurry and get back to the city, Cirrus said. You two going to act like reasonable people, or am I going to knock your old ass out again? He looked at Reiner when he said it. We won't try anything. He said this while looking away. Good, Lady Artemis. I will take you back first. You are far too precious to be out here. Very well. Cirrus dons his armor and takes Artemis back through the air. So, are any of you as strong as him? Asked Connie. I am the closest. Said Ace. And I can easily crush you should you attempt anything. Ace has her hand on her sword. Reiner looks away as he slowly walks, as did Berthold a few steps behind him. So, I thought Cirrus would be bigger. Said Sasha. He said he was changed back because of a potion. Said Lily. But his power is still that of when he was 22. He's a very unique kid. Said Levi. Yes, it felt like I was listening to someone much more experienced than myself, Erwin admitted. I'm shocked he was still so smart even as a kid. Said Welf. He's truly superhuman. I thought Ace was a talented adventurer, but Cirrus, he's something else when compared to her. Thought Belle. What was I doing when I was 8? I don't think I would be able to do what he's done. Volume 3 Quest 278 Thud. When they arrived at the city, they found it well fortified with second-class adventures, and right on top of the gate was Cirrus, looking over the area. So these are the travelers Lady Artemis was talking about. Said Shakti. Zephyr said to come on top, and you. Shakti walked up to Reiner. Hold still. She grabbed his arm and straightened it out as if it were paper. Ack. Damn it, that hurts. Quiet. She poured a potion on him, and his bones all got back into place. He told me you tried to use him as a hostage. Ha 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 ha. She laughed out loud, walking back. Never did I imagine someone would try to do that. That potion is on the house. But try anything, and he will cut you down. The gate opened, and they entered the city, which was bustling with activity. The threat of the Titans seems not to affect them much. Hey, why aren't you scared or anything? Asked Aaron. Why? Because we have Zephyr. Shakti said. Why are you calling him Zephyr and not Cirrus? Asked Lily. Well, even though he explained what happened, it's hard to call him Cirrus because of how much he changed, so it's easier to call him Zephyr, the name he went by when he was that age, plus he has that roughness that he has long polished off. I'm sure you felt it in his fighting. They were more brutal than before, said Belle. They had a heavy coldness to them. Said Ace. Exactly a blade forged in the dark era. Well, better go up, his patience also thinned. They went up the wall to see Cirrus staring out at the open scene. It was almost like the 1,000-yard star most soldiers have, yet he still had a light behind his eyes. Tell me, does this view remind you of home? Cirrus said, glancing at them. They look out to see the vastness of trees out in the distance. Sadly so. Said Berthold. And what of that weird monkey peering over the tree line? They all look again, but they couldn't see anything besides Belle and Ace. Their high status made it easy for them to spot it. It's a hairy titan. Belle shouted. TCH. Even he came here. Said Levi with his hands on his blades. So an enemy then? You two, tell me what its name is. Cirrus stated firmly. Why should? Levi has his blade poised against Reiner's throat. Answer his question. I didn't expect Levi to be the good guy in this situation. Everyone thought. TCH. I'll say it, Berthold said, walking up. Are you really? Shut the fuck up. Cirrus shouted. Levi was it? Kick him in the balls. Wait, wah. Levi kicked Reiner hard in the balls. Gah. Fuck. He falls to his knees, holding his family jewels. No interrupting, Levi said as he put his foot on Reiner's head and got his blades ready to swing down. Go on, you PTSD-riddled gentle giant. Who is that weird ape man? Cirrus said this with a slight annoyance in his voice. Alright, well, he is Zeke Yeager, captain of the warrior unit, and he is the inheritor of the beast titan. I see. Yeager, hey? What a coincidence, hey. He looks at Aaron. You and him share a last name. Well they are, half-brothers on their father's side. What? My dad has another son. Aaron said shocked. And what about that weird one with the long face and cargo on their back? That is another Titan shifter, her name is Peak Finger, and she inherited the card Titan. Well, come along, Reiner, Berthold. The rest of you can take a breather here. We are going to go meet them. Sure thing, Levi said, sitting down. But when you bring Zeke here, I want to talk with him. Levi, despite not knowing Cirrus for long, has faith in him. He possessed the power of an entire nation. Sure. Cirrus gets up and cleans off the dust on him. Come, I had them give us 2 horses. You want to ride with one of us? Berthold said. Of course, you're going to do that stupid fucking plan again, and this time I'll play along. By stupid plan do you mean? Berthold swallowed his saliva, remembering the only plan they did. The rest took Cirrus up on resting except for Levi, who sat there watching as they rode off. Riding up to and past the tree lines, Zeke greeted them in his beast titan form. Reiner, Berthold, why did you bring a child? Did Aaron Yeager not come here? Zeke said, looking at the two of them. Well, sir, he did, but... Berthold said it nervously. Sir, it's a... I want my mommy. Cirrus cried out with crocodile tears, interrupting Reiner. I don't want to be eaten by a monster. Sir, he's... Ah! Ah! Cirrus cried even louder. Now. Steam came off Zeke, and the Titan's body began to slowly deteriorate while Peak drew back a bit. Ah! Why is it melting? From the nape of the Titian, Zeke came out shirtless and put back his glasses. Sorry if that scared you. My name is... Zeke Yeager, Cirrus said, getting on the horse with his 2 legs and jumping towards him. Zeke's eyes widen. Cirrus grabbed his throat and squeezed it tight. You know, for a soldier who worked with child soldiers, I'm a bit surprised how easy it was for you to get taken by one. Cirrus's tone and attitude were far more mature than what he showed. Our Reiner! He exclaimed, his throat choking. Try anything and I'll... Cirrus turns his gaze at Peak as she came at him with her mouth open wide. She bit him and swallowed him. Gulp. What the hell was that? Zeke said, getting up and rubbing his throat. Who was that child? He was furious. He was Clatter. They looked to see Peak throwing off the cargo, and steam covered her body when she shouted. Ack! Ah! My insides! It hurts. He is gay ah. She howled out in pain, and from her back, they could see a massive amount of steam erupting from it. Peak's body flops to the floor as Cirrus emerges from the steam drenched in blood. His bloody appearance intimidates everyone present. That was a new experience I never had, Cirrus said, jumping out of the hole he made by ripping and pulling apart flesh. He also combs his hair back with the blood that quickly evaporates into steam. Oh, right, there is someone inside. He began to slowly walk but was up to her nape when a burst of steam covered his view. We need to run. Peak shouted while in the air. Wait. Stop. Shouted Berthold. As Peak bit her thumb and thundering energy surrounded her, she felt something grab her leg and... Bam! A meaty slam to the ground filled everyone's ears. Cough. Peak laid on her back, coughing up blood. Her eyes rolled to the back of her head from the impact. Seems I'm faster than your transformation. Cirrus returns to the ground as he approaches Peak. What did you bring? Zeke said as fear grasped him. They had returned with a callous devil, a demon. He wielded his strength with brutal swiftness. We brought this world's strongest human. Berthold looked away as Cirrus walked over and stood above Peak. That's a theory tested and confirmed. And look at you, pretty lady. She's healing up just fine. His face quickly turned cold, as did his voice, as he grabbed her head and lifted her up with a single arm as if she weighed as much as a feather. He then placed his other hand on her shoulder and, with a gentle push, forcibly dislocated her arm from its socket, jolting her back awake. Gaya. Peak's eyes darted around to see what was happening when she met Cirrus's cold fish eyes. Do that again, and I'll fucking throw you against a tree and break your fucking spine. You got that, you fucking little shit. He squeezed her head even tighter. Got it. Gah. Peak could feel her skull beginning to crack, the swelling was unbearable. Why yes. Yes. Peak could tell from the strength with which he was holding her, it was the same strength she used when she grabbed a human and popped their head like a grape. She was quickly starting to regret her life choices. The feeling of fear and murderous intent filled the area, and it was instilled in all of them. Who are you? Zeke said. I am Cirrus Zephyr, but you can call me the Golden Horned Demon. But you don't have Exosia, Adorn, Serenian. Cirrus was dressed in holy white armor and wore a deer mask with golden horns on his head. Any more fucking questions? Or do you want me to fucking hammer it in about how I got that name? Here is a hint, I killed a load of people, quick and very brutal to the point there was no white on this armor. Even if Cirrus had his upgraded armor back during those months in the Chaos Desert, it would still have been dyed in blood, head to toe. Why you don't scare me? Zeke said, standing up with shaken feet. Who is this monster? He is dangerous. Death has its hands around my neck. Cirrus could tell he had some will that needed to be broken. You will be the example. Cirrus let go of Peak and walked up to Zeke slowly. Cirrus looked at Zeke, who still had some thoughts of aggression. Ha! Try and now Peak. Peak grabbed Cirrus's leg as the same energy that had covered her before engulfed her. Die! She shouted, this monster before her needs to die, it cannot be allowed to breathe anymore. Cirrus merely watched her with unamused eyes and exhaustedly said. I am going to fuck you up. Crack. Boom. Lightning struck Peak, transforming her back into her Titan form. Grr. The others present covered themselves from the force. World's strongest. He is. Crash. The three of them looked to see Peak already on the ground with her back to the tree. What did I say? Cirrus walks through the smoke unharmed. He walks past all three of them to Peak. He then grabbed her leg and swung her against the tree like floppy baseball bat. Thud. Brutal. That was the only way to describe the look of this punishment. Thud. There was no hesitation or sympathy. Thud. Before tossing her to the other three, he pours a potion on her. Her injuries were slowly healing. Looking at Cirrus, now covered in human blood, his words were true. He was a gold-horned demon in name and action. Get her and go, Zeke orders as he puts his glasses away. Reiner and Berthold grabbed Peak and took off without hesitation. Cirrus didn't mind. He can easily hunt them down and take his time. Wait here or I will die. Zeke bit his thumb, and, like Peak, he transformed into his Titan form. Your little bast slice. The top of Zeke's head was gone, leaving the lower portion of his mouth intact. Cirrus walks to the nape of the body as it falls to the ground, and with a single thrust of his arm, he grabs Zeke and pulls him out from the spine. Ah! He shouted in pain. Shut the fuck up. Cirrus tossed him to the ground and quickly kicked his chin to knock him out cold. Thud. Now. Where are? Oh, you two are rather close. Cirrus turned to see both Reiner and Berthold just a few meters away from the area with Peak. How fortunate your brain soaked in the situation. The two of them were glad, ecstatic that they followed their gut and stayed behind. Drag him along. Berthold, you get to ride a horse. You blonde, help drag him back to town. Cirrus got on the horse with no issue at all. You all understand what happens if I have to get off my horse again, right? His eyes were as cold as those of a fish. They both immediately nod. As they leave the forest and arrive at the plains around Orario, Zeke regains consciousness but is all tied up. His injuries have also been healed. Ugh! He groans in pain. Where, is this a nightmare? No, Reiner said. We are almost back. Just close your eyes and go back to sleep. Yeah, Peek said weakly as Berthold carries her on his back. I can feel my legs again. I don't want to get him angry. Zeke couldn't see Cirrus as he rides the horse. A throbbing pain pulsates, and the memories of what happened are seared into his body, never to be forgotten. Zeke closes his eyes and goes to sleep. He wants this day to end. The whole walk back was quiet. Only the sounds of the horse and the sound of walking could be heard. When they returned to the city, they noticed Zeke and Peek were traumatized. Shaky has seen that look on many of the criminals that Cirrus got his hands on when he returned from the desert. Uncooperative. Shakti said. Yup. Cirrus gets off his horse. Well, I hope you four can get back to wherever you are from. She gives a slight smile. Thanks. Reiner spoke softly and respectfully. Oh yeah, Shakti, I am not sure, but there could be more titans in the woods, Cirrus said. Not a problem. Those soldiers up top told me how to kill a titan. Should be easy as cake, given how dumb they all are. I hope none of your men die from their own stupidity. Not a problem. I and Ganesha weed that out. I'm glad the city has a reliable familia to lean on now. He makes a brisk smile as he takes the four into the city. Shakti watched as Cirrus dragged them into the city and smiled. Hat. That certainly is a dangerous smile. Volume 3 Quest 279A Way Back. Up on the wall were Reiner, Zeke, Peek, Berthold, and Levi. They are here, Cirrus spoke as the rest of them approached him. So these are more of the warrior unit from Marley. Said, Erwin. You. Zeke looks at Aaron. You really resemble our father, Aaron. Shut up. I won't ever call you brother. Aaron shouted. Well, I'll let you do what you want. If they do anything, well, they know what happens, Cirrus said, cracking his fingers, ready to toss and bash them around. They swallow their saliva in fear. Thank you for your help, Cirrus, Levi said, smirking as he glanced at Zeke. See, I need to get back to my goddess. Cirrus departs, leaving them to the others. Even as he leaves, the four of them are instilled with a new phobia of the Cirrus variety. You have some questions to answer, Erwin said. Levi cracks his neck and slowly draws his box cutter blades. As Cirrus walked back to the tower, he could see many eyes on him. He disliked being in the spotlight. Cirrus moves to a dark alleyway with a brisk walk. Hecton, do I have any invisibility cloaks? Hecton quickly put it on Cirrus, and he quickly navigated through the alleyways back home to the Moonlight Tower. I'm tired. That's unfortunate, Artemis said, waiting for Cirrus on the first floor. Sorry, the day was ruined. It's fine, but can you do me something to make up for it? I'm sure. He could see a glint in her eyes. Wait here a second, all right. I'll be right back. So how was your day? Said Nox, coming up behind him. Oh, Nox it was. Eventful. Some people came from another world. Oh, that's interesting. So yeah, the city knows you're a kid, so, make sure you do what you have always done as a kid. I am a kid, and you mean sneak around through alleyways. Yeah, sorry, but people are, well, they really want to see you. How many? A lot, said Rethusa. We had to use a bit of force to get them to back off. It reminded me of when we returned after you fought the Hecatonkires. Said Kale. Many people wanted to join the Astria Familia that you were in. How did it go? Be careful around Amazonas, all right, Kale said, leaving. Did something bad happen? Cirrus said, looking at Nox. It's best to not ask further. Oh, K. Cirrus. Cirrus turned to see Cersei and Eupheme. Cersei runs up to him and hugs him. Ah! You look even cuter than when we first met. Cersei said, running up to his face. This is Cersei, the other one you made a contract with, Nox said. Cirrus looks at her as she pinches his cheeks. Oh, sorry, I didn't notice you. I really don't know what to really say. It's fine. She said, putting her hands back behind her. I was busy with some stuff, and then I heard the news. But you, Nox, you should have told me. I could have been helping Neza and Myaik. Yeah, but then we wouldn't have this little guy around any longer. Nox placed her hand on Sirius's head and messed with his hair. I have to agree with Nox, Eupheme said, leaning down to Sirius's eye level. It has been a long time since I had to bend down like this, but I guess from your perspective, it was only a few months. I'm happy you are still around and in perfect health as well. Sirius said with a slight smile. Hey, what a nice smile. She patted his head. So, did those Titan things drop any material? No. They're turned to steam and evaporate. It is good to know you still have that material mindset. Some things are hard to change, and it's a shame. We are actually in the process of smithing something. We are. Yes, or, well, the adult you, anyway. It is slow, but any new material is greatly appreciated. I see. Then I'll keep an eye out. That's good. Well, I need to get going, still very busy. It was nice to see you again. Oh, before I go here. She hands him a sword. One of my creations. Sirius is holding it and swinging it around. Wow, you have really improved. If you didn't hand it to me, I wouldn't have recognized it as yours. Well, you always looked anxious without a weapon on you. Plus, I wanted to see how far I've improved. Alright, let's go. Artemis said, coming down with AI. Eupheme, you're here as well. Circe, are you going to help with the cure? AI said. It's nice to see you again, AI, but I must get going. I hope you try nothing with this little guy. Eupheme patted Sirius one more time. See ya, Sirius. And she took her to leave. Busy as always, AI said. Sirius, if Artemis does anything, make sure to tell me all right. AI, please. I won't do anything besides I'm not the one who. That's not important. AI shouted. Ahem. Just, you know, keep it safe for work, as Sirius puts it. I know. So let's get going. Artemis said, taking Sirius's hand. Where? Somewhere a little private. AI watches as Artemis takes Sirius somewhere until a foreign scent reaches her. The other worlders. Maybe I'll see how they are? Or maybe they are willing to trade. A bit later. AI was overlooking the district when Belle came along with Mikasa. Hello, Miss AI. Belle said. Oh, Belle, who is this? AI walks up to Mikasa. Are you from Yamato? No, I came here to see if I could talk to Lady Artemis. Mikasa's eyes darted around AI, looking at her fox ears, white hair, and purple eyes, then at her clothes, and finally at the katana by her waist. She's busy with something, but I can help you if you want. We wanted to know if there was a way back to our world. Asked Mikasa. Oh, well, come with me, Belle. You can go back. Belle departs, leaving Mikasa with AI. So what's your name? AI asks her kindly with an earnest smile. Mikasa Ackerman. She said it politely. My name is AI Zephyr. AI extends her hand, and Mikasa, with some hesitation, shakes her hand. Mikasa then follows AI closely as she looks around the city of Orario. So, tell me who you are so worried about. AI said, glancing at Mikasa. I'm worried for Aaron. This place seems to make him feel different. Well, it's a new place, I can't blame him for that. That is true. Can I ask where we are going? We were to meet a god who has been here for 1,000 years and has seen many things. Mikasa felt a little nervous, but she followed her through a secret passage. When they finally made it to the room of prayer, Mikasa could feel pressure on her, nothing like fear or intimidation but whoa! Grandeur as she looks to see the solemn god upon his desolate throne. Lord Aranos, I have brought an outsider who is from another world. AI then kneels. She seeks to find a way back home. Is that possible? Mikasa copies AI and kneels as well. There is a way, bring them back to where they came from and bring a god with you. They will use their arcanum to fix the hole. His booming, calm voice quieted any nervous feelings. Thank you, Lord Aranos, Mikasa said with relief in her voice. It is no problem. Simply take back those who came here. They nod and take their leave. A bit later, Mikasa calmed her nerves a bit. So, is he the god in charge of the city? Asked Mikasa. Not exactly. He is the god who keeps the monsters sealed down in the dungeon. He has no real power, as it's more administrative. He keeps all the other gods in line by not using their godly powers. I see. Can I ask what level you are? You seem very strong. I'm level 7. If you are 7, then you are stronger than Ace. Of course. That's a given. I'm sure one level higher doesn't really mean much to you, but the gap between us is massive. There are only a few people who can cross that gap between levels. Then could you beat Cirrus? Maybe now, but when he regains his body, that'll be hard. Ha, I wish I could do the stuff I usually do with him. Are you too close? We are married. Mikasa stops walking as her face slowly turns red. So you end. He told you he was turned back into a child, yes. He did, sorry, but his strength and appearance really stuck out. I fear what kind of man he becomes. Oh. You wanna see what he really looks like? Ai reaches into her clothes and pulls out a picture of Cirrus at age 20 after a spar. Mikasa remains silent as she sees Cirrus as a handsome man with long hair and various scars on his sweaty, muscular body. Ooh. Mikasa said, impressed. Yet. He was trying out having long hair. He got rid of it when summer came. She then put it back. You look young. When did you marry him, and if I may ask, how old were you? 4 years ago, but we have been together since we were 14, or was it 15? It's been a bit of a blur with how time flew by. So young. Do you have any? Just go for it. Ai said, cutting Mikasa off. Judging from how you aren't the most emotional of people, yes. Mikasa nods her head. Then you need to have him alone and confess. Boys are extremely dense unless you make the first move or give them a big hint. What did you do? I kissed him. Can't be more direct than that. Mikasa's face turned bright red. Do you have to be so direct? It's easier that way you make your feelings clear as day. I will take your advice to heart. Oh, if it's not too much trouble, could I get one of those blades? It would be a good gift. Sure. But why as a gift? Cirrus is a craftsman, and having new material is precious to him. Plus, he is working on his grand masterpiece, so he could use the metal of your blades for something. Well, would it be alright if I just gave you Reiner and Bertholds? I don't mind. Volume 3 Quest 281 Day Visitation. After getting back to the wall, Mikasa informed them they can return with the help of a god. I shall do, for I am Ganesha. Ganesha flexes his muscles and poses. That settles that now. Ai walks up to Reiner and Berthold. Those are mine now. She points at their gear. What are you? Alright, thanks. She walks off with their gear in hand. They exclaimed as she took their weapons and gear. How did you get them? Shouted Reiner. I cut them off of you guys, Mikasa said. I can take them unless you have a problem with that. Her eyes were sharper than anything they had seen, even Levi's glare was more tolerable than this. And not at all. Good, if not, I would have cut off more than just straps. Oh, and Lord Ganesha, remember you are to send them back and seal the rift, understood? Oh, course. I am Ganesha. They all leave back towards the forest as Ganesha leads the way. That woman who took your gear? Said Zeke. Who was she? She is Ai Zephyr. Said Ace. A level 7. Zephyr, is she related to Cirrus? Asked Armin. She doesn't look like a sibling. She is his wife, said Mikasa. I learned of that when we came to inform you all of our way back. Wife. Said everyone. I did not know the laws of this world would be so disturbing. Said Peak. Artemis said he was turned back to when he was 8 years old, said Erwin. She even showed me what they call a picture of him at age 20. Picture. Belle said. What's that? From what I saw, it's a highly detailed drawing, and he looks very mature. I fear what kind of monster he turns into, Zeke said. Probably still better than you, shithead, Levi said, keeping a close eye on him. Later on, at the rift. We are here. Said Ganesha, getting off his horse. I hope you are all ready. They all got off with the warriors being tied up, and they watched as Ganesha held out his hands. Before the god of the masses was a tear in space, it hung just a few inches from the ground like a hole in the world. It certainly gave off a very unsettling feeling to all who saw it. Auranos. If I may. Permission granted. Clap. With a thunderous clap of his hands, Ganesha's arcanum came out. The power of a true god was a sight to behold, even if it was a partial amount of it. Ganesha then moved his hands to make the surrounding space warped, and suddenly a bright light appeared, and then it bent into a perfect circle. You can return home now. He said as an iridescent light enveloped him with his hair, tusks, and body grew slightly larger. Get in there first, Levi said, his blade drawn, as well as Ace. We're going, said Zeke as he and the others walked through. Tell me God, what would happen if you? I will find you in the next life, Ganesha said, knowing what he was going to ask. I will make sure your soul will never return to the cycle of reincarnation. I will torment your soul for all of eternity, Ganesh said in such a calm and cold way, it surprised Ace and the others who had known Ganesha for a while. I'll see you on the other side. Zeke then walked through, as did the others, Levi followed closely, and the rest followed through until only Aaron remained. Thank you, Belle, for helping us. But you really should listen to Lily's advice that naivety and kindness will get you into trouble. Aaron said. Aaron. Don't worry, I'm sure you will achieve your dream and become a hero. And I will as well. To save my homeland and people. I hope to see you once again. Belle nods his head. I'll be happy to see you again. Aaron steps through the light, and Ganesha claps his hand once more. Clap. The light faded as the bending of space and time closed slowly until it was completely gone. Everything returned to normal, as did Ganesha. The two worlds were separated once more. Phew. That took a lot out of me, Ganesha. He exclaimed, resuming his usual cheerful demeanor and posing. They had only been in their world for a day, but it felt like a week. East of Orario. Cirrus's workshop. So how was dinner? Said Artemis, looking at Cirrus eating her venison with honey drizzled on it. It's really good, but, I think the tastes of honey and meat are odd for me. It's more of a comfort food for me. Here, let me take that. She takes the plate and puts it in the sink. Thanks. Is this what you wanted? Of course not. It's just one part of what I want. You can take a bath first while I clean up. Oh, okay. Cirrus goes and gets in the bath. There, he found the place nostalgic. I wonder when or how long I lived here. He looks to see shampoo for fur and feathers along with several other conditioners. Probably for a while. Once Cirrus was done, he walked upstairs to see Artemis with her hair done up in a white outfit and stockings to boot. Her appearance truly stirred up the man inside Cirrus, or what there is before puberty kicks in. Is something wrong? Artemis said, looking at Cirrus. Cirrus turns his head. And nothing. What are you planning on doing? Cirrus was hiding his blush. She grins because she recognized that expression. Phew. She gets into bed with the cover open. I just wanna sleep, Cirrus. I won't do anything. You have my word. Cirrus looks back to see her in bed. I'll take you up on it. Cirrus walks over and gets into bed. He pulls up the covers. You don't mind if I hug you, right? I sleep better with you in my arms. Artemis spoke softly. I don't mind. Artemis got close and hugged him. The nice scent of nature and the warmth of the goddess of the wilderness soothed Cirrus. I've missed this. She said with her eyes half open as she stroked his hair slowly. Cirrus could say he felt the same way, the comfort and safety of her embrace. It was all so familiar to him. I had no idea I wanted this so much. As he got closer to Artemis, he began to fall asleep. Cirrus has gotten closer to Artemis. She pulled him more into her embrace. She could feel his breath on her skin and his hands around her waist. She pulled him close to her chest and kept gently stroking his hair. They both fell asleep quickly after she noticed he was shaking and his grip was slightly tighter in her sleep. My poor sweet Cirrus. She spoke softly and quietly. She then sealed off his fauna and kissed his forehead. May you have sweet dreams, my love. Volume 3 Quest 281 Fawn and Fox. The next day. Artemis was walking home with a smile on her face as she had the best sleep in a while. Cirrus was also looking better than the day before. When they arrived back home at the Moonlight Tower, they found AI already waiting for them. She got up and sniffed around Artemis. Seems you held up the deal. Of course, I would. But I can still smell his scent on you, especially in his two favorite places. Cirrus' eyes widen as he hears this. He then slowly left the conversation. Did I tell them my tastes? Ooh, fuck. Cirrus made his way to Nox's room, where he found her still sleeping. Guess she's more or less a heavy sleeper. He goes to the bathroom, gets out some new clothes, and takes a shower. Phew. Today I'm going with AI. It's really odd to see that headbutting Renard grow up to be such a beauty. She was going into the dungeon the last time I saw her plus Kushida seems like a good instructor and someone to look up to. So I guess it's not impossible. Cirrus gets out of the shower, and as he is drying himself off, the door suddenly opens up. Whoosh. AI, what the fuck are you doing? Cirrus said, staring at her, still dripping wet. Sorry, I thought you were bathing with Nox, AI said, quickly glancing at him up and down. You know I knew her more than I knew an owl than a woman, right? And I wanted to check, besides. She looks at his body and finds very few scars on his torso, but the scars on his arm remain, a result of his body not being strong enough to handle his armor. You really grew. She said, looking down below the belt. I didn't think you would grow to be a pervert, AI. Cirrus covers himself. Also, I am a child. I should call the Ganesha Familia to take you away. Is it so wrong to look at my husband's naked form? But that's beside the point. Hurry and get dressed. I have the day planned. You're not gonna attack me and eat me up, are you? Cirrus said, still drying himself off. Also, get the fuck out. No. She said it bluntly. And another no, unless Artemis did something to you last night, did she? She raised an eyebrow in suspicion. No, we just shared the same bed and slept. Did you enjoy her breasts? I rather not answer that. Get out or close the door. No need to be flustered. Even I taste those divine plentiful mountains along with you. That piqued Cirrus's attention. When did you know you were bi? Around the time, I had to get Artemis to like me enough to agree to a polyamorous marriage. I forgot you're my second wife. Then I guess you must have joined in the fun. Of course. Our first night as fiancés and the following nights, even on our wedding night, we always shared. Oh, and it was the sex with Artemis that really cemented it. She should be called a goddess of beauty with how. That's good to know. Cirrus cuts her train of thought. Now, can you get out? I'm trying to change. After changing, they went down and went on with the rest of the day. So, where are we going? Cirrus asked. First, we're going to eat some early lunch. They walked down West Main Street. Murmur murmur. Murmur murmur. Murmur murmur. Cirrus could see several eyes on him and AI. Many of the adventurers passing by a glance at Cirrus to find how he really has regressed back to a kid. The most notable reaction was primarily from the women, who all wanted to fawn over him. I don't like their gazes. Cirrus does not like the attention, so he puts on his deer mask without the antlers and keeps walking until they arrive at the place. The hostess of fertility. Yup. A good pub that serves your favorite pasta. Drool. Fuck, I can go for some pasta. They enter the pub to find a few people with pretty waitresses, the most eye-catching one is the elf. Hey, Mia. Can we get the usual but replace the wine with wait, what drink do you want? Water. Sure thing. Mia looks up to see a young Cirrus wearing a deer mask. Hey. No masks in the pub. Few eyes landed on him, including the waitresses. You didn't have any signs up front, so no. If you want to take my mask, I'll be sure not to let it go without breaking a few bones. Crack. He cracked his fingers one by one with his thumb. Mia and the other waitresses could feel the edge he had. It was something they had seen in many children and even in themselves during the Dark Era. Mia, couldn't you make an exception this time? Said Cirrus as she walked up to Cirrus. Mia never had a rule like that, but she wanted to see how rough around the edges Cirrus was. Fine, go and get the order back to May and the others. Mia returned to what she was doing previously. Thank you, pretty lady, Cirrus said to Cyr. Phew. Not at all. Cyr bows and walks off. AI and Cirrus took a seat to wait for their order. So, do we usually come here? Cirrus said, looking around. A fair amount is given that we're very busy, or well, I'm busier now, taking over your responsibilities, AI said, resting her arm on the bar while looking at Cirrus. You look tired. Not for long, I won't. Are you really Cirrus? Said a female voice. Cirrus turns around to see Ryu. Oh, do you know my older self? I'm sorry if I don't know you, miss. My name is Ryu Lion. Well, Miss Ryu, it is nice to meet you. Cirrus pulled his mask back up to show his face. Many of the patrons took a quick glance, and they immediately couldn't look away. Ryu was the same. Cyr, Freya, and Mia, who have met Hera, fully understand why he wore his mask during those early years. Ah. Otter mentioned he looked like Hera, didn't he? Freya remembered bumping into him long ago in an alleyway. Cirrus bore with this glancing for now. After all, there weren't many people there. So, who were you to my future self? Cirrus said, slightly smiling at her. Ryu could see he kept his slight smile and general features but was much younger and more feminine. If he was cross-dressing, he could easily fool anyone into thinking he was a girl. This was a thought many in the pub had. His eyes have a sharpness to them that the older version of him polished off when not in a fight. He's on edge. From the form of his clothes, I could see a dagger behind him and another in his left arm. Ryu, not knowing he has shadow storage, does not know Cirrus was even more armed to the teeth than when he was in Dark Era. I was one of his familia members. Ah, was. A sad look grew across Cirrus' face that AI and Ryu quickly noticed as if it were a look they had never really seen. They had seen Cirrus sad before, but this expression was more childlike, the glum expression as if something was pulling down his cheeks and watery eyes. Oh, I'm sorry. Ahem. His expression returned to normal, but his eyes were still watery. Cyr. Meow. What are you doing? Shouted Chloe as she goes in to hug Cirrus. Cirrus reflexively jumped out of the way, causing Chloe to miss and fall. Thud. Oof. Meow, I was just going to give you a hug. She shouted. Beautiful boys shouldn't be sad. She declared. Yeah. I felt you were aiming for something else that I really am not comfortable with. Cirrus said with his hand on his dagger. Come on, just one hug. Huff. Huff. The expression on Chloe's face made Cirrus take a step back. Alright, that's enough, Lunoir said, taking Chloe back. No. Look at him. He's the perfect Shotagok. AI knocked her out. There. Problem solved. Sorry I had to knock her out, Mia. AI said to Mia. Not at all. I was gonna do that soon, anyway. Mia then glanced at Cirrus. I don't want my girl to lose an eye or a finger. I wasn't gonna poke her eye out or cut her finger, Cirrus said, offended, slowly removing his hand from his dagger. Then what were you gonna do? Ryu asked. Poke both of her eyes and bash her head into the ground. Gulp. An audible gulp rang through the pub. Lunoir's grip loosened, and Chloe slowly straightened up and bowed. Sorry, sir. She said it respectfully. She then walked quickly into the back. I am thankful I'm at the teenage him. Lunoir thought. Any younger in my hands would be meaty pillows along with a meaty pillowy face. Ah. An old trauma resurfaced. The food was ordered and arrived hot and ready a short time later. Cirrus got the utensils, and he salivated from the smell alone. Ooh, it smells great. He gets a forkful and opens his mouth and eats. Cirrus smiled as he ate. Tasty, hey. AI looked at Cirrus and she enjoyed his childlike demeanor. Yup. After eating, they pay their bill and walk around for a bit. So, where are we going next? Somewhere to test your skills. Remember when you called me a battle junkie? Ah. Colosseum. Here is your sword, said Eupheme, tossing AI her sword. Honestly, making me wait hours for you. You could have come by and gotten it. Sorry, Euph. I'll be sure to pay extra. You better. Honestly, I could have been doing other work. Anyway. AI looked at Cirrus. Cirrus, get out your spear. Oh, Euph knows about your shadow storage. Cirrus holds out his hands, and from the shadow of his arm, his spear shoots out into his hands. He then spun it around to get a feel for it. It's very well balanced. It should be, Lord Lug, he made it for you, Eupheme said. Ah, he did. Seems he's doing well. A slight smile grew on his face. It seems you know I'm more skilled with the spear than the sword. Of course, I would. What kind of wife wouldn't know her husband? AI said proudly. Well, I'll be up in the stands, Circe will put up the barrier soon, Eupheme said, taking her to leave. This spear is not something I'm used to. I forgot you used a 3-section spear. AI puts her sword on her hip. Yeah, but this would still be enough. Damocles, dot. The spear then floated. Hat. I wonder how you will fare with the tools you have. AI placed her hand on the handle of her sword, and she got into her drawing stance. Let's see. The barrier forms, and as soon as it finishes, Cirrus Serenian armor fully appears. Ha! They both shouted. AI took off, closing in on them. With her thumb, she flicked her sword out of its sheath. It shot out faster than the blink of an eye as she grabbed the sword and slashed forward. Clink! Swish! Cirrus, upon seeing AI quickly cover the distance, jumped back, but AI quickly drew her blade in what Cirrus thought and compared to. Holy fuck, that's Jetstream Sam! As the attack was about to hit, Hecton pushed him back through the shadows of his clothes even more with his hands. He needs distance. Hecton reflected, knowing how capable AI is. While he is being grabbed back, Hecton's hand appears under the shadow under his boots and pushes him, launching him through the air. Swish! Whoosh! AI's slash caused a massive amount of wind to kick up the dust in the arena. Hecton! AI sheathed her sword and examined the dust she created for any shifts in the clouds of dust. So you could use him like that again, hey? Seems you really are a natural genius like what Fells talked about you. Let's see how good you were at stealth when you were a kid. AI watches the dust, and a slight movement in it caught her eye. Got you. Swish. Kirk. AI slashed again to find a shield that caused the shift in the dust. Tap. AI looked below to see Cirrus' foot in her stomach. Sharp to a fault. It seems you never fought a small opponent. Cirrus said, smirking. Damn, he then kicked her as hard as he could. Thud. It was a very meaty kick. AI herself felt as if her insides would vomit out of her mouth. Growling. She gritted her teeth and pressed forward. Whoosh. They sent AI flying back, but she stopped herself by stomping the ground. Skirt rumble. Skirt rumble. She quickly regained her breath. Phew. This Cirrus is unpolished, but his techniques are still as clever and ruthless. His small stature is worked into that as well as my senses. Dangerous. AI smiles as she could understand how Cirrus could survive so many situations. She felt bad for the people who faced Cirrus when he was this sneaky and ruthless. Now too. AI could feel a dull pain where Cirrus kicked her. She touched it and found blood lightly staining her clothes. Shit. Ruthless doesn't describe him right. He is a downright nasty fighter. When he kicked AI, he had Hecton pop out a stiletto to puncture just under the skin. He wanted to cause damage, not kill her. Sorry, but even if you are my wife, I can't take it easy on you. Damocles. He spun the spear so fast that it looked like a blurry blue shield. He created more of the dust, hiding in it. A survivor. That's what you are. AI reached back and took out an antidote and potion, which he downed quickly. How tragic that you have that mindset at such a young age. Her eyes grew sharper, and she no longer had to worry about hurting Cirrus. He was strong enough to survive her might. Here I come. An aura surrounded AI as a blood-red magic circle appeared under her. Rage. 80,000 men cannot quench my thirst. 2 arrows pierce my ribs and throat, 1 swing of the blade. Today I will live, tomorrow I will not lose my life. I shall save myself, lament. Tamamo no me, Yanbai Kogo. A blood-red aura covers her. Dying AI in a blood-red hue with 4 tails. Beastification. Cirrus stopped moving due to the bloodlust oozing from AI. So she's treating me as a foe, hey? Fuck, I should have ended it far sooner. Disengage. Exosia, Adorn, Chimera. Cirrus yelled, and AI was already within cutting distance. Such speed. Got you. Her appearance matched what his eyes saw, blood. Spurt. A bottle cap thick slash ran across his body. It wasn't any thicker because of Cirrus's armor blocking some attacks in time, but now it was Cirrus's turn to be flying back. Whoosh. Bam. Gah. Cirrus was struck into the wall. The strike provided a clear view of AI. The armor was fully equipped, and the slash was quickly healed. Now that his armor is on, he's even more dangerous. I have to make him waste even more magic. AI sheathed her blade again and prepared herself to kick off again. Cirrus got himself out of the wall and stood lethargically. Fuck. It seems you really know me. Hecton. Gram appeared from his shadow and entered his possession. Aw fuck. AI said. You are not going to use Gram. AI kicked off toward Cirrus. It seems you know this sword from your reaction. Nox told me its qualities, so let me go into my quote, beastification. Gram. Max level release. The sword glowed brightly, and the focus shot right at AI. AI herself felt the same level of gaze as when Artemis aimed at her during training. AI likens it to the eye of a hunter gazing at its prey. Blib. A blur appears right in front of her before her body jumps back and a slash runs across the top of her chest. Fast. I need to. Trying to jump back, the sound of a rattle caught her ear. Rattle. Damn it. Her jumping back was cut short as chains bound her leg, bringing her back to a sidekick to the ribs. Crack. The sound of her bones cracking reached her ear, and so she went along with the kick, sending her into the wall. Gah. Grr. AI kicked off the wall and came at Cirrus again. She didn't care about the injury, which she could heal on her own, she needed to keep Cirrus in her line of sight. Clang. The sounds of the swords clashing filled the arena, and the force of the attack even cleared out the dust. The ground would have broken if not for the difference in weight, sending Cirrus back, grinding against the ground. Back up on the Colosseum seats. It seems we have to wait till Cirrus runs out. Said Nox. So AI is better than him. Said Eupheme. In skill, yes, 1,000 times over, but AI lacks what makes this Cirrus so formidable, his wit and ruthlessness to survive. Unfortunately, it's just that Cirrus hasn't had time to get used to his armor yet, so he's wasting too much magic. Yup, I could feel his magic being used up too fast, even without the barrier. Said Circe. Say, how's the remedy going? Asked Eupheme. Clang. Boom. Crash. Very good. It should be done tomorrow. Do you guys want to get a drink or something? Asked Nox. I'm game. Said Eupheme. I finished up early anyway, you Circe. I'll go. Oh, wait just a second. She reached into her bag and put a case of potion on the stands. Hecton. These are potions. Alright, let's go. As the sounds of fighting and the shaking of the arena continued, the 3 of them left. Late at night. So, Cirrus said this as he lay exhausted and injured on the ground. You won, I can see we fought enough times for you to learn my attacks. Of course, AI said, lying down opposite him, exhausted with injuries as well. We sparred with one another for years. Years, huh? I wonder how close we got. Very. You know I stole your first kiss. You always were aggressive, but it seems you grew even more than you became a strong person. Splash. Thanks, Hecton. Thanks, Heck. Is there anything else to show how close we were? I'm sure I got your heart, Alcides. Cirrus remained silent for a bit before smiling. You really did. Did you know I never planned to tell anyone that? I planned to keep it for myself as only me and my mother would know it. A sort of special connection I still have with her. A name she gave me with a heartfelt and regretful voice as she left me behind. AI remains quiet. Tears welled up. Thank you for telling me, Cirrus. I know it means a lot to you. Hey. Did my future self ever tell you about Israfan? He did. During the fight with Evilus, he lost himself with a combination of Gram and your Cerebus armor. He painted a good section of Orario red. He confided in me after that night. Ah. Seeing as we are married, you helped him with that baggage. I did. But you are still reserved about that. I see. What about Artemis? You told her as well. She took it better than I, or even you, expected. Apparently, back in heaven, Art did some really messed up stuff. Cirrus remembers the myths around Artemis. I can see that. Butcher is an alternative or possible meaning for her name. Hat. I am glad I grew to at least open my heart to you and Artemis. It's difficult, but seeing as even the most powerful women aren't afraid to be gentle with the person they love, I'm happy you were the one who was gentle with me. AI could feel her heart skip a beat and a familiar fire dance across her heart. You are still good with your words. I'm glad. I hope I get better as I get older. AI gets up and hangs her head over Cirrus. Another sense of nostalgia came over him. I think you're pretty good already. She leans in and kisses Cirrus. His eyes widen as she leans back. That's twice I stole your lips. She stands back up. Come on, Artemis is probably going to come to look for us. AI walks away, knowing she has dealt the finishing blow. Cirrus remains on the ground as he moves his hands to his lips and gently touches them. Ah, so that's what stole your heart, hey. Then another thought came to mind. He gets up and runs as quickly as his legs can take him. He yelled as he ran past AI. I'm gonna tell Artemis you kissed me. AI immediately tenses up and chases Cirrus. No wait. Don't tell her. Volume 3 Quest 282 A Ephemeral Dream of a Possibility. The next day. Alright, well, tell me when it's ready, Cirrus asked Circe. I will, enjoy your day. She said happily. Try not to cause any trouble, alright. Said Artemis. You're not my mom. No, but she is your wife, so listen to her. Said Rethusa. PSSH. You ain't gotta listen to them. Said Nox. I, just fuck shit up, Cirrus. And enjoy yourself. I know you always got me. Cirrus and Nox nodded at one another like old friends. Ah. That's where she got it from. They all said as they looked at the two. Oh, is AI still getting her punishment? Cirrus looked to Artemis. She is. Down in the third tower's jail cells. Ugh. No. Get that away from me. Stop throwing it. AI said in the corner of the cell, her foulness sealed, covering herself. Eat it. Eat it. Kale, Phi, and Lant, along with several others, were tossing into the cell rotten food and AI's least favorite food from the smell alone, Natto. With her strong sense of smell, it was hell. Gaia. One of them tossed it into one of her fox ears. No. It's all gross and smelly. Back up to Cirrus and the others. Anyway. Artemis smiled brightly. Enjoy your day, Cirrus. Since this was Cirrus's last day as a youth, he wanted to spend it how he wanted. Alright, well, see ya. He gets his board and leaves. He had the chance to claim some of his lost childhood, and he was going to claim as much of it as possible. He rides through the city without a care in the world. Flutter. Flutter. The gentle breeze blew through his hair and clothes. The laughter of adults and children fills his ears. He loved it. He smiles as he goes through the city, and he comes across the Loki Familia home. Hey Hecton, we have paint, right? We do. He said, popping one of his heads from the shadows. Are you thinking of? Yes. Yes, I am. Walking through the Familia home, Ace, Tiona, and Tioni go to the courtyard. So what do you want to do after practice? Asked Tiona. Maybe we can. Who is that? Asked Tioni. They walk out to the courtyard to see a kid painting something. The kid was wearing all black, and when they were caught, they quickly ran with a brush, leaving behind a trail of paint as he painted the walls. Hey, stop that! Shouted Dione. Kiss my ass! He said, running away into their home. He's going to paint the whole familia home, said Dione, worried. How did he even get in? Why aren't you too angry that he's ruining our home? Dione looked at Diona and Ace, but they didn't care. I think it looks nice, Diona said. Ace said. Gives color to this home. Grr. Fine. I'll catch him. Dione gave chase, running with every ounce of her strength. Let's see what he drew, Diona said. They approached the painting he had created. They looked to see Loki cartoonishly evil with a crown that is X'd out. Ace looked at Diona. Do you think I can draw as well as this? Diona looked at the painting and at Ace. I think you can. While inside the home, Dione tries to catch the kid. Ha 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 ha. Brush go, brr. Stop doing that, you brat! Shouted Dione. You're making a mess. I'm going to make you clean all this up and have your parents give you a stern talking to. Dione was so angry that she was leaving footprint-shaped steps behind. What's going? Raoul stepped out to get the paint across his face. You should have stayed inside. Ha 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 ha. He increased his speed a bit more. What the hell is going? Bet got his face painted. Another one. Shitty brat. Who let him in? He said, chasing after him. Shitty Amazon. He was just here, you shitty wolf. Help me catch him. El perro, es mi corazón. El gato no es bueno. He sang as if to taunt them. That little shit. I'll get him. Bet kicked off with more speed, and as he was about to grab his hood, he sped up just slightly more to always be so tantalizingly close. Nah. Anger filled Bet as he ran faster and faster. Come here, you shitty brat. They ran through much of the familia home, coming back to the courtyard. In the courtyard, they came into contact with a Palom, high elf and dwarf with their goddess. So you were the one who made this mess, Cirrus, said Finn. Huff. 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 Dione and Bet were tired from how Cirrus led them around, and they were surprised it was Cirrus. They should have realized that a child was outrunning them in retrospect. Pretty good. Cirrus removed his hood. I mean, it should have been obvious given that I outrun 2 first-class adventures. Maybe they should go to school and educate them a bit. He had a smile on his face with a shit-eating grin. Why did you make this blasphemous art of me? Loki shouted, pointing at the painting he had done. He looks like that old Yandere bat. It makes sense now why he hid his face for so long. At least he loses it when he gets older. Looking at his face, Loki, Finn, Riveria and Gareth could very much see his striking resemblance to Hera and Nephili. It's called interpretive art, you rusty trickster. Plus, I'm a kid, and I figured I would do this for good ol' pettiness sake. What for? Asked Gareth. I'm sure you know, I am only 8 years old, Cirrus said with some venom. We really don't know, said Riveria. It has been a while for them to remember, or maybe the reason he did it has not set in just yet. No matter. I've done what I came to do. Cirrus took out a black ball. I still need to hit up Freya's place. He smashed the ball into the ground, causing an explosion of colorful smoke that soon dissipated. Don't worry, Captain. We'll get him. Don't. Finn cut Dione off. He has his level 8 status. How do you think he evaded you all so easily? TCH. I'm still going after him. He painted my damn face. Shouted Bet. Pthahaha. Laughed Loki. You look good in red. But why did he do this? Asked Dione. He must have done this with a reason in mind. He said he's going to hit up Freya, so I can assume he plans to do the same to her as he did to us, Finn said. Then it must be his way of revenge for what we did. Loki said, looking back at the art of her, but more towards the crown crossed out. 8 years old. Ah. It finally clicked for her. Guess it's this or violence for kicking out the last remains of the family. Ah. So it's that. Riveria said, understanding why. Well, at least he gave this place a very bright touch. It needed some color. So what? He's getting revenge for kicking out some familia. Bet said. You know his mother was from the Hera familia, right? Said Gareth. We were lucky, this is what he did. Any younger and we would have a bloodbath. I still remember when he told us about the day we dealt with Zald and Althea, Riveria said. I guess by this point in his life he has moved on a bit from such feelings a bit. Say, did you see Ace and Diona here? Dione looked around. They were here when I chased after him. As he skated down to the southern part of Orario, Cirrus could feel a pair of eyes on him. He stops and glances back. You gonna show yourself? I don't like eyes on me. Coming out were Ace and Tiona, following behind. You're very sharp, said Tiona, jumping down from the nearby rooftops with Ace. I used to have eyes on me. So are you here for what I did to your home? No, we came to see you, said Ace. Ah, you wanna see me in my youth, hey? Well, I'm burning daylight, and I still need to hit up Freya's home. Seeing him up close, both Ace and Tiona could hardly believe the boy in front of them was Cirrus. His face was more feminine than they expected. Yet despite that, they could feel an edge radiating off him. Ace knows it well, as it surrounded her during the time Evilus was active. For Tiona, it was a lingering bloodlust, like that of Tioni, when they were still children in Telskyra. They both came to the same conclusion. The older Cirrus was like a polished blade, clean in its appearance and edge, that could cut anyone down in a single swing. The Cirrus before them was like a sharp, rusty knife. I wanted to fight you, Ace said with a stern look in her eyes. I want to know how skilled he is. The boy who fought Otter. I didn't think kids these days would have eyes like mine. I'm a bit saddened by that. Cirrus had a look of dejection. What level are you? 6. Ace, I don't think you should fight him. I mean, he's what, 9? Tiona said. Plus, he looks unharmed from being chased by Tioni. I'm actually 8, and you should listen to your cute friend here. I'm on the clock. Then one exchange of blades is all I want, Ace said, a bit sternly. Fine. Cirrus could tell Ace would not back down easily, and that stopping her would take longer than simply giving her what she wanted. Ace tosses him a sword. Oh. It's very balanced. Very well, let's finish this. He got into Lance's stance. Thank you, Ace said as well, getting into her proper fighting stance. The two look at one another as Tiona takes a few steps back. They stare at each other for a minute. Cirrus locked her gaze on Ace, not blinking for a second. Then Cirrus twitched. Ha! Ace charged at him. If he will not attack, she will take the offensive. Cirrus remained firm and held his ground as he clashed with Ace. Clang! Ace went with a simple overhead slash. She wanted to see where Cirrus was, exactly in terms of skill. Strong, but you're very top-heavy, Cirrus said, noticing Ace did not take him as seriously as she should. Unfortunately, this Cirrus is not hiding his identity or strength and thus will not hold back. Crack! Whoosh! Ace's view became slightly tilted before it turns into a blur. She focused her eyes on one thing, and she realized they threw her out of the city. So quick! Cirrus had tripped her foot up, grabbed her leg, spun her around, and tossed her away outside the city, breaking the sound barrier. Ooh! Tiona watched as Ace disappeared over the city walls. Scary. She thought about seeing Ace get dispatched so quickly and easily. I kinda really wanna see him go all out. Alright, well, that's done. See ya, Amazonas. Cirrus tossed her the sword Ace lent him and skated off. Tiona had another thought as she watched him ride away. He's so cool. I want what he's riding. Tiona then ran next to him. Hey, where did you get that thing you're riding? Made it. Can I get one? Sure if you'll leave me alone. Cirrus reached into his shirt and pulled one from a board. He quickly pulled the wheels out through his sleeves and put them on. He then tossed it to her. Ooh. How did you hide it so well? Trade secret. Get on with your dominant foot. You will probably fall on your butt a few times before getting the hang of it. As Cirrus rides off, Tiona tries to get on the board. Dominate foot. She would try to do this for a while. Ace returned using her magic, Aerial, to find Tiona trying to skate. Where did he go? She asked Tiona. Ah, he went off to the Freya Familia home. Hey, you wanna try to ride this? Maybe. Reaching the Freya Familia home, Cirrus jumped over the gate. He is a bit impressed by how it looked. Hey! It's way better than Loki's home. I'm glad you thought so, said Haydeen, an elf with glasses who was on guard duty for the day. Now you must leave or... Cirrus quickly paints his face blue with a brush. He then quickly makes his way through the home. Ha 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 ha. Hogna behind him laughed. He was also placed on guard duty, along with Haydeen. He's a pretty funny kid. Sound the alarm, Haydeen said with spite in his tone. Cirrus painted, but he found the home too well decorated and colored. Damn, this is a really nice looking home. Kinda don't wanna ruin it. Guess I'll just paint the Familia. And he did just that, and eventually, he got everyone chasing after him. Get him. None could get him, Alan was on guard duty at Mia's pub and Otter was in the dungeon. Ha! Shouted the Gulliver brothers. Hoob. Cirrus dodges their attacks, painting their weapons. How is he so damn slippery? Shouted one brother. It's called finesse. It's not my fault you're not nimble even as palms. Cirrus said, running away. That little shit! Shouted a brother. If only we had Alan or Otter. Said a familia member. Uncrowned is way too fast and small. He keeps evading even the executives. He's got paint on my sword now. It can't be used till it's all gone. Said Hogni, trying to get the paint off. I just don't care. Said Hythe, the main healer of Freya Familia and one of the best in the city, matched Ermid herself. He's not hurting anyone, so I can actually get some rest. You could help in getting him. Said, hey Dean. Look at the mess he made. To be fair, he only painted your face. It wasn't his fault. You guys ran around like madmen, using everything to catch a kid who has the status of a level 8. You should have known it was going to be a losing battle. We will have to clean this up before Lady Freya or Otter see it. Who else hasn't gotten their face painted blue so he can leave us alone? Should be Hythe here, Hogna said, looking at an unblue Hythe. Blue doesn't look good on. Now it does. Cirrus puts blue paint on her face. Actually, you are right, this blue doesn't mesh well with your light red hair. Well, I've gotta get going. Thanks for the fun. Use a plastic scraper with vegetable oil and then finish it with warm water and soap. Cirrus then skated off. He's lucky he gave me the day off, Hythe said, leaving to take a bath. In some dark alleyway around Central Park. Sir, could you not have eaten at a better place? Said Hecton. Probably, but then people would find me. Right, peace. You even have a view of the people to watch. Yup. Nom. Cirrus enjoys something he inherited from his previous life, people watching. If only I had my phone so I can listen to fucking music. Fuck, I miss the internet too, and I made myself homesick, great. As he enjoys his food, a quick flicker of white passes by his eyes as he sees a pair of ruby eyes meet his emerald eyes. Oh, Cirrus. Said Belle. Oh, you, the albino kid. Are you sure it's safe for you to be under the sun? You have sensitive skin, right? I never had trouble being under the sun. Belle walked up to him. And I don't think my skin is sensitive. What are you doing here? Eating my lunch in peace? Oh. Belle looked around. I thought I heard someone else. Probably one of the people from Central Park. Probably. Belle looks at Cirrus. What? Something on my face. And no Well, I'm just still surprised you're a child again, is all. And how old are you? I'm 14. 14, hey? Well, that's surprising. What's your level and time as an adventurer? Well, I'm level 4, but I need to do something to impress my goddess, and I've been an adventurer for about 7 months now. Cirrus's eyes widen as he realizes this. Is that so? His eyes gained a sharpness to them. Can I ask why? You have an air of a strong adventure, but from what I saw during those visitors, you lacked something crucial, experience and edge. My guild advisor and Lily said the same, but edge. You don't have to worry about that. That palom in your familia has enough of it to cover you, but you are far too kind in my eyes. Know that where I come from, kids like you are easily killed or sold into slavery. Even I had to hide in alleyways like these to avoid anything like that, as ironic as that sounds. That's very terrible. Yup, but seeing as an adventurer as pure as you, I'm glad I would eventually help the city reach this point where even kids like you make a name for themselves. A smile appears on Cirrus's face that was transience. Belle could see a great beauty behind him. He felt lost at this moment. This was something he would not say to his adult self. Thank you. So, what are you planning to do? I was thinking of going around the city for a bit until the remedy is done. Remedy? So, you're returning to your adulthood. I am. My adult self has a lot of responsibilities, so when I learned that, I knew my time would be more like a dream of sorts that seemed to last rather long at first glance, but when given thought, lasted much shorter than you expected it. You don't feel scared? Scared? Of what? Disappearing? What if you don't remember these days? The two look at one another for a minute. Belle couldn't see a drop of conflict on Cirrus' face. He was stone-faced through and through with his expression, tone, and conviction. I'm not. I have come to terms with my own death long ago. Belle could see the coldness in his eyes. It was like Ryua when she talked of her past, but he was more frigid and hollow, with a hint of sadness to it, and he forced himself to bury it. A living artifact from the Dark Era stood before him. This is what the people who fought against Evilus had a conviction that they may die the next day, a disgusting, unnerving feeling that could turn anyone's stomach out of anxiety. Well, I've gotta get going. I still have much to see. Cirrus grabs his skateboard and places it on the ground. Be careful in the dungeon, alright. He then rides off. Belle watches as Cirrus rides away. He could see the hint of a child as he swerves around enjoying himself. At least you're having fun now. It is a shame you have to leave so soon. It was bittersweet for Belle to see a young Cirrus leave. Cirrus rides around the city, having a good time. Where did you get that? Said a child. I made it, do you want one as well? Yup. Cirrus made more skateboards for the children to play with. After teaching them how to use it, he went on to Deadless Street. This looks fun as hell. Cirrus spent the day riding through the complicated system of pathways and grinding downstairs. He left and ate some potato snacks from the vendors and kept going exploring Orario. Night soon came, and Cirrus decided he wanted to have the best view of the city. Whoosh! 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 Cirrus felt a strong breeze as he sat on the top of Babel. It's done. Said Circe. I'll be there. Cirrus gets up and free falls down the tower. The wind blowing in his face and the freedom he felt exhilarated him. It's time to go. His Stymphalian armor adorns him, and he returns to the Moonlight Tower. So, is that the potion? Cirrus asked. Yup, Circe said, walking up to him. I am going to miss this cute face of yours. She pinches his cheeks once more. You ready? Ready as I ever am. Then simply drink this and go to bed. Cirrus drinks the deep red potion she hands him whole. It doesn't taste so ugh. Oh, fuck. Yeah, terrible aftertaste. I also mixed in some stuff to help you sleep, so it should knock you out in. I'm a bit woozy. AI came and picked him up. It's going to be alright? He has a very high immunity rank. AI asked, having taken a shower, but the scent of her punishment still burned her nose. I sealed off his fauna, Artemis said, walking up to Cirrus. Cirrus's vision blurred, and his eyes weighed like lead. Sleep now. May you always have pleasant dreams. As he drifted off to sleep, Artemis kissed his forehead. Volume 3 Quest 283 Shifting Shadow. Somewhere in Gakai. Whoosh. 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 Fafnir quickly moves through the shadows. Following any scent that reeks of poison. She finally got a strong scent from the wines. She moved with the utmost caution and speed, moving through the shadows like a serpent through the grass. When she made it near their campfire, the scent of poison was poignant. People. No, elves and humans? An odd mix. She listened closely to their conversation around the fireplace. We should be close to Orario, princess. Said an elf in a kimono and a brown jacket with pale green hair. Do you think anyone is going to help? Said the princess, who has dark brown hair and heterochromia eyes, with the left eye being blue and the other being gold, along with a mixture of horns on her head. I am sure, Lady Talvi. Said a man with a dark cloth covering his eyes. Yes. They will help. Said the surrounding knights. Thank you, Lideri, and you, Uskari, can you get me something warmer? It's getting chilly. Right away. It seems like a royal procession. But why do they reek of poison? Maybe I can get some answers if I meet them up close. Fafnir got out of the shadows and formed back into her human form with a black monk-like attire, made from her hair. She took out the heavily tinted glasses and put them on. She emerged from the shadows and approached them. Excuse me, she said to them. The knights all got up and drew their swords. My apologies, but I am a simple ascetic. I was hoping you could give me a bit of food. Is it because I am a stranger that they are on guard, or? No. The elf known as Uskari and the human named Lideri is unexpectedly strong. Level 3? Maybe 4 at the most. Whatever they're on guard against must be. I need to be sure. Fafnir's eyes and intuition were sharp, most in part because of the spirits that made her up, giving her a more refined look at strong individuals. What's an ascetic? Said the knights in unison. It means she forgoes any luxury in self-discipline. Said Lideri. Lady Talvi, is it all right? Of course. Tell me, where are you from? Talvi said, patting the seat next to her. Fafnir sat down near Talvi, seeing no problem with it. She has good faith in her guards to have a stranger sit next to you, Fafnir thought, assessing that she could have easily taken the information by force if she wanted. Wouldn't you like to know our name first? Asked Uskari. Oh, that's right. Can I ask for your name? My name is Talvi. She answered. That is fine. She nodded with a smile. My name is Fafnir. One knight hands her a bowl of soup. So, Fafnir, where are you from? I am from the Chaos Desert. She took the bowl and took a spoonful to assure she has trust in them. I left when I was rather young, and I have been traveling since. And you all? What brings you all out here? We are from Beltane. We are heading to Orario for help in dealing with something. Help? From what I see, you have some rather impressive guards with you. What could make you leave your home to travel to Orario? A spirit, said Uskari. She calls herself the quote Queen of Poison. She has the magic, but not the appearance of one. Interesting. Fafnir accomplished and finished what she set out to do. But a spirit? I could hardly believe it. All the spirits I met on my travels were not so malicious. It was hard to believe, but our goddess, Bira, told us, said Lidari. Immediately after, she told us to go and get help. She must be fearsome to warrant that. Very. So can I ask, where did you get the glasses? They appear to be quite expensive, Uskari observed. Aren't you supposed to not have anything of luxury? Her sunglasses are part of her body, specifically her hair, and of course, she would make them look good. You are right, but this was a gift from a dear friend of mine, and I would lie if it didn't help me on my journey. Does it have to do with your eyes? Replied Talvi. Yes, they are something special, so I hide them to not have trouble following me, but my appearance is still memorable enough for people to track me. I had a man chase after me, and I would not like that again. They could see that. She was, in their eyes, a cool beauty. Yet Uskari felt she was suspicious. For one, an ascetic would at least carry a bag of some kind for food or water. Could we see? I promise we won't do anything. Talvi looked at her guards with a stern look. Got it. That's an order. Yes. Princess. Said the knights together. Of course, said Uskari. Lidari said, nodding. Then. As Fafnir was about to remove her sunglasses, she felt another nearby. One who gave off a similar feeling as Cirrus. Suddenly, a flash of darkness filled the night sky, and someone dropped. Bam! Everyone quickly drew their swords and guarded Talvi, while Fafnir kept her eyes on the figure. Her eyes rotated to see that it was an elf. Phew! The elf began to dust off her clothes. I have grown rusty. The dust cleared to reveal a beautiful dark elf. Identify yourself! Shouted Uskari. Oh, another elf, my name is Malayan Doknita. I am on my way to Orario, so sheath your weapons unless you wish to test my art. Her voice was cool, yet very smooth and sweet. She was strong. Everyone in the camp could easily tell. Even Talvi, with her inexperience, knew she was someone you would rather avoid fighting. Uskari sheathed his sword, and the rest followed. Sorry, we didn't expect two people to have joined us. Malayan looked at Fafnir, and her eyes were sharp on her. Does she suspect me? Fafnir's mind raced. What could I have to? Before Fafnir could figure it out, Malayan spoke first. What are you? She said this while quickly drawing her bow and notching it. Everyone stared at Fafnir as she sat motionless. Who is this woman? This dark elf? To just accuse me so accurately. Fafnir wished in her core to shout out objection at the top of her lungs. I am but a simple ascetic. She kept a gentle smile and body language. I was passing by the same as you. No. Malayan's eyes study Fafnir intensely. I feel you are not what you say. Your presence calls up a terrible memory for me. My body is screaming at me to shoot. The only reason I'm not is that you look human enough, which is very curious. Then what, pray tell, could that memory be that you assume a defenseless woman would warrant this threat at her life? I was the hero Familia's vice-captain. I have seen and lived through the horrors of the Black Dragon. Ah! Fafnir figured out how she suspected her. It was her trauma that alerted her. Fafnir went through different scenarios, but she was sure it was just better to leave. After all, her job was technically complete. Damn! If it weren't for these people, she looked at Talvi and her guards. I would have seen how I fare in a fight, but... I'll just ask Hecton for a spar. She would end it. There was nothing else to gain by continuing the conversation. What refined instincts, but I think it would have been better if you had just kept it to yourself. Fafnir removed her glasses and opened her eyes. Her eyes sent shivers up their spines. It was too beautiful to be a monster, yet too disturbing to be human. Even if it was unintentional, they felt hostility from her eyes alone, foregoing their previous conversation. What are you? Malayan aimed her arrow at Fafnir. I am none of your concern. I am simply here because these kinds of people smell of strong poison. Fafnir stands up. So you came to us because we smelled like poison? Shouted Talvi. Yes, I came in search of Wu, but it seems that information came to me by chance. Then you know of the Poison Queen Wu? Very. Her eyes rotate and move around. She and I share a history. But that aside. She let out a sigh. My job was to find Wu, so. Yes. My job ends here. She smirks before putting her sunglasses back on and turning around. Where do you think you are going? Malayan shouted. You have not answered my question. It is not important. I do not care what your business is, but knowing you are here as Familia's vice captain means you are level 8, correct? Master would like to speak with her. I rather not make them waste time. Malayan squinted as she peered into the darkness of the forest. She was laying out her path to escape, picking and choosing the best path for several different possibilities. It seems you know are well informed for a traveler. But you haven't answered my question. What are you? Malayan pulls her arrow a bit more. No. I think I will simply return to my master in Orario. As far as I am concerned, these will do my job for me. She glanced at Talvi. Farewell. I enjoyed the soup. Fafnir took a step, and Malayan fired an arrow past her head. Thunk. 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 The arrow went through several trees, leaving a straight line of holes. I am not asking again. If you find this too aggressive, I apologize. Malayan said while readying another arrow. How enlightening. You certainly are skilled with the bow, albeit rusty. The holes do not remain straight. Whatever. I no longer have any business here. She took another step. Wait. What are? The second her foot stepped into the shadows she immediately left, melting into the darkness and leaving immediately. Malayan was shocked as Fafnir simply blended into the darkness. Any aura or presence was gone. Tisk. Voyager of the Twilight. Rockvi. Darkness covers Malayan as she flashes in darkness before disappearing in the air. Whoosh. 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 Malayan soon returns to the ground having lost Fafnir. Her clothes and body that were blanketed in darkness dissipated. Gone. She's fast, far too inhumanly fast. No matter, I will find her master, and with Nephili's son, it should be no problem. Returning to Orario as quickly as they can, Fafnir takes a breath. Huff. Huff. She was dangerous. She had Master's bloodlust and Lady Ai's focus. Times like these, I must praise Master for this shadow-like body. Her body turns as dark as shadows, and she regains her dragon form. Now I must hurry back to Master. She opened her wings and quickly flew away. I do wish I could fight her. She was a bit peeved Malayan so easily and quickly exposed her. Volume 3 Quest 284 Planting Seeds. A few days later, Cirrus returned to his adult self. Sucks, I gotta do so much paperwork after getting the best sleep of my life. His time back as a boy was like a dream that he wished would have lasted longer. Bits and pieces of it lingered, but it was hard to recall even with Hecton informing him of the whole experience in detail. No complaining, I had to fill in for you, and I don't have Hecton to help me, said AI. Now less talking, more writing, Artemis said, helping as well. Master, it seems Fafnir has returned, Hecton said, popping out one of his heads. Sure enough, liquid darkness dropped from the ceiling, forming Fafnir. Master, I have returned. She said it gracefully, kneeling. Fafnir, did you find Wu? More or less, as I was looking for strong poisonous smells, I found a group who reeked of poison. And they know where Wu is and are coming here to ask for help. I was also able to obtain the information through dialogue, but I did not pursue it any further than what you requested. Should I have gone and dealt with her? It's fine, Fafnir. You only followed my orders and no. She may have gotten a stronger poison. So until they arrive, we will wait. I should also when I was talking with them. I came across a powerful dark elf, a level 8. Exclaimed Cirrus, as did AI and Artemis. Cirrus suddenly stands up. Are you sure? I am sure. She has the same level of intimidation as you do, Master. Especially when her bow is drawn. Her bow? What color was it? It was as white as snow, elegant in design. It's her. Cirrus sat back down. Do you know where she is going? Or a name? She is coming to Orario. She said her name was Malayan Doknita. Cirrus's expression softened. Thank you for the information. You can rest now, Fafnir. She nods and walks over to Cirrus, blending into his shadow. Cirrus, do you know who she is? Asked AI. Possibly yes. I need to talk with the guild about it first. Is it that serious? Asked Artemis. Very. Who is she? AI asked with some concern on her face. Malayan Doknita, a high dark elf and the vice-captain of the Hero Familia. Room of Prayer. So Galatea is returning. Said Fels. Last I heard, she was confirmed to have died during, well, you know. I didn't really pay it much mind at first, but Hera said she was somewhere in the frontier looking for the perfect wight, said Cirrus. Hiram must have told her of Nox. Said Auranos. But it is concerning that she went to get her child and send her to the city, She hasn't taken a foot in 15 years. Lord Aranos, it must be the primordial flame of heaven, said Fels. Why did you bring that up? Said Cirrus. We planned on keeping it to ourselves given that the city in which it is housed has long been scrubbed from any maps. Seeing as Hera found her last child, this shows a lot. She must have gone and found Olympia and had confirmation of her worry. Olympia? Said Cirrus. I thought that place was, you know, lost to time or destroyed. No, it was hidden away when humanity began to spread across the land. People still live there and hide it away from everyone else with the help of the very first god to walk the land of Gakai, Prometheus. Auranos said. The god who broke the rules of heaven for our ancestors. They still walk the land. Yes, and no. No one but Zeus has seen them. Not even a sliver of information on them is known. Wow. So what's this about the flame of heaven? It has remained in Gakai for far too long, and now its corruption has reached a point where it can no longer remain in the world. A ripple already occurred, and it went through the world like a stone dropping into a clear body of water. It opened a rift to another world where people came through by accident. Sucks I wasn't myself then, but I see the danger. Letting it remain will cause more rifts to open to other worlds, yes. Correct. It is a threat level that requires you to take action as immediately as you can. We do not know what lies behind them. It has the potential to become a world-threatening problem. Then that means? Yes. You are to complete this task without hesitation, according to your labor. But is one labor of your Cirrus that I can assure you is highly lethal even for you. A sense of dread fell on Cirrus's shoulders. The tone with which Auranos spoke worried him even more than the last time he sent him to fight Fafnir. Is there anything to help me? It is the primordial flame of heaven. I doubt it's something I can easily do without a god's help. You are very right. Hestia. She was the keeper of the flame before Prometheus stole it and threw it down into Gakai. Then I'll go get her and be back lickety-split. As much as I would agree with you. There is another variable in this problem. And that is Hestia, in purifying the flame, she will return to heaven. Cirrus didn't like that. Hestia, in the few interactions he had with her, was a very nice and supportive goddess to Bel. Cirrus thought that if Hestia left, Freya would quickly swoop in, but that doesn't sit well with Cirrus. Hestia was Bel's first goddess. Is there another way? Hestia is too benevolent to sacrifice herself. It was her failure that led to this. And it was the god's fault that Prometheus was even able to throw it to Gakai. Auranos and Cirrus stare intensely at one another. Lord Auranos. Fels spoke up. You mentioned Nox can purify the flame. Nox can do it. I wouldn't have to throw Hestia to the wolves. Cirrus was delighted. Auranos frowned a bit. Yes. Her magic when drawing it from you should be enough to begin the purification. Whether they can complete it is determined by how corrupted the flame is and given. The flame is a form of demi-arcanum. It will be a steep uphill challenge if even that much fortune is afforded to you. Cirrus, I will not lie to you. Purifying the flame without sacrificing Hestia will almost certainly kill you. Then using Hestia won't. That is correct, Fels said. Cirrus took a deep breath and thought about his choices. Shit. He can go the easy route and just bring Hestia and sacrifice her to return the flame back to heaven along with her. The hard way, he goes with Nox and uses all of his magic to purify the flame that way, risking death. Few people were willing to make the choices of a hero if given the chance. A promise made to my wife, fuck. Cirrus, after thinking it through and steeling himself, knows he cannot sacrifice Hestia. Hestia means as much to Bel as Artemis does to him. The choices of a hero do always suck. He took a deep breath, and he made his choice. He was not turning back on it. I will inform Artemis and Ai that I will be going. Dealing with Wu is second to the flame of heaven. So you chose the hard way. Auranos leans back on his throne. The road of a hero. Have you finally accepted your title? No, I do not want the world to call me that. Only my wives can call me that. Auranos makes a sly smile. Very well. Cirrus smiles as well, with a resolute face. I'm ready to face my labor. I have survived many dangerous things and have lived. I will return. I promised Artemis and Ai that I would be the first hero to be happy after all. I'll need to get ready. He bowed and left the room. Fels I want. He will come back, Lord Auranos. I have faith in him. Should I go, I will fear the worst, and even more if my magic should. I feel I would break. Fels said. Is it with that faith that you informed him of the second choice? Yes. Cirrus is a smart man. He would eventually learn of the second choice, and he would feel guilty for throwing another into danger when he could have done it. Auranos closes his eyes and thinks for a moment. It is odd for our roles to have been switched, Fels. We certainly have changed. Lord Auranos. Moonlight Tower. Cirrus is making his way to his room. Nox, I need you to get ready to leave. What for? Did you get a job from Auranos? I felt something give you some emotional damage. I did, and it's highly important. How important? It has to do with the flame of heaven. Are you fucking serious? I thought the gods took it back already. No, it's still in Gakkai, and its corruption has affected the world. Auranos has tasked us with purifying the flame. Shit. Cirrus, this is really huge. We might not make it back alive. Even during my time, the flame was a big fucking deal. You know what they say, bright things fade the quickest. Hat. I guess you always were a little fucking insane. When do we leave? When Malayan comes to the city. Once she does, we will move quickly. Understood. Are you going to tell Artemis and AI? Have you told Circe yet? I will. I'm sure Artemis will know the gravity of it, but AI? I'm sure she will stop us. As for Circe, I won't be telling her. I want her to remain in the city. I want her here should my wish come true. Then what are you going to do? Tell me Nox, are your and Circe's contracts the same? Cirrus, what are you planning? I'm planting seeds in a garden. Hopefully, I get to see them. Cirrus made it to his room to find Artemis. Art, where is AI? She went to get some food, Cirrus. What did Auranos say? It's the flame of heaven. Me and Nox are going to purify the flame as per my labor. Artemis's eyes quickly widen, and an anxious look washes over her. Why you can't be serious? That is a responsibility we gods should handle. Wait here. I'll go get Hestia and then. I know, but it is my labor. Should anything world-threatening happen, I will answer the call. After all, I am a hero now, and I won't let Hestia throw her life away so easily. Artemis stood still. She is a god. She will. Stop. These are not your words. Clench. Artemis's face scrunched up. She realized what she was saying was not something she would have ever said about her friend. Art. I can see why you didn't wish to be a hero. A hero always picks the greater good. Artemis hangs her head low. She turns and walks him to Cirrus and hugs him tightly. Can you please forget my words? My promise. She spoke softly. I'm doing it. I don't like to break promises. Especially one you were so sincere about. Cirrus, you can't. Cirrus lifted her chin to meet her watery eyes. Artemis. He held conviction in his tone of voice and eyes. Artemis enjoyed it as much as she regrets their purpose. Please. I will do this. Do not ask again. She hated the words that sprang from her lips that night. All she wanted was for the one she loved so much to resurrect that long-forgotten dream. Now those words she made Cirrus agree to are rearing the truth he was trying to warn her of. For me then. I know what I am asking you. But I'm asking for me. Cirrus closes his eyes and lightly puts his forehead to hers. Anything else? Anything. But not this. She caressed his face as she moved her hands up his body. If you love me. No. Cirrus wraps his arms around Artemis's waist. Don't you dare say that. Artemis lowers her head and wraps her arms around his waist. Burying her face into his chest. I'm sorry. She whispers softly into his chest. I'm sorry. I know this was not an easy decision for you. I won't try to stop you even if my heart does not wish it. Cirrus rubs her back and kisses the top of her head. Art. Do you remember our conversation from long ago? When AI spoke to us about. A bit later. There you guys are. AI said, entering the room. The food is in the office. She looks to see Cirrus and Artemis looking out the window. Oh, you're back, Cirrus said, glancing back. He and Artemis turned to face AI. Yup. Say what is with all the glum faces? Was it that bad? Yes, Artemis said, walking to her side. Sit. AI was not liking how this was going. What's happening? Cirrus kneels before her and holds her hand. Cirrus could feel her nervousness and tension. It's the labor Lord Auranos gave me as punishment. AI's eyes widen. She knew the day he had to do that will be the day Cirrus will face death directly. But she didn't think another would come so soon. It's not the black dragon, Artemis said. It is, the flame of heaven. The flame of heaven? As in Prometheus kind of flame of heaven? The fire that gave humanity the strength to fight back? That flame. The very same. AI turned to Cirrus. Why you can survive that, right? I am not sure. He kept looking into her eyes, despite wishing she could avert his gaze. AI knows that look in his eyes. They held the same steadfastness after the fight between Althea and Zald. AI. I want a child. Her ears perked up. Cirrus. You know we promised we will have them when we're 25. Don't say that to me as if you are. I want to leave something behind that isn't death and violence. I want to leave behind a legacy. Something that is made of my love for you. AI turns to face him with tears and anger in her voice. Don't you say that. Saying it as if you're going to fucking die. She moved his hands and grabbed him by his collar, rising him up to her eye level. More tears streamed down. Do you just expect me and Artemis to raise our child? A constant reminder of. She said solemnly, holding back tears. Didn't you say you wanted to raise them together? Try as she could, some tears slipped through. You know I do. But this. He gently wipes away her tears as he stands on his own 2 feet. If I don't do this, the world will eventually be threatened. More of those rifts to other worlds will open up, bringing who knows what. He held her hand gently and put them down, away from his collar. I promised you and Art that I would be the first hero who was happy. I intend to fully honor the promise. You fucking asshole. She avoided his gaze. If you actually wanted to keep your promise, you wouldn't have even asked me to have your kids. Saying that implies you don't have faith in your chances. You are right. His hands shook. I am scared. I am scared I will leave you alone. Scared I would make you cry even worse than this. I'm scared I wouldn't be able to have a big family with you and Artemis. Scared I would fail you both. Promise me. She looked into Cirrus's watery eyes. Promise me you will fucking win and come back to help raise them. I promise. He said it sternly, with eyes brimming with confidence in his own words. She pulled him in and kissed him passionately. He wrapped his arms around her and picked AI up. He took her to bed while they were still kissing passionately. The two of them quickly removed their clothes. Artemis watched as they got more and more intense. She felt a bit embarrassed seeing them go at it this intensely. Granted, she has been with both of them, but this felt more intimate, special. Knowing what they are aiming for was something she couldn't do. I should give you two some. Huff. Huff. Art, where are you going? AI looked at Artemis with a flustered look. Huff. Huff. You are going to help as well. But Cirrus should. I want this, AI said. I love you. So give me your love. But this is for. Are you not gonna make sure she gets pregnant? Cirrus said. Besides, this child will be a product of all of our love. Then shall I get the coffee? Very much so, yes. I will. Stop talking and put a baby in me. AI shouted. I will need the energy. Cirrus shouted as he gave AI the attention. For the next few days, the three went through another honeymoon period. They thoroughly spoiled AI and Cirrus made sure Artemis was not left out. A few days later. So this is Horario. Said Talvi. It was a pleasure to travel with you, Miss Nita. Said Scary. Not at all, farewell. Malayan takes her to leave as both she and the rest of the group go in different directions. It's been a long time. She looks to find the city in a peaceful state. Loki and Freya appear to have completed their mission. Now, where are you, Cirrus? She went around looking for a while when she overheard the Artemis Familia's home. Ooh, impressive. She said this while walking towards the entrance, looking up at it. What is your business? Asked the guard. I am here to meet your captain, Cirrus Zephyr. Name. Malayan Doc Nita. Hold on a. Boing. Bree jumped down. Malayan? Are you a dark elf? She said as she looked up. I am a high dark elf, but yes. She removed her hood to show her beauty. Ooh. Why, you can come in. I'll show you the way. Bree is she. She is the one the captain asked to keep an eye out for. She looked at Malayan and stepped aside. Very well. Bree will inform Cirrus. They led her to the first floor of the first tower, where Bree went on ahead and got on the elevator. The guard told Malayan to wait until they arrived before returning to her post. It's nice. Malayan said, looking around. After a while, the elevator came down with Cirrus, AI, and Artemis. Volume 3 Quest 285 Off to Olympia. Malayan could see the resemblance between Hera and Nephili when she looked at Cirrus. She could tell AI was powerful and skilled by the way she walked to maximize energy and her readiness to draw her sword on a dime. Refined. That is the only word for her. But Cirrus. She couldn't figure out why he seemed so untouchable. He walked with his hands in his pockets, and yet he was even more ready than AI. I guess this was expected from you, boy. But, where is Nox? She looked around for Nox. From what Hera had said, she could be the picture's definition of white. So you are Malayan? Said Cirrus. Ah. I was lost in thought. My apologies, I am Malayan Doc Nita. She bowed her head slightly. Former vice captain of the Hera Familia, known as Galatea. So I guess that would make you my aunt, I guess? If the Hera Familia remained in power. That would be correct. It amazes me how much you look like them. She looks at his face, examining it to see how closely he resembles his mother. I get that a lot. I'm glad you inherited neither of their prides. It seems the one who raised you did a good job putting a fine head on you. She gave a slight smile. Unfortunately, I came for. I already know. The guild informed me already. She could see the look on Artemis and Ai's faces. Both knew full well what their loved one was going to do. Shall we leave? Cirrus said. I had to postpone an expedition. Let's. It is far away. But in all honesty, I wish it could wait so I could fix my sword. She tapped her sword, Basileia. Ah, I can go fix it really quick, Cirrus said. It is heavily damaged. She removed her sword and held it out. Cirrus grabs and draws it. Ah. It is pretty damaged. He examines it thoroughly. But nothing I can't fix. Shouldn't take a few minutes. Is your profession that of a blacksmith? I don't know any smith who can fix a sword so easily. I am a bit special in that case. He gives a faint smile. I'll go get my stuff, I'll be back in a second. Cirrus went back up the elevator to grab some of the last remaining stuff, Nox. So you're Malayan Hui? Ai said a bit proudly. I heard you're an archer. I am. May I know who you are? I have been in the frontier for a long time, and Hera didn't mention anyone of your caliber. Didn't Hera tell you who I am? Her cheeks puffed up a bit. Fine then. I am Ai Zephyr. Vice Captain of the Artemis Familia. Also known as the Red Crown. Oh, I see. Zephyr? Then you are his wife. I am. Ooh. He has good taste, I have heard men tend to fall for women who are like their mothers. You have similarities to Nephili in her youth before Hera started to really indoctrinate her. Are really? Her eyes widen. How long have you known Nephili? I have known her since I joined the Hera Familia, by then Nephili was 15. Number 16? It has been a long time since I remember those days. Artemis and Ai could see a gloomy and dark expression grow on Malayan. It seems those memories contain some things she would rather not remember. So tell me, how are Hera and Aphrodite? Asked Artemis. Artemis' question brought Malayan out of that little funk. They are doing well, Lady Artemis. I have heard from Lady Aphrodite that he claimed a virgin goddess, but it seems he has a type for strong women. Interesting. Hera's ploys and words make sense now in retrospect. Malayan could see Hera's words were no lie. Both Ai and Artemis were strong and fierce women in her eyes. Phew, thank you. I hope Aphrodite said nothing she shouldn't. A sharpness goes through Malayan. It was sharper than Hera's gaze. Malayan didn't think someone could have a sharper gaze than Hera. Her gaze is what I expected from the famed hunting goddess. Can I see how strong you are? Asked Ai. I can tell you're a strong archer from that heavy bow, and I want to make sure my husband has reliable backup. As expected, sharp eyes. I am level 8, but I fear my skill with the bow is not as polished as it used to be. On my way here, I came across a being with odd, rotating eyes of many different colors. She evaded my sight and aim quickly. I was hoping to find her before leaving. Ah. Well, there is no need to worry. I can handle it if they cause any problems. Is that so, Drawl? It was a single motion. Malayan drew her bow and notched it, much to her surprise. Sheeing. A katana was at the tip of her arrow, and she was being watched by a pair of beastly eyes. See? No problem at all. Malayan was surprised. Ai drew her blade faster than she could prepare her bow. Very skilled. I'm glad there are still adventures like yours around. She puts down her bow and arrow, and Ai sheaths her sword. Could I see your bow? Asked Artemis. Of course, it would be my honor. She hands Artemis her bow and an arrow. She examines it and strums the string. You have recently cared for your bow, correct? I have. I had left it with Hera, but when she found me, she gave it back. It's not bad. She holds it down, and before Malayan knew it, Artemis already had the bow ready to shoot. It was a speed that Malayan couldn't help but envy. Her form was perfect as well, with her back straight and her eyes on the target. It's not as heavy as the bow I used, but it's good enough. Artemis hands the bow and arrow back. I can see how Ai could get so skilled. You must have been her trainer. By training, you mean trying not to get shot, then yes. Said Ai, thinking of the training when she caught strong scent that made her a bit nauseous. Ugh, did someone bring garlic? You don't like garlic? I do, but recently I just can't stand the smell. Hey! Who brought garlic? Ai shouted. Sorry. said a familiar member. I'll be sure to wrap it up properly. Could she be? Alright, let's go, Cirrus spoke behind Malayan. She quickly turned to see him. Oh, you surprised me, I had thought you would come from the elevator. Well, I took the faster way down. So let's get going. Very well, but where is Nox? Hira told me she was a beautiful shade of white. She is right here. From his back popped Nox's owl head. When Malayan sees the pure white owl, her eyes widen. So cute. Swish. She quickly grabbed Nox. Gawk. Cirrus. Help. She's got my neck. And tightly hugged her. A warm and excited expression graced Malayan's face. So white and lovely, with feathers as soft as clouds and as new as fallen snow, Malayan stroked Nox's feathers gently. Cirrus. Help me. Help actually, it's pretty nice. But help me. Yet, Nox, isn't a fan of so much adoration. Nox vanished from Malayan's hug and appeared back on Cirrus. Ooh, you can summon her. How convenient. She said with a starry look in her eyes. Well, shall we go? I would rather get back quickly. Oh, and here. He returns her sword to her. She takes the sword back and draws it to see if it is even better than before. It had a white sheen to it, and it even felt lighter. Ooh. They impressed her. Malayan. Why yes ahem. She snapped out of it. Let's. They set out on their quest, with Nox always standing opposite of Malayan. Moonlight Tower later at night. What's wrong, AI? Said Artemis. I've been feeling exhausted and bloated all day. I think. AI's ears perk up, and she smiles ear to ear. Art, do you think I'm finally pregnant? We went at it lots of times, and he never pulled. Let's go tomorrow, alright? Maybe talk with Cersei? We don't want news of it to reach anyone else before Cirrus. Good. Take a bath and I'll make things comfortable alright. While camping under the stars, Cirrus and Malayan sit around the campfire with Nox on Cirrus's shoulder. Malayan's gaze was strong. It lingers on Nox and Cirrus's faces. If you have questions, ask away, Cirrus said, gazing into the flame. Malayan combs her hair with her fingers and rests her head on her arm. Nox. Where did you find her? The Chaos Desert. Her favorite food. Cake with chamomile tea mixed with silver blue Darjeeling. It's as expensive as it is an atrocity. Ah, you remember. Cake and tea. Malayan looked at Nox. I didn't think owls could eat cake. Or drink tea. Can they? She tilted her head a bit in thought. I do spoil her a bit. Does she not eat mice or bird seeds? No, I spoiled her enough to where she won't eat them anymore. How interesting. She must be a different species if she is part of your magic. Is she? Her eyes widen as she suddenly stands up. A look of excitement filled her eyes. Something along those lines. She is very special to me. Cirrus pats Nox's head. Malayan could see the look Cirrus had for Nox. The look shared by those with close bonds. You have your mother's smile. Cirrus raised an eyebrow. I have my mom's smile. Does she know more than Hira? She is the vice-captain, so, maybe. You do. Her smile was like the first rays of light after a cold, rainy night. They always made my heart warm. She then remembered more of Nephili. Ah. Her eyes drooped, and a sour expression grew. Nephili. Why are you sad? Did you? My apologies, Cirrus. Sniff. Ahem. She turned around and wiped her face. Remembering your mother brought back some warm memories and some cold ones. Malayan remembers seeing Nephili by the window. Each time she would see someone walk out, her face would light up before darkening. I'm sorry. We can talk about this later if you want. Cirrus's words cut her reminiscing off. Maybe. She replied. Sorry, but when I think of your mother, I remember those last few years before we were. Cirrus could feel how hard it is for Malayan to keep talking about this. You don't have to force yourself to think about that day. No, I have suffered enough from that day. Her voice grew more panicky in tone. It broke me from terror, my sisters and brothers died, and you lost your mother. She was holding back tears. Ahem. She turned around, trying to regain her composure. Her fists were clenched tightly. Her shoulders were shaking in anger and grief. After 15 years of working on herself, building the dark high elf known as Malayan back up from the ground, the one-eyed black dragon broke so easily. She still couldn't escape its massive shadow of dismay. Cirrus could tell she was still going through PTSD from that fight. Hira mentioned her children were broken, hollow shells worse off than the Palams. I guess she meant mentally and spiritually broken. Cirrus turned to face Nox. Nox, can you spend the night with her? It'll make her feel better. If you say so, but tell her not to squeeze me or else I'll peck her dull golden eyes. Cirrus smiles lightly. Thank you. His eyes return to Malayan's back. Malayan. Would you like to keep Nox in your tent for the night? Malayan quickly turned to Cirrus. Truly. Tears still stain her face. She has a smile and bright, teary eyes. Yet. Just don't squeeze her too tight. She'll poke your eyes out. Thank you. As Hira has said, Malayan was the luckiest of all of her children. That night, Malayan had the best sleep in ages with Nox in her embrace. Maybe I also work as a therapy owl. Nox thought while Malayan hugged her. Cirrus's stats after updating. Cirrus Zephyr. LV8. Cirrus Zephyr. LV8. Strength, B761. 769 Endurance, C699. B746. Dexterity, D513, 515 Agility, A800. 802. Magic, A880. 881 Mage, A. Immunity, B. Martial Arts, E. Crush, E. Blacksmith, F. Chain Attack, H. Luck, G. Volume 3 Quest 286 Outside Orario Olympia, humanity's first city. Traveling through the southeast of the continent reminded Cirrus of Tel Skyra with the mountainous area. How far off are we? Not too far. I am glad you have magic that allows for flight. Well, yours isn't bad either, it's movement magic that changes with the time of day. It can only do so much, regardless. We covered a lot of ground. We should get there within the day. While traveling, Cirrus got word from Circe of news he was hoping for. Cirrus. Nox. AI is pregnant. Cirrus stops for a moment. What is wrong? Malayan asked. I need to use the restroom. Mind if you wait for a bit? Go on. Cirrus walked away from her, and he clenched his fists tightly as a big smile formed and tears came down. That is great news, Circe. I'll be back as fast as I can. You better. How about that? I'm going to be an ant. Nox exclaimed happily. They traveled for about 3 days at top speed. It is ridiculous how much ground they covered. Here we are. They made it to a tunnel with 2 guards in red armor. Halt. What is your business? We are with Lady Aphrodite. My apologies. They stepped aside. Her charm, always so useful. They enter and walk for 3 minutes until they reach a forest. Welcome to Olympia. Cirrus looks around and takes in the air. Hey? It smells like fresh ash. Come, I will show you where Hera picked to set up the base. They traversed the monster's free land through a dense forest. They arrived at a river, and they followed it to the ocean and along the coast. So is it around here or? It is on that island, but given your magic, it would be easier if you could take me there. I'm sure, but why couldn't you use your magic? Too flashy, there's a foe we don't want to know where we are. A foe? Aren't you level 8? Who can give you trouble outside of Orario? You will know soon enough, but for now, can you take me over? And can you go as near to the water as you can? Sure. Cirrus equips his armor and flies Malayan over. When they landed on the island, Aphrodite's familia greeted them. Sir Zephyr. Said Becklin, a handsome man with grey hair. You have arrived. Said Sandro, another handsome man with long blonde hair in a braid. Sandro. Becklin. They come and hug each other. How have you been? We have been worse, but now with you and Lady Malayan, we feel a lot better. Said Sandro. Where is Lady Nox? Said Becklin. Nox lands on Cirrus' shoulder, and a bright light shines off her before she transforms into her human form. You have a human form? Malayan shouted as her eyes gained stars. Of course I do. I am a spirit. Plus, I didn't want you to do anything to me with those crazy eyes. Cirrus helps her down to the ground. Now where are Afro and the mean grandma? How rude, Hera said, walking out. But what do I expect from Nyx's daughter? AI nor Artemis would ever treat me with such crassness. Yet, where is Afro? She is stealing people from Olympia with her charm, as well as building a second base on the mainland. Seems her time in Yamato didn't go to waste, Cirrus said, walking up to Hera. I am proud you turned that useless goddess into something useful. As expected of my grandson. She pinched Cirrus' cheek. She's like a different person when she's around him. Reminds me of a bit of Meteria when she wanted some sweets. Malayan thought. Well, I guess for now I'll take a room. Traveling to such a place is a bit exhausting, Cirrus said. I will show you to your room, Becklin said. Thanks, I'll see you all when I'm all settled. Nox. Nox followed along after Cirrus. Malayan tried to follow, but Hera placed her hand on hers. Not now, Malayan. Let him rest all right. She could see the look in Hera's eyes. She has seen them hundreds of times and knows what they mean. Fine. Becklin leads Cirrus and Nox to their room. If you need anything, feel free to ask. He then took his leave. Afro does have excellent taste. It reminds me of the luxury vacation homes of Hongs. Nox said, looking around the room. Cirrus sets his belongings down and pulls out a chair and a book. How much have you written? Nox glanced at Cirrus's back. A lot. I've been writing for days and. Fuck me, I have so much. You have your hands in a lot of things, but I'm telling you, it's bad luck to write your painfully long will. It's better to have something as morbid as this than nothing. You know, the last resort for us is to purify it and send it back to heaven through. You know the dead way. Yeah, that last part. Nox stops and looks out the window at the ocean. Well, I'll leave all my stuff to Circe, after all, with your plan succeeding, she will be the only one not in danger. I hope she doesn't figure out the gravity of what we are doing. Who knows? If she's working on something, then luck is on our side. Well, there is no use in worrying about it when we are in the land that will more or less be our graves. I always knew we would die together. Of course, your and my fates are tied. I will follow you even through death to be by your side. She said this as she approached Cirrus and wrapped her arms around him while he was writing. Let's hope that fate isn't so near. Outside. What did you think of him? Hera asked Malayan as they both gazed out to sea. He is very much more likable than his mother, quiet but with a sharp enough tongue when the moment arises. And Nox? You know how I feel about this beautiful creature in both her avian and human forms. She has a deep-seated loyalty to Cirrus. That is to be expected. You are better off getting along with Cirrus than with her. Malayan nods. Cirrus, let me sleep with Nox while she is in her avian form. And I slept well. Better than in the previous 15 years combined. I am glad I sent you onto his path. Did you wish for me to be with Nox? No. She cares not for others in that capacity, she is dogmatically loyal to Cirrus. Hell, I am sure the emotion known as love is saved solely for Cirrus alone. He can kill a god and burn a country to the ground, and she wouldn't bat an eye and still follow him. That loyal. Of course, she is one of the first of her kind, meant to live and die with their master. Why do you think the concept of a soulmate became a thing? That's where it came from? Masters reuniting with their former spirits. That's correct, so she will always come to him in some form or another. And what of his wives? Does Nox treat them as she does him? A smirk appeared on her face as she took a sip of her wine. From what I have seen, she treats them as an extension of her master's will. I see. Maybe I should try to have him take my hand in marriage. We get along well enough. Unfortunately for that, you will need to win over his other two wives. Ai and Lady Artemis. I have met them. And it was a natural exchange of words. I believe I made an impression that wasn't bad nor too great. Well, if you wish to win them, you will need to do what it takes to keep him alive. Easy enough. No, it won't be. What he is here for is meant for us gods to handle, the difficulty could only be compared to one of the three great quests. You faced that hero, you should know the weight of this. You are correct. Still, we should have told him the dangers that Epimetheus is. We both agreed to keep it from him. The less he knows, the more likely he will come. Malayan looked down with a displeased look. After this is over, I will apologize to him dearly for not telling him. Don't worry too much. In combat, Cirrus is far better than what our and Zeus's familia are capable of. And what of Epimetheus? He wields the divine weapon and has immortality and massive attacking power granted to him for his connection with the primordial flame. A good trial for Cirrus. I'm sure he needed something to help reach level 9, Hera said with a grin. Here, I thought you changed, but you are still a cunning old witch. Call me what you like, but I want only the best for Neopal's son. I do not care if it hurts him. I know he can take the pain and become something greater. The same thing you did to Nephili. The high dark elf and goddess looked at one another with dull gold and ruby eyes. Malayan could see a firm conviction in her goddess's eyes. The best thing that happened to him was not having you in his early years. I wholeheartedly agree. If I had been there, you would have met him earlier and addressed him as captain. Go talk to Sandro. He's the pretty blonde one. He knows where your room is. Volume 3 Quest 287 The Primordial Flame, Part 1 Confrontation. The next day. It's time, Nox, Cirrus said, tightening his gear. Nox said getting up early and stretching. You. The early morning light hits her. The sunrise. They got themselves ready and walked outside. They felt that this day was different from the others. By the door of the building was Malayan, who was leaning against it, waiting. That weapon, said Malayan, looking at Graham hanging off Cirrus' waist. Oh, Graham, Hira gave it to me. He drew the blade and held it up. Seems he is better than his mother, not even those of the Zeus familia could bear that sadistic blade. So, are we gonna meet up with Aphrodite? Cirrus sheathed his blade. No, I will go to her, said Hira. You and Malayan will breach their defenses and reach the temple. You should be able to see it even from here. Of course, I can see it. It's massive. So what? The fire is there. No, from what these guards and priestesses said. She looked at the guards and priestesses Aphrodite took, and they looked away. The fire is underground, hidden in an artificial labyrinth. Great, another one. Another, said Hira and Malayan. Yet another. Evilus had built another dungeon called the Knossos down to the 18th floor around the actual dungeon. We cleared it a while back. Now it's home to a special group of people. Fascinating, they both said. Then you have experience, but should you meet with the High Chancellor, I suggest you take him seriously, Hira said, sitting down. Malayan said the same thing. Are they really that much of a threat? Very. He has a divine weapon, along with immortality. Cool, Cirrus said, taking a deep breath. But just because he has a good weapon and immortality doesn't mean he can match the strength of a level 8, right? Not if that weapon harnesses the power and might of the heavenly fire, Hira said. That power was enough to hold Malayan down and fling her away. That power alone can hold off all of Orario with its might, Malayan added. Guess that would make him on a par with us, maybe even more. Cirrus gave a wry smile. He has more than you don't know, so when you see that dark-skinned, blue-haired man, you need to deal with him first before proceeding. Understood. I will fight him seriously. Malayan and Cirrus leave first with Hira, sending Nox along with a few others to go inform Aphrodite. Walking towards the city with his Serenian armor on. So, this is humanity's first settlement, hey? Cirrus said, looking at the gate with the soldier running on top. Intruders, they shouted. It's the dark elf, and she's with a masked figure. Ready your bows. You're up, said Malayan. Sure thing. Cirrus steps up with his deer mask on, with antlers and everything. Fire. Several arrows fire toward Cirrus. Damocles. All the arrows stop in midair. Malayan was impressed with the level of control Cirrus had with his magic. The arrows spin around in front of Cirrus in a cylinder style. Swords of Damocles. Thunder sprang from his magic circle, imbuing the arrows with the might of thunder. Cirrus then held out his hand and made it into a finger gun pointing at the wall. Bang! The arrows all fire off. Crack! 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 The sound of thunder rang through the air, followed by rumble! Rumble! The destruction of the gate. Let's get moving. Right behind you. Malayan watched as Cirrus easily dealt with the armed guards, not even drawing Graham. Fire! HAAA! Several people fired off fireballs toward them. Let me deal. HAAA! Cirrus interrupted Malayan by using one guard as a human shield and charging through the barrage. Out of the way! Cirrus shouted as he used the guard to strike them all. He tossed him to the side and kept moving. Pragmatic and efficient. Seems he won't need much of my help, but Malayan thought about seeing Cirrus in action. Will it be enough to deal with Epimetheus? I should have told him, why am I still even listening to that cruel witch? Malayan shakes her head. What is done is done. I need to focus on making sure Cirrus can return to his loved ones. Malayan draws her bow, quickly notches some arrows, and rapidly fires at enemies in the distance. Fweb! 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 Ga! Wa! Several guards of Olympia are downed by the arrows, striking them in either the shoulders or legs. Cirrus, focus on what is in front of you. I will deal with the unruly archers and mages.